In the year of Konoha's 63rd anniversary, Irika stood before the class, passionately elucidating the intricacies of the shadow clone technique. The hand seals follow the sequence of the rat, the snake, and the tiger. When performing the seals, one must ensure a steady distribution of chakra. Do not underestimate the shadow clone technique. Your graduation exam is just around the corner, and those who fail will not become ninjas. Suddenly, in a fit of exasperation, he snapped a piece of chalk in half and hurled it toward the last row, striking a student who was dozing off at his desk. "Yasukage it out. Go stand by the door as punishment." "Look, the bottom of the class has been kicked out again," mocked one student. "Can he even dream of becoming a ninja? How laughable," scoffed another. "Trash. He's nothing but a disgrace to Konoha," jeered yet another. The student struck by the chalk lifted his head, angrily brushing off the chalk dust from his hair. Ignoring the raucous laughter from his peers, he silently exited the classroom to stand in the hallway. Yasuki, with his black hair and eyes, possessed an impressive and striking appearance, akin to a raw gem awaiting refinement. Yet at that moment, his expressive eyes lacked any spark of vitality. He gazed skyward, watching the clouds drift lazily by, his thoughts adrift in an unknown realm. Yasuki was a commoner orphan. His parents had perished 9 years prior during the Nine Tails incident. He harbored a hidden identity as a time traveler, previously known as Lin Qixue, a university student studying traditional Chinese medicine who had met an untimely demise while burning the midnight oil on his thesis. Upon awakening, he found himself in the world of Naruto, in his previous life. Lin Qixue had watched the Naruto anime during his leisure, often critiquing the peculiar logic of the characters with friends. The inhabitants of this world seemed to be brainwashed by the will of fire, willingly manipulated and deceived by the higher-ups of Konoha. The so-called will of fire could absolve any villain, while wielding ruthless force against one's own family. To his astonishment, he had traversed into a realm reminiscent of a mental asylum. Upon realizing his identity, Yasuki resolved to abandon the notion of becoming a ninja. Was it truly so easy to become one? As a commoner, devoid of resources and connections, he would merely be cannon fodder, easily perishing on any trivial mission. Moreover, becoming a ninja meant he could not leave Konoha freely. It felt akin to being entangled in a criminal organization once initiated. Departing would entail dire consequences. Unless tasked with a mission, escaping would mark one as a rogue ninja, hunted until death. Yasuki recalled that after graduating as a genin, the Chunin exams would follow, during which Orochimaru would orchestrate a plan to bring Konoha to its knees, leaving it in ruins. Subsequently, Pain would arrive to confront Konoha, obliterating it entirely. It seemed far more prudent to live as a commoner, leveraging his knowledge of Naruto's storyline to evade impending disasters and thrive in the shinobi world, ultimately achieving prosperity and longevity. From that point onward, Yasuki largely abandoned his studies at the Ninja Academy, spending his days dozing off in class and skimming through exams, embodying the image of a languid slacker, hoping for expulsion from the academy. "Yasuki, come here," Irika called out. Yasuki glanced up briefly before lowering his head and quietly following him to the teacher's office. "Why are you not paying attention in class?" Irika inquired. "Because I have no desire to listen to you. Do you not understand that failing to learn the shadow clone technique means you cannot graduate?" "I understand." "Then do you realize that without graduation, you cannot become a ninja?" "I understand." "Then why are you not taking this seriously?" "Iruka-sensei, I never intended to become a ninja, nor do I wish to learn ninjutsu." "What do you want then?" "I want to run a ramen stall like the hand-pulled noodle uncle." "You get out of here." "Sure thing." Yasuki crossed his arms behind his head, resting his chin on his arms, and leisurely strolled out. "Hey, Yasuki, did Iruka-sensei scold you again?" A boy with yellow hair sprang from behind a tree, sporting a sunny smile and 6 long whisker-like marks on his cheeks. "Oh, it's Naruto. Irika didn't scold me. He simply inquired about my dreams. Yes, that's so. But I saw Iruka-sensei looking quite angry." "So what is your dream?" "To open a food stall like the hand-pulled noodle uncle." "Such a lack of ambition." "I, on the other hand, will become Hokage. I want everyone to acknowledge me," Naruto declared, giving a thumbs up to his chest, observing Naruto's earnest nature. Yasuki couldn't help but retort, "If the Hokage can't even perform the shadow clone technique, Konoha will be the laughingstock." Naruto stumbled over his words. I will surely learn many ninjutsu in the future. However, if you can't master the shadow clone technique, you won't graduate. Without graduation, there are no mission points, and without points, you cannot exchange for ninjutsu. I will develop my own ninjutsu, but you can't even learn the shadow clone technique. Stop fixating on that. Indeed, you cannot learn the shadow clone technique. Damn it, take this punch. It'll treat you to ramen. Really? That's wonderful. Once I become a ninja and earn money, it'll treat you too. But you can't become a ninja if you don't learn the shadow clone technique. Damn it, just die. The two playfully bantered as they left the school. Since Yasuki was the only one among his peers who did not harbor animosity toward Naruto, also an orphan, he became friends with him. They lived close to each other, regularly commuting to and from school together. Both regarded as the underachievers of the academy. Every month, they would receive 3,000 ryo from the third Hokage. However, due to Yasuki's inheritance of a small courtyard and some assets left by his parents, his standard of living was considerably better than Naruto's. Upon returning home, Yasuki went straight to his bedroom, sitting cross-legged without changing his clothes, assuming the posture for chakra refinement, while his mind delved into training. After his arrival in this world, Yasuki had attempted to summon a system or an elder, but to no avail, leading him to abandon the idea. During his time at the Ninja Academy, he learned chakra refining techniques, and soon he could sense his chakra, managing to refine a small amount. However, being naturally cautious, he refrained from revealing his abilities, patiently waiting in silence. 2 days later, after the children from prominent clans had refined their chakra, Yasuki leisurely announced that he had also developed a sense of chakra. Unlike Naruto, who aspired to become Hokage, Yasuki had no desire to be a ninja. He saw no merit in such a path. Chapter 2. True Essence and Chakra. Yayuki, in the summer, had no desire to become a ninja. Rather, she wished to avoid becoming mere cannon fodder for the higher-ups of Konoha, dying in vain on some mission. In this perilous world of ninjas, an unarmed civilian was but a lamb awaiting slaughter, easily at the mercy of even the most ordinary genin. Yayuki did not wish for her life to be held in the hands of others, hence she feigned mediocrity at school while secretly honing her skills at home. The chakra extraction techniques taught in the Ninja Academy were anything but scientific. Extracting energy from the 130 trillion cells of the human body resembled the process of juicing fruit, squeezing cells to yield energy. Some individuals, blessed with talent, had cells akin to watermelons, yielding copious juice with a mere press, while others, less fortunate, had cells resembling dried fruit, requiring extreme pressure to extract even a drop. Regardless of innate talent, this process ultimately involved the squeezing and damaging of one's own cells, impairing bodily functions and shortening lifespan, which explained why ninjas often did not live long. Consequently, Yayuki entirely disregarded the chakra extraction methods taught at the academy. Instead, she drew upon her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, specifically the meridians and acupoints, and combined that with her understanding of chakra to develop a unique cultivation technique akin to Taoist Qi training. This method allowed her to absorb the ambient spiritual energy in the air, which she transformed within her meridians into a special chakra stored in her lower abdomen's Guan Yuan acupoint. The choice of Guan Yuan over the traditional Qi Si was simply a matter of personal preference and not due to any inherent benefits of the acupoint. Yayuki also discovered that the ninjas of this realm employed ninjutsu rather crudely, merely forming hand seals to release chakra without considering the direction and efficiency of chakra flow within the body. As a result, a significant portion of chakra was wasted in the execution of a technique. Furthermore, she devised a method to purify, compress, and convert this special chakra into ordinary chakra. After her refinement, the chakra became liquid, flowing freely through her meridians without any loss. She named this refined substance True Essence. True Essence could enhance her meridians, increasing her ability to absorb spiritual energy and accelerating her cultivation speed. When needed, it could be converted into ordinary chakra at a ratio of 1 part True Essence to 10 parts chakra, or it could be directly utilized to execute ninjutsu, amplifying its power tenfold. The human body's meridians comprise the 8 extraordinary vessels and the 12 regular meridians. The 8 extraordinary vessels include the governing vessel, conception vessel, penetrating vessel, belt vessel, yang linking vessel, yin linking vessel, yin heel vessel, and yang heel vessel. The 12 regular meridians consist of the 3 yin meridians of the hand, the 3 yang meridians of the hand, the 3 yang meridians of the foot, and the 3 yin meridians of the foot, interconnected in a cyclical system. The spiritual energy that Yayuki absorbed flowed through her meridians to nourish her organs, reaching her exterior and ultimately being stored in the Guan Yuan acupoint of her lower abdomen. Yayuki named her cultivation technique Evergreen Skill because practicing this method not only caused no harm to her body but also nourished it, resulting in increasingly refined and smooth skin, much to the envy of her female classmates. After a while, Yayuki concluded her practice for the day, exhaling deeply as she stood up. Following a simple routine of washing up, she retired to bed. Through diligent training, her Guan Yuan acupoint was nearly full. If a ninja were to sense the chakra emanating from Yayuki, it would appear to be that of a low-ranking genin. They could not discern the difference between true essence and chakra. Thus, she harbored no fears of her secret being uncovered. Days passed in a tranquil rhythm as Yayuki led a simple life of school and home, filled with happiness and contentment. She had amassed enough true essence to fill 2 acupoints, which would be perceived by others as the strength of a low-ranking genin. Time moved forward to the 64th year of Konoha. The next day marked the day of the graduation examination. After completing her usual training, Yayuki prepared for bed. For the examination was of utmost importance, a final test of the past 5 years of her endurance. As long as she performed steadily during the assessment without drawing attention to herself, she could achieve her goal, to live as a humble civilian. Seizing the opportunity to escape the calamities of Konoha and perhaps establish a culinary stall to introduce Chinese cuisine to the ninja world, earning a modest fortune. As she envisioned her future happy life post-success, a mischievous smile crept onto her face, and she remained awake late into the night, lost in her thoughts. The following day, after breakfast, Yayuki arrived at school, her face unable to conceal her joy. Upon entering the classroom, Irika spotted her and admonished, "What are you laughing at? Quickly take your seat. The examination is about to begin." Yayuki cleared her throat, composed herself, and hurried to her seat, awaiting the commencement of the assessment. Irika cleared his throat, announcing, "We shall now begin the graduation examination. When your name is called, please proceed to the adjacent classroom. Today's topic is the shadow clone technique." "Nanny?" Naruto exclaimed in shock, cradling his head in despair. "Why is it the jutsu I am worst at? This is a disaster." Meanwhile, Yayuki remained composed, contemplating how to subtly hold back her abilities while ensuring her performance appeared genuine, convincing Irika and the others that she had genuinely attempted yet failed the assessment, thereby achieving her goal of dropping out. As Irika called out names, her classmates exited the classroom to partake in the examination, leaving only Naruto and Yayuki behind. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, looking utterly defeated, followed into the adjacent classroom, while Yayuki stifled a laugh, thinking, "Foolish Naruto, there's no escaping this." After a while, she observed Naruto emerging, utterly dejected, without his forehead protector, a cloud of gloom surrounding him. Next, Yayuki. Finally my turn. Yayuki stood up, walking out of the classroom with her head held high, as if accepting an award, heading towards the adjacent class. Chapter 3 Congratulations, you are now a genin. As Natsuki Hachiyuki strolled along the path, he had already devised a plan. When he entered the room, he would put on a show for Irika and Mizuki, feigning an inability to perform the shadow clone technique, thereby failing the graduation examination. He would then express some poignant words to Irika, lamenting his lack of ninja talent and regrettably withdrawing from the ranks of ninjas to contribute to Konoha in other ways. With the plan set, Hachiyuki felt a surge of joy and entered the adjacent classroom, only to have his expression shift dramatically. His smile froze as he realized that not only were Irika and Mizuki present, but also the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo. What in the world? Why are the third Hokage and Danzo here? What does this have to do with them? It's merely a graduation assessment for a genin. Countless questions flooded Hachiyuki's mind, leaving him bewildered. Calm down, Hachiyuki. Don't be nervous. The third Hokage and Elder Danzo are merely passing by, Irika reassured him. Passing by? I can't believe that. The Hokage and the leader of Konoha's ANBU would casually attend a graduation assessment for students. Panic rose within him. How could he possibly feign an inability to perform ninjutsu before the Hokage without being discovered? Right. The nervousness Irika mentioned earlier. I could pretend to be so anxious that I make a mistake. Excellent. Natsuki Hachiyuki quickly decided to implement Plan B. He lowered his head, fixated on the floor, gripping his hands tightly until they became moist with sweat. He summoned his chakra, his face flushed crimson, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Why yes. Irika-sensei, he stammered. Irika furrowed his brow, concerned that this child might be too nervous. Given his poor academic performance, if he faltered now, he could very well fail this assessment, and in front of the Hokage, he might even face expulsion. If only Natsuki Hachiyuki could hear Irika's inner thoughts, he would eagerly respond. Yes, please expel me. I beg you. The correct hand seal sequence for the shadow clone technique is Ushimi Tora, to be completed within 5 seconds. Yet Natsuki Hachiyuki deliberately fumbled the seals several times, taking nearly a full minute before finally shouting, shadow clone technique. With a soft poof, a vague silhouette appeared beside him, trembling for a mere 3 seconds before dissipating into smoke. Irika's face darkened with embarrassment, thinking to himself, how humiliating. To disgrace myself in front of the esteemed third Hokage, will my teaching career come to an end? You made 3 mistakes in the hand seals. Your speed was far too slow, and your clone did not materialize. You have failed this assessment, Hachiyuki-san, Mizuki stated matter-of-factly. Ding. Upon hearing that melodious voice, Natsuki Hachiyuki felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained an expression of solemnity. Is that so? Mizuki-sensei, please grant me another chance, he implored, while internally thinking, Mizuki, be smart about this and tell me I can't. Unfortunately, Hachiyuki-san, you cannot. Moreover, you have exceeded the age limit, according to regulations. Failing the assessment means you must withdraw. I am truly sorry, Mizuki replied with a stern expression. Natsuki Hachiyuki nearly burst into laughter but quickly restrained his expression, continuing with a heavy demeanor. I understand. He bowed to Irika and the others, expressing gratitude for their years of guidance, and thanked Konoha for its nurturing. Hokage-sama, Elder Danzo, Irika-sensei, Mizuki-sensei, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, mentally applauding his performance. Perfect. Wait. Suddenly, the third Hokage's voice called out from behind him. Reluctantly, Natsuki Hachiyuki halted, glancing back at Sarutobi Hiruzen, inwardly pleading, please, old man, don't ruin this for me. Let me leave in peace. Mizuki, although Hachiyuki has failed this assessment, his chakra reserves exceed that of a typical genin. And his fiery will of fire is precisely the kind of talent we need, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. What? Hiruzen, please don't say such things. My root has been monitoring him for quite some time. His chakra has been growing rapidly. Since enrollment, he is nearing the level of a chunin. This is entirely inconsistent with Natsuki Hachiyuki's usual performance. He must possess some hidden secret, Danzo interjected suddenly. Danzo, you have ulterior motives. This is sheer nonsense. Natsuki Hachiyuki felt a wave of despair. If he were taken by root, it would spell disaster. There was no time to escape now, and his abilities were insufficient. This is impossible, Danzo. The future of Konoha cannot be entrusted to you. You will regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage Danzo. Congratulations, Hachiyuki-san. You are now an esteemed genin of Konoha. Please collect your headband, and remember to come to the Hokage Tower tomorrow to register your files. Natsuki Hachiyuki took his headband and exited the school. Gazing at the azure sky, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Damn it, so close yet so far. Chapter 4, Naruto. Do you want to touch the headband? The languid summer slowly departed, leaving behind an indescribable gloom in Xia Xue's heart. It was maddening that Mizuki had expelled him. Damn the third Hokage and damn Danzo. He observed the bustling crowd, the elated children who had passed their assessments, and their jubilant parents, unable to fathom their excitement. After 6 arduous years of training, was it merely to chase after cats and dogs, destined to become cannon fodder on the battlefield? One could only lament the sheer potency of the will of fire, a truly SSSS-grade brainwashing technique, rendering even the thought of becoming a mere pawn in battle a source of exuberance. Human emotions vary vastly. Amidst the merriment, he spotted Naruto Uzumaki, who sat despondently on a swing, enveloped in a shroud of melancholy. Xia Xia approached him. Hey Naruto, what's wrong? What do you want? Didn't you receive your headband? Naruto lifted his gaze, his cerulean eyes shimmering with impending tears, on the verge of spilling. He thought to himself, even in my sorrow, you come to poke at my wounds. How can you call yourself a friend? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Xia Xia, where's your headband? Did you fail the assessment too? Naruto's eyes sparkled with a flicker of joy, though he knew he shouldn't feel this way. A slight smile crept upon his lips. Ah, so you didn't T-pass either. How splendid. Oh, I mean, what a pity. Let us take a break together. Naruto. Mizuki-sensei said I exceeded the age limit and had to drop out. Xia Xue's tone fell into a melancholic cadence. How could this be? Xia Xue, let us go see the third Hokage and ask him for another chance. Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. A pang of sorrow gripped Naruto's heart, threatening to spill forth his tears. Xia Xue was the only one who did not regard him with disdain, who did not call him a demon fox or bully him. A deep bond had formed in Naruto's heart, and now that Xia Xue faced expulsion, he would rather bear that fate himself. Let us go, Naruto urged, tugging at Xia Xue's sleeve, determined to seek the Hokage. Don't be like this, Naruto. We cannot simply give up, Xia Xue. Xia Xue coughed lightly, observing Naruto's innocence with a hint of exasperation. Listen to me, Naruto. Fine, you finish what you have to say, and then we'll go see the Hokage. In truth, the third Hokage has already come to see me. He insisted that I possess exceptional talent, a once-in-a-generation prodigy, and insisted I accept the headband. So, I reluctantly complied. Look, Naruto, this is the headband of a genin. From this day forth, I am a proud Leaf Village genin. Would you like to touch it? It's so smooth. Xia Xue waved the headband in front of Naruto. You, scoundrel, how could you toy with me? Go to hell. As the saying goes, one fears their brother's hardship while also fearing their brother's success. When Xia Xue failed the assessment, Naruto felt disheartened, but when Xia Xue succeeded, his heart sank even deeper. Naruto was at a loss for emotions. The earlier gloom of his failure dissipated in the wake of Xia Xue's antics. Get away. Naruto swatted the headband aside, finding Xia Xue's handsome face now utterly detestable. Naruto, from now on, you will have to attend school alone. I'll be quite busy with missions and won't have the time. Forgive me, Naruto. Xia Xue continued his playful banter. Naruto, his eyes burning with suppressed anger, could no longer contain his wrath. A fiery red chakra began to manifest around him. Xia Xue, get lost. He bellowed, leaping onto a rooftop and taking flight, fearing that if he lingered, he might explode with rage, leading to unforeseen consequences. Suddenly, several masked umbu dropped from the shadows. There was a hint of the demon fox's chakra. Is the seal weakening? No, it was merely an incidental leak of chakra. Disperse. The figures vanished into thin air. Xia Xue observed this scene with a twinge of sympathy for Naruto. Having a foolish father and a seemingly benevolent yet ruthless third Hokage, Naruto truly bore a heavy burden. Shaking his head, Xia Xue reminded himself that he was merely a trivial, inconsequential genin. Survival was enough. The words of Danzo earlier had instilled a sense of urgency within him. Now that he was a ninja, he needed to delve into ninjutsu and acquire skills for self-preservation. He could not find himself helpless in the face of danger as he had today. As Xia Xue walked homeward, he resolved to devise a solid plan before the classes were restructured in 3 days. Chapter 5. The ninja prodigy in the summer, Hachiyuki returned home, neglecting dinner and secluding himself in his bedroom. He needed to contemplate the development of ninjutsu. This is the tragic reality of common ninjas. Lacking the training resources of prominent clans, many remain limited to the basic three-body technique throughout their lives. To acquire new ninjutsu, they must undertake missions to accumulate points for exchange, yet without powerful techniques, they cannot complete challenging tasks to earn sufficient points. Thus, many ninjas find themselves ensnared in a vicious cycle, leading lives of mediocrity. After some reflection, Hachiyuki resolved to expand upon the body substitution technique. Tonight, Naruto would acquire the multi-shadow clone technique, paving a path for future ninjutsu, which Hachiyuki could emulate. He began by analyzing the principles of the substitution technique. It involves consuming a fixed amount of chakra to create an illusion of oneself, designed to confuse enemies. The advanced version, the shadow clone technique, developed by the second Hokage, is a sophisticated application that not only produces a tangible clone, but also allows the clone to relay experiences and memories back to the original upon its dissolution due to the infusion of the user's mental energy. However, due to the lack of understanding of chakra pathways within the ninja world, practitioners cannot manipulate chakra freely. They can only increase or decrease its flow. Consequently, the shadow clone technique is classified as a B-rank ninjutsu. Hachiyuki's first step was to experiment with creating a tangible clone. With a series of hand seals, he successfully conjured a clone and closed his eyes to keenly sense the trajectory of chakra flow, analyzing and deducing potential new chakra points and pathways. Occasionally, he would pause to jot down the derived routes on paper. Time passed swiftly in this fervent endeavor, and at last, he succeeded. Hachiyuki let out a joyous cheer. After a night of exploration, he had transformed the body substitution technique into a physical manifestation, condensing the 3 seals into 2. The clone and Oppo's strength matched his own, both being of the CH Nin rank, and had he utilized true energy, the clone could have reached the rank of J Nin. He named this technique the True Clone Technique and took out a scroll to meticulously document his creation. Recording ninjutsu on a scroll is not a simple matter of writing. It requires the scribe to expend a certain amount of chakra to capture the trajectory of chakra during the technique's execution, ensuring the scroll can be used for teaching and inheritance. Hachiyuki's purpose for creating the scroll was straightforward: to exchange it for points to acquire new ninjutsu. This development was merely version 1.0. Subsequent versions would not be recorded for exchange. Once completed, Hachiyuki stored the scroll in his ninja tool bag, freshened up briefly, and stepped outside. Just as he emerged, a boisterous, yellow-haired figure burst forth in front of him, startling Hachiyuki to the point where he nearly delivered a kick in defense. "Hachiyuki! Hachiyuki! Look! Look!" Naruto exclaimed, pointing proudly at the forehead protector atop his head. "I've become a ninja. The 3rd Hokage personally awarded it to me. Apologies. But mine was also granted by the 3rd, Hachiyuki replied, his expression unchanged. Naruto stammered, momentarily taken aback before continuing. "Can you guess how I got it?" "Did you bribe the 3rd? Hachiyuki quipped. "Fool. It's a reward for my accomplishments." Naruto retorted indignantly. "Oh, I also received a super powerful technique." "Oh, aren't you curious? Don't you want to know how?" "Not particularly, Hachiyuki. Please, just ask me. You know you want to know." Naruto implored, adopting a pitiful expression. "Fine, how did you do it?" Naruto perked up, pointing his thumb at himself. "I defeated Mizuki, who tried to steal the sealing technique." "Well, it was the bad Mizuki. And I also protected Irika-sensei, so the 3rd rewarded me with this forehead protector and an incredibly powerful technique, the multi-shadow clone technique. I'll show you one day. It's amazing." "All right, let us hurry and register," Hachiyuki urged. "I didn't eat yesterday and am starving. Let us go. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen." "Hachiyuki, you're the best," Naruto exclaimed joyfully. With the promise of delicious Ichiraku ramen, Naruto quickly forgot about the previous day's teasing by Hachiyuki. Such innocence and simplicity are characteristic of a reincarnation of Ashura. Hachiyuki felt a sense of accomplishment for having successfully misled Naruto. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, an unexpected complication arose. Naruto's photo was rejected and sent back by the 3rd Hokage for retaking. Dejected, Naruto approached Hachiyuki to leave, and Hachiyuki said, "I have something to discuss with the 3rd Hokage. You may go ahead." "Oh, all right then." With that, Naruto departed. "Hachiyuki, what is it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. "3rd Hokage, I developed a new ninjutsu yesterday. Please take a look," Hachiyuki said, producing the scroll and handing it over. "Oh, let me see." Sarutobi Hiruzen examined the scroll, growing increasingly astonished. The design of this new technique was remarkably ingenious. It utilized chakra from the body substitution technique to release a form akin to the shadow clone technique. And it even reduced the number of seals required, significantly lowering its difficulty. "You are a genius, Hachiyuki," Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. "This innovation is comparable to that of the 2nd Hokage. Very well, I will keep the scroll for now, but regarding your reward, I will need to confer with the Elder Council. You may return for now, and remember to come back in 3 days for class placement." Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe and spoke slowly to Hachiyuki. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Hachiyuki bowed politely before returning home. Chapter 6. A word to awaken the dreamer. Upon returning home, Xia Xia Yaxue resumed her research on the technique of shadow clones. The next step involved infusing her mental will into the clones, which is the essence of the shadow clone technique. Lacking the scroll for this technique, Xia Xia Yaxue had no choice but to explore and deduce it on her own, experimenting, failing, and documenting her attempts. The cycle of trial and error persisted, with each failure causing her mental strain and resulting in headaches. For 3 consecutive days, she oscillated between experimentation and the throes of frustration. After yet another failure, she rubbed her temples, which felt as if they were about to burst, and gazed out the window at the starry night sky above Konoha. She had not anticipated that this B-rank ninjutsu would prove so challenging. A faint smile of bitterness crossed her face as she pondered her own lack of genius. How had the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, managed to develop so many jutsu throughout his life? Perhaps it would be best to set it aside for a while and return when inspiration struck, she thought helplessly. The following day marked the day of class assignments. Xia Xia Yaxue arrived at the classroom, where a group of newly appointed genin buzzed with excitement, discussing their future instructors with wide-eyed enthusiasm. Indifferently, she reclined in her chair, legs stretched out on the desk, arms crossed over her chest, indifferent to the lively atmosphere around her. Her mind wandering to when she had caught the attention of that old schemer, Danzo. She was merely a civilian ninja. What could possibly warrant such interest? Now, being forced into the role of a ninja, did this mean her dream of a leisurely life was to be extinguished? No, it could not be. Surely, there must still be hope. What could it be? Lost in her thoughts, she barely registered the classic scene where Naruto took Sasuke's first kiss. The classroom erupted with excitement, and the girls harboring secret crushes on Sasuke glared daggers at Naruto, wishing to devour him whole, while the other boys joined in, reveling in the chaos. Shikamaru was the only one, like Xia Xia Yaxue, indifferent to the Naruto and Sasuke pairing. He observed her with curiosity. He poked her back lightly. Baxu, what are you so deeply engrossed in thinking about? Nothing much, just contemplating the class assignments, she replied nonchalantly. The assignments are merely a formality. The lists have already been finalized, Shikamaru said, raising a finger to his lips and shaking his head slightly. Oh, do you have some insider information, Shikamaru? Do share. She feigned interest. Not much, really. It and Appos. Just that typical teams consist of 3 genin, paired with 1 J-nin or CH-nin leader. The children from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have already been grouped together under a familiar J-nin. Xia Xia Yaxue listened attentively, as if she were grasping at a blind spot. Yet the realization eluded her. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Being a civilian, she was unlikely to be assigned to a J-nin like the 12 ninja guardians. Instead, she would probably end up in a mediocre team led by a CH-nin. What could a CH-nin-led team accomplish? Surely, they would only be tasked with menial D-rank missions, at most delivering supplies for C-rank tasks. Once she fulfilled a certain quota of missions, she could apply to retire or transition into a civilian role under the 3rd Hokage. Thus, her dream of a leisurely life would come to fruition, perfectly planned. A renewed sense of hope blossomed within her, illuminating her future. She turned to Shikamaru with a smile. Thank you, Shikamaru. Haha, it's nothing, just some common knowledge, he replied. May I ask you something? Shikamaru leaned closer, his eyes sparkling with interest. Go ahead. I sense that you don't seem particularly excited about the class assignments. May I inquire why? Because I never intended to be a ninja in the first place. I almost dropped out after failing the assessment. The 3rd Hokage practically dragged me here. She shrugged, conveying her resignation. What? You don't want to be a ninja? Shikamaru exclaimed, astonished. My dream is to be a food vendor, to run a stall, earn a little money, and eventually marry a civilian I love. Living a simple life, she confessed. What? That's exactly what I desire too. I loathe the idea of becoming a ninja. It's far too troublesome, Shikamaru said, delighted. The two shared a glance. An unspoken bond of mutual understanding and camaraderie forming between them. Yet, she knew this was impossible. Due to her family's legacy, she was bound to be a ninja, while Shikamaru, with his evident potential, would never be allowed to abandon his path in favor of a stall. What? Me exceptional? Don't jest, Shikamaru. I've always been at the bottom of the class. Ah, the astute can see that you are concealing your true capabilities, he replied. What? How did you figure that out? Your chakra levels. Haven't you noticed? Everyone's chakra growth is relatively uniform, yet. Shikamaru smiled enigmatically. We all utilize our family's secret techniques to refine our chakra, which are inherently superior to the methods taught at school. The fact that you can keep pace with us only serves to demonstrate your exceptional talent. Shikamaru and Appos' words struck Xia Xia Yaxue like a bolt of lightning, awakening her to a startling realization. So that was it. This was why Danzo had set his sights on her. He must not have perceived her as exceptionally talented. Rather, he likely suspected that she possessed some undisclosed secret technique, prompting him to draw her into the roots, to extract memories with the Yamanaka clan's techniques and seize her secrets. Danzo, WCNM, Xia Xia Yaxue cursed inwardly. Once he had fixated on something, there would be no end to it unless she perished. He would stop at nothing to obtain what he coveted, much like the Sharingan. Even Uchiha Shursui, with his Mangeki Sharingan, had not escaped his grasp. What chance did she stand? Danger. Chapter 7. Assigned to Team 7. Upon discovering the reason why he had caught Danzo's attention, Natsuki Hachiyuki became acutely aware of his perilous situation. The prospect of living as a mere civilian was rendered impossible. It was a certain path to death, at least until Danzo met his demise. Becoming a ninja offered at least the semblance of safety under the sun, as Danzo would be reluctant to act excessively bold, mindful of not provoking Sarutobi Hiruzen. In contrast, as a civilian, Danzo could fabricate any pretext to take Natsuki to the root for his own whims. Natsuki pondered melancholically, lamenting how his dreams of a leisurely life had come to such an abrupt end. Power, oh power, his yearning for strength had never been more fervent. In this distorted world of ninjas, lacking strength meant even the simplest existence as a civilian was unattainable. Resolving to focus on furthering his research on the shadow clone technique, he believed he had chosen the right path. The potential of this technique was immense, and he could infuse his own ideas to develop formidable jutsu. Outside the classroom, a steady stream of jonin arrived to call forth the lower-ranked students, leaving only Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Natsuki seated in boredom. Naruto leaned closer and asked, "Hey Hachiyuki, who do you think our team leader will be? Will it be just one person? How would I know?" Natsuki replied, pushing Naruto and Appo's head away. He mused to himself. It's likely still Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. What will become of me? A separate team? Well, perhaps that's for the best. I'd prefer not to be entangled with Team 7, which is destined to confront formidable threats. I just need to tread carefully and survive until Danzo meets his end at Sasuke's hands, or perhaps I could find an opportunity to eliminate Danzo beforehand. There was also the possibility of being placed on the same team as Sakura. That would be acceptable, even though she was an ardent admirer of Sasuke. It mattered little to him. He had no intention of marrying her. It would suffice to merely observe her from afar. As for Sasuke, Natsuki cast a discreet glance, thinking that the farther this ungrateful wretch stayed away from him, the better. Unexpectedly, Sasuke caught Natsuki's gaze and coldly remarked, "What are you staring at, you underachiever?" Before Natsuki could respond, Naruto, indignant, clenched his fists and retorted, "What did you say? You jerk. Watch it, or I'll teach you a lesson." "Humph," Sasuke scoffed, dismissing Naruto. "You are just as much an underachiever." Furious, Naruto glared at Sasuke, and the two exchanged fiery looks until they simultaneously recalled something, turning away in disgust. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Kakashi finally arrived, entering with an air of disheartened nonchalance. "Apologies for my tardiness. A cat blocked my path," he said, his demeanor lacking enthusiasm. "By the way, you four are now officially Team 7, and I will be your leader. My name is Hatake Kakashi, and I hold the rank of Jonin. Why do we have 4 members in our team?" Naruto inquired, pointing at Sasuke. Kakashi shot him a glance and explained, "The Hokage deemed you a reserve shinobi, an additional member assigned to our team as an outsider." "Nani?" Naruto exclaimed, wide-eyed. The Hokage must be losing his mind. He expressed his exasperation. "How dare you speak disrespectfully about the Hokage?" Kakashi reprimanded sharply. Sasuke chuckled mockingly at Naruto, causing the latter's veins to bulge in anger. Natsuki observed silently, pondering that he might be the true outsider in this scenario. What could be the third Hokage's intention in placing him in Team 7? Kakashi then led them to the rooftop, instructing everyone to introduce themselves and share their dreams. As anticipated, Naruto's aspiration was to become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition. Sasuke's dream was one of vengeance, while Sakura's was simply Sasuke. Finally, it was Natsuki's turn. Kakashi turned to him and said, "All right, Natsuki Hachiyuki, it's your turn. What is your dream?" This familiar prompt nearly prompted Natsuki to exclaim, "I am deeply passionate about singing. It is my very life." Clearing his throat, he instead stated, "My dream is to avoid becoming a ninja and to run a food stall, living a life of happiness." Upon hearing Natsuki express his desire to be a carefree civilian rather than a ninja, Kakashi appeared slightly taken aback, then adopted his usual indifferent gaze, responding nonchalantly, "Well, now that everyone has shared their dreams, we can call it a day. Tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., we'll gather at the training ground for a survival exercise. Remember, do not eat breakfast." After dispersing, the group returned home. Natsuki walked leisurely, suddenly recalling that he had yet to receive the reward for developing his jutsu. Goodness, how many days has it been? Sarutobi must truly be losing his wits, he mused as he arrived home. Unbeknownst to him, The Hokage's office was currently in an uproar over the matter of his reward. Chapter 8. The explosive clone in the Hokage Tower of Konoha. A thunderous roar reverberated from within. No, I cannot agree, Shimura Danzo exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table. Hiruzen-sama, this is absolutely unacceptable. How can we grant such a substantial reward? He is merely a civilian ninja. A trivial allocation of points would suffice. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained silent. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, his gaze shifting towards the heads of the surrounding clans. Hyuga Hazashi furrowed his brow slightly. This jutsu indeed possesses great potential and could significantly enhance Konoha's combat capabilities. Nara Shikaku inclined his body slightly towards the third Hokage and remarked, Hokage-sama. While the jutsu developed by Natsuki Hachiyuki is classified as C rank, it is precisely due to this ranking that its significance is underscored. Most of our lower ninjas only know the basic transformation technique, but the true clone technique developed by Hachiyuki can greatly augment Konoha's strength. In some respects, it is even more valuable than S-rank jutsu. He then turned to Danzo and added, Elder Danzo, you cannot deny this point. Upon hearing Shikaku's statement, Yamenka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza echoed in unison. We concur with Shikaku's words. Danzo retorted loudly. I acknowledge the contribution of Natsuki Hachiyuki's jutsu to Konoha. However, the reward must not be excessive. Ultimately, Konoha relies on the strength of our shinobi clan. A reward corresponding to an A-rank mission will suffice. The other clan leaders nodded slightly, understanding that resources in Konoha were limited. If too much was allocated to others, their own shares would diminish. Yet, they refrained from publicly assuming the role of the villain. It was preferable for Danzo to take on that burden while they remained silent, leaving the rest to him. Coughing softly, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally interjected. We have been deliberating for 3 days, and all present acknowledge Natsuki Hachiyuki's contributions. A reward for an A-rank mission is indeed not feasible. How about this? I shall grant Natsuki Hachiyuki a one-time A-rank mission evaluation, along with an opportunity to peruse the sealed scrolls. What does everyone think? The assembly agreed, recognizing that as long as no resources were given, merely a chance to view the sealed scrolls was a matter of Hokage's discretion, sparing their own expenses. They unanimously praised. The third Hokage is wise. Let us proceed with this proposal. Shikaku wished to voice further thoughts, but was restrained by Noichi's hand on his sleeve, compelling him to silence. Danzo remained somewhat dissatisfied. Hiruzen, hand over Natsuki Hachiyuki to me. He must have ulterior motives. My root will ascertain the truth. Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. No, he is now a member of Team 7. Internally, he felt a tinge of resentment towards his old friend, who constantly fixated on the position of Hokage, seeking to consolidate everything for himself. It was time to assert some boundaries. Danzo. He began, but Danzo was cut off as Hiruzen continued. Remember, I am the Hokage. With a huff, Danzo swept his sleeve and stormed out. The others, having grown accustomed to such scenes, rose to bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen called over an Umbu member, instructing, Go, deliver the reward to Natsuki Hachiyuki, and inform him that he may visit the sealed scrolls at any time. The Umbu departed promptly, while Hiruzen stood, stretching his weary back, and approached his desk. He unveiled the cloth covering the crystal ball, and soon, a peculiar, sinister chuckle emanated from his office. Natsuki Hachiyuki, pausing his research on the shadow clone technique, redirected his focus towards enhancing his true clone technique with additional capabilities. What enhancements should I consider? He pondered, absently chewing on a pen as his gaze roamed the room aimlessly. His eyes landed upon an explosive tag. A brilliant idea sparked in his mind. The principle of the explosive tag involves sealing fire-style chakra poised to detonate onto a piece of paper, which, when the seal is lifted under specific conditions, triggers an explosion. Thus, he resolved to inscribe the sealing technique that ignites the explosion within his clones, augmenting it with the corresponding fire-style ninjutsu. At the moment of detonation, the chakra from the entire clone would serve as the explosive material, yielding damage several times greater than that of a standard explosive tag. Inspired, Hachiyuki's spirits soared as he retrieved the only 2 explosive tags in his possession and began his research. He toiled through the night, and by dawn, as he surveyed the 2 ruined explosive tags, his heart ached. Each tag was worth 8,000 Ryo. He named his newly conceived ninjutsu the explosive clone technique. This technique could produce up to 20 clones simultaneously, each possessing physical form. During the creation of these clones, one could set conditions for detonation, leading to a violent explosion upon impact or when time elapsed. Moreover, the creator could remotely control the explosion via hand seals, with the power determined by the chakra quantity of the clones. At long last, Hachiyuki had developed a lethal technique, theoretically possessing an exceptionally high ceiling for enhancement. By modifying the ceiling fire-style ninjutsu, or amplifying his chakra, he could significantly elevate its potency. However, without any fire-style jutsu at his disposal, his explosive clone technique resembled a gun without bullets. Thus, acquiring a fire-style technique became an urgent task for him. Fire-style. Isn't there a bumbling fool in my squad? Tomorrow, I'll go and deceive him. No, merely exchange something with him. The plan is flawless. As fatigue washed over him, Hachiyuki felt his eyelids growing heavy. Yawning, he made his way to bed and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 9. Survival exercise on the second day. Xia Xia Yaxue, as expected, awoke late. He was in no hurry, leisurely finishing his breakfast before tidying up and meandering towards the training ground. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke had already gathered. The trio, adhering to Kakashi's instructions, had come early without breakfast and had been sunbathing for several hours, appearing quite weary. Baxu greeted them cheerfully. "Good morning. You all arrived quite early." Naruto called out. "Baxu, did Kakashi-sensei give you a heads up? Why are you so late?" "Please don't misunderstand. I simply overslept." Baxu replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Observing Naruto's skeptical expression, he added, "Isn't Kakashi-sensei still not here?" At this, the trio grew even more irate. When noon approached, Kakashi finally made his tardy entrance, apologizing. "Minasan, I regret to say that I lost my way on the path of life." Naruto and Sakura sprang up in unison, exclaiming, "You liar. A big liar." Kakashi, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, don't sweat the details." He then produced 3 bells, declaring, "Today's survival exercise involves snatching these bells from me." Noticing the nonchalant demeanor of the children, his expression shifted, and he warned, "Those who cannot obtain my bells will be eliminated and sent back to the Ninja Academy." At this announcement, the trio instantly became serious. Sasuke brandished shurikens. Sakura retrieved 2 kunai, and Naruto's face transformed into a mask of determination, as if his fighting spirit were materializing. Perhaps they recalled Kakashi's prior assertion of being an outside instructor. Only Baxu retained an air of indifference. Kakashi signaled the start. Sakura and Sasuke dashed into the woods to conceal themselves, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Baxu scoffed at their strategy, deeming it a grave underestimation of AJ Nin's prowess. A mere genin hiding for a sneak attack could achieve little. Rather, it would grant the opponent an opportunity to counterattack. It would be wiser to confront Naruto head-on, where there remained a glimmer of hope. "Damn it! Let me teach you a lesson." Naruto shouted loudly before confidently proclaiming, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." With a series of explosive sounds, nearly 100 clones of Naruto surged towards Kakashi. The sight astonished Kakashi, who hadn't anticipated such a reservoir of chakra from Naruto. Meanwhile, Baxu created a handful of clones, each a tangible entity, with one possessing the strength of AJ Nin. Yet, rather than sending them into battle, he merely watched as Kakashi dispatched Naruto's clones with ease, punching them aside like whack-a-mole. Suddenly, a colossal fireball erupted from the woods, hurtling towards Kakashi. Unperturbed, he deftly vanished, employing the body flicker technique. The fireball obliterated the remaining Naruto clones, reducing them to wisps of smoke. "Sasuke, whose side are you on?" Naruto bellowed. Emerging from the woods, Sasuke scowled. "Shut up. Deadweight." He understood that his fireball had inadvertently aided Kakashi, harming his own teammates instead. Sakura, too, hurled her kunai, prompting Kakashi to effortlessly catch them, making matters even more troublesome. The sounds of destruction echoed as Naruto's remaining clones were swiftly dismantled. Baxu commanded his clones to charge, with 2 clones using kunai to obstruct Kakashi's vision. The rest seized handfuls of dirt and stones, shouting, "Earth-style, mudslide technique." They launched the debris at Kakashi's face. Kakashi's expression darkened. He found their tactics rather unsporting. Yet, he was left with no choice but to retreat, lest he be blinded. Each of Baxu's clones possessed the strength of a Chunin, proving quite a handful. As 4 clones ensnared Kakashi, Sasuke shouted, "All right, hold him tight." He began forming hand seals, summoning another massive fireball. Kakashi barked a command, "Listen closely." With a thunderous crash, a wooden stump emerged. This was a substitution technique, confirming that the fireball could not claim lives. The 4 clones dissipated into smoke, igniting a fire of frustration within Bakushu. "What are you doing, Sasuke? You're utterly useless," he exclaimed mercilessly. Sasuke's face darkened further. But Bakushu paid him no mind. He still had 4 clones remaining, including the J-Nin. Bakushu instructed his clones to form a protective barrier around him to guard against Kakashi's ambush. As expected, a voice rang out, "Earth-style, heart-cutting technique." Naruto was caught off guard, his body ensnared with only his head protruding. What a perfect opportunity. Bakushu and the clones charged towards Naruto. Kakashi had just emerged from the earth when the familiar call echoed again, "Earth-style, mudslide technique." Caught unprepared, Kakashi swallowed a mouthful of dirt, his eyes watering uncontrollably. Nearby, Naruto lamented, "Damn it, my eyes." Suddenly, a fist struck from the side, aimed at Kakashi's waist. With his eyes closed, Kakashi grasped the hand, intending to throw it aside. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. This hand possessed formidable strength, reminiscent of A.J. Nin's power. Kakashi was taken aback, but before he could react, his hands were firmly seized. 2 powerful punches landed squarely on his eyes, and a new panda appeared. In the ensuing chaos, the bell from Kakashi's waist was snatched away. Bakushu stood afar, grinning, and remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, does this count as passing? You all qualify, but Bakushu, refrain from employing such underhanded tactics in the future." Kakashi responded with a tone of admonishment. After the exercise concluded, Kakashi intended to treat everyone to barbecue at the Akimichi clan for some team bonding. However, an Umbu appeared, announcing, "Xia Bakushu, your reward has arrived, an A-rank mission reward and an opportunity to view the sealing scroll, available for you to peruse at any time." Chapter 10. The completion of the explosive clone. During the summer, Hachiyuki arrived at the Hokage office, where he first collected the reward for an A-rank mission. His new task points had been duly recorded, along with a monetary reward of 2 million ryo. However, Hachiyuki was not particularly concerned about this A-rank reward. His focus lay instead on the reward from the Book of Seals. He had long coveted the Flying Thunder God technique contained within it, for mastering it would ensure his personal safety. Hachiyuki made his way to the sealing chamber where the Book of Seals was kept. Presenting the Hokage's insignia to the guarding ninja, he was granted access. Upon opening the Book of Seals, he swiftly located the page detailing the Flying Thunder God technique and diligently recorded every intricate detail, including the processes employed by the 2nd and 4th Hokage in mastering and developing the technique. In the span of an hour, he exerted himself to memorize the technique in its entirety. Upon exiting the Hokage office, he did not return home directly, but instead ventured to the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha compound was eerily quiet, and with little effort, Hachiyuki located Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke regarded Hachiyuki coldly. "What brings you here?" With a smile, Hachiyuki replied, "I came here to find you, of course." Sasuke remained silent, his icy gaze fixed on Hachiyuki, who continued unperturbed. "By the way, Sasuke, what do you think of the technique I used today? Would you like to learn my clone technique?" Sasuke's eyes lit up, but doubt crept in as he responded, "You would teach me?" He had recognized the uniqueness of Hachiyuki's clone technique, and, upon inquiring with Kakashi, discovered that it was an original creation of Hachiyuki. The revelation struck Sasuke hard. How could someone he had always looked down upon suddenly transform into an intellectual he felt he could not aspire to match? Sasuke's pride was formidable. Though eager to learn this technique, he would rather perish than humbly ask Hachiyuki for guidance. The pride of the Uchiha would not permit such a request. Hachiyuki chuckled. "Do you think anything comes for free?" Sasuke's expression shifted to one of understanding, his posture slightly straighter as he asked, "What do you want? Money? I have no need for money. I desire the Uchiha's fire release techniques." Hachiyuki gestured with his hand. "The Uchiha's secret arts cannot be divulged." "Ah, don't be so rigid, Sasuke. I have no interest in your clan's advanced techniques. Surely trading for the Great Fireball technique would not be too difficult? Are you serious? Just for the Great Fireball?" Sasuke mused that if he could exchange the Great Fireball for Hachiyuki's technique, it would be a lucrative deal. Hachiyuki scratched his nose, realizing it might be a bit unfair to only exchange for the Great Fireball. Thus, he added, "What if you also provided me with some basic information on the Sharingan?" "What? Are you also coveting my clan's bloodline limit?" Sasuke's anger flared as he jumped up, brandishing a kunai at Hachiyuki. Calm down, calm down. Just some general information. I'm merely curious." Besides, you currently have no active Sharingan, do you? If I make any significant discoveries, you could benefit as well, Hachiyuki reassured him, gesturing soothingly. Sasuke scoffed. With your abilities? You can't possibly derive anything worthwhile without the Uchiha bloodline. That is not your concern. If I fail to derive anything, that is my problem. So, shall we exchange? Hachiyuki proposed. Under those conditions, I can't agree, Sasuke replied, feigning indifference. Internally, Sasuke felt a thrill. This exchange was advantageous for him. Trading a few worthless pieces of basic Sharingan information and a C-rank technique for such a powerful secret technique. The two exchanged their scrolls, each examining the contents. Joy illuminated Sasuke's face as he disregarded Hachiyuki and turned to leave for home. Hachiyuki, wishing to bid farewell, lowered his hand midwave, reflecting, this guy is truly insufferable. Having successfully acquired the desired techniques, Hachiyuki brimmed with confidence, determined to perfect his explosive clone technique that very day. He dashed home and, after a light meal, took a sheet of paper to outline his plans. There were numerous aspects he needed to research, necessitating a prioritization of his studies. First and foremost was the urgent enhancement of his offensive capabilities, hence the explosive clone technique took precedence. Following that was the Flying Thunder God technique, and lastly, the Sharingan. The Great Fireball possessed considerable power, yet its drawbacks included a slow execution and flight speed. However, when combined with the clone technique, these shortcomings would be mitigated, and the relatively simple hand seals for the Great Fireball would allow for more convenient integration. The hand seal sequence for the Great Fireball technique is rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger, which must be completed within 5 seconds, followed by expelling the chakra from the throat. Hachiyuki endeavored to reduce the number of seals, and at the moment of release, he linked the chakra condensation pathway to the clone, altering the method of release to a sudden explosion of chakra from his entire body, rather than expelling a fireball from his mouth. This enhancement amplified the technique's power by more than tenfold, enabling a rapid detonation that left foes with no time to react, reducing them to ashes. After an entire sleepless night, as dawn broke, Hachiyuki emerged with dark circles under his eyes, yet excitement radiated from his face. At last, I have succeeded. My explosive clone technique. Chapter 11. The mission of Team 7. At the break of dawn the following day, Kakashi led Team 7 on a D-rank mission, a rite of passage for all genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi opted to assist the villagers in planting rice seedlings. As they gathered, Hate strolled in lazily. However, Kakashi's Sharingan quickly discerned that it was not her true self, but a mere shadow clone. Kakashi was at a loss for words. This little rascal was quite cunning, having resorted to using clones to shirk work in just a few days, more resourceful than he had ever been. The shadow clone of Hate joined Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in the rice paddy, toiling under the scorching sun. Even Naruto, who boasted the vitality of the Uzumaki clan, felt the weight of fatigue, let alone Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto expressed his profound indignation at Kakashi, who lounged beneath a tree, avoiding the labor. The unscrupulous Kakashi merely shrugged, declaring that it was of no consequence. He intended to pocket half of the mission's reward without lifting a finger. Upon hearing this, Naruto erupted in fury, akin to a baboon, leaping about in agitation. He turned to the shadow clone of Hate and exclaimed, "Hate, don't you think this is unfair?" The clone merely nodded silently, aware of its role as an unfeeling extension of its master, while the true Hate reclined nearby, evading responsibility. From the shade of a nearby tree, Hate withdrew a small scroll and a refreshing drink she had just prepared, glancing at her companions laboring diligently in the field. A sense of contentment washed over her. Happiness thrives on contrast. She suddenly found herself reminiscing about her university days, realizing that the drink tasted even sweeter in this moment. Surely, this was but an illusion. She could never be one to revel in others' misfortune. Regaining her composure, she turned her attention to studying the Flying Thunder God technique. Renowned as the most difficult S-rank ninjutsu, the intricate array of spatial nodes overwhelmed her, reminiscent of the challenging calculus problems she once solved in school. Furthermore, there was a time constraint. One had to analyze and connect the current spatial node with the target node in mere seconds to unleash the technique. How arduous. Leaning against the tree, Hayate's eyes glazed over, her thoughts swirling chaotically. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Only the fourth Hokage had mastered this technique after its development by the second. Did this not suggest that the ninjas of the leaf were, on average, rather lacking in academic prowess? This realization brought a smile to her face as she looked down upon the third Hokage, derisively questioning his title as a ninjutsu professor. How absurd. Her mind raced, contemplating whether to explore other techniques. The challenges posed by the Uchiha's Sharingan were not insignificant. Having studied the materials Sasuke provided, she found them largely consistent with analyses from her previous life, particularly regarding the application of Yin chakra in the eyes. Lacking Yin chakra herself, she was unable to experiment. Regarding the transformation of personality upon awakening the Sharingan, especially the Manjiki, Hate surmised that it likely stemmed from the Uchiha's ignorance of their chakra pathways. The overwhelming chakra flooding the eyes might clog the cerebral pathways instead of dispersing excess chakra, leading to mental disturbances. If this were the case, the notorious reputation of the Uchiha as malevolent would indeed be unjust, merely a group of individuals suffering from cerebral blockages. As for the Eternal Youth technique, her progress remained focused on unlocking the acupoints along the Rin Meridian, a slow endeavor that could not be rushed. The Rin Meridian, known as the Sea of Yin, traverses the center of the abdomen, truly a place of Yin energy. Perhaps once fully opened, she could grasp the transformation of spiritual energy into Yin chakra. With a sigh, Hate resolved to continue her studies of the Flying Thunder God. Thus, Team 7 spent a month engaged in D-rank missions, a reflection of their leader's character. Hate's shadow clone, much like its master, was adept at evading work, the only difference being that the clone did not vocalize its grievances as the original would. Each time a mission was assigned, the original would accompany Team 7 to receive it, while the clone would carry out the task, leaving the true Hate to study nearby. Kakashi, aware of the ruse but choosing to remain silent, enjoyed his own leisurely escape, while Naruto grew increasingly suspicious of Hate but could find no evidence to confront her. Sasuke, fully aware, opted to employ his own shadow clone technique to join in the leisure, leaving his true self to train elsewhere. Upon witnessing Sasuke also indulging in idleness, Kakashi could hardly suppress the twitches of his masked face, lamenting the audacity of his students. Was it truly fair to bully a lackluster teammate in such a manner? He cast a sympathetic glance at Naruto, who remained blissfully ignorant, fervently striving to impress Sakura while mockingly commenting on Sasuke's lack of vigor that day. Kakashi, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of compassion for the poor boy, opting instead to conceal his amusement behind a book, lest he succumb to laughter at the absurdity unfolding before him. Chapter 12. Journey to the Land of Waves. On this day, after completing a mission to catch cats, Kakashi led the members of Team 7 to the Hokage's office to report their task. Throughout the journey, Naruto Uzumaki incessantly chatted with Kakashi, pleading, "Kakashi-sensei, can we take on a more formidable mission? Please, Kakashi-sensei." As he spoke, he attempted to deploy his most endearing gaze. Kakashi turned to ask, "What about you all? Do you wish to undertake a higher-level mission?" Sasuke responded with a cool nod, affirming, "That would be best." Sakura, however, nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing and remarked, "But our abilities might still be insufficient. Perhaps we should refrain." "Do not worry, Sakura-chan. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will protect you," Naruto declared, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he turned to Yukake's Hachiyuki, exclaiming, "Hachiyuki, what about you?" Hachiyuki pondered for a moment before sincerely stating, "Kakashi-sensei, I believe we still need to hone our skills further. A high-level mission may be premature." "How can you be so timid, Hachiyuki?" Naruto replied, disappointment evident in his voice. Kakashi's expression twitched slightly. Since meeting Hachiyuki, his perspective had certainly broadened. This newly promoted genin audaciously slacked off during missions, feigning weakness despite having attained a Chunin-level prowess. How brazen. Kakashi mused to himself, "You merely wish to continue your leisurely existence in the village." Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Naruto shouted boisterously at the third Hokage, demanding a high-level mission. The third Hokage feigned exasperation at Naruto's antics, producing a mission scroll that he had prepared in advance, and handed it over, saying, "Very well. This C-rank mission is assigned to you. Escort Mr. Tazuna back to the Land of Waves." "What? That's fantastic." Naruto leaped into the air, joyfully expressing his gratitude to the Hokage. Hachiyuki, however, maintained a composed demeanor. She had initially intended to spend another month in the village refining her Flying Thunder God technique, which had begun to show promise, yet unexpectedly received an out-of-village assignment. As Team 7 departed from the Hokage's office, a figure entered the office, Danzo Shimura. Danzo addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi, saying, "Hiruzen, that Hachiyuki kid is associating with Uchiha and the Nine Tails. He must have ulterior motives. Send my root to investigate and see if we can uncover his intentions." Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, contemplated for a moment before responding. "Danzo, you may investigate, but exercise caution. Do not harm him. A talent like Hachiyuki is of great importance to Konoha. Do not be so naive, Hiruzen. Follow my orders. I am the Hokage," Danzo retorted before storming out. Back at Root, he summoned his subordinates, commanding them to eliminate Hachiyuki in the Land of Waves and acquire his chakra enhancement secrets at any cost, even if it meant silencing him permanently. Unbeknownst to Hachiyuki, a web of conspiracy was being woven around him. He attended a brief meeting with Team 7, where Kakashi instructed everyone to prepare for their journey. Kakashi clapped his hands, announcing, "All right, everyone, go make your preparations. We depart first thing tomorrow morning." Hachiyuki thought to himself, so this is what the mission to the Land of Waves entails. He had remained in the village for the past month, avoiding Danzo's scrutiny. But now that they were leaving the Fire Country, he was certain Danzo would take action. His mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique was still incomplete, and he did not feel entirely comfortable with it. Its execution was sporadic, and he struggled with accuracy. If he accidentally teleported underground, he could find himself in quite an embarrassing predicament, or worse, trapped within a rock and unable to escape, which would be a disgrace for a traveler. Hachiyuki meticulously packed the tools he might need, along with research materials and money, into a sealing scroll. He decided to visit Tenten's store to purchase a few food-preserving storage scrolls, unsure if he could bring along some provisions. At Tenten's ninja tool shop, he found her attending to customers. "Tenten, aren't you out on a mission today?" he inquired. "Not today. What ninja tools do you need? I can get them for you," she replied, shaking her head and smiling sweetly. "I need a storage scroll that can preserve food." "Sure thing. What size do you require?" "How much for a 1-cubic scroll?" 1 million Rio. "And for a 2-cubic scroll?" 3 million Rio. "Wow, that's quite expensive. I'll take the 1-cubic scroll, thank you." "Hee, thank you for your patronage." Tenten handed him a small storage scroll, advising, "Be careful when using it. Do not place anything too large inside, or it may burst." Hachiyuki nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, he prepared a variety of portable dishes, including dumplings, cakes, and marinated meats, filling the 1-cubic storage scroll to the brim with an assortment of food. As a person from a different world, he simply could not endure the monotonous diet of rice balls and soldier pills featured in Naruto. He made every effort to indulge his palate within the confines of his limited resources. The following day, the group convened at the village entrance, where they met their client, Mr. Tazuna. Tazuna was an old drunkard, already inebriated early in the morning. Hachiyuki keenly observed that this old man's eyes were clear, suggesting he was not truly intoxicated. Perhaps he intended to use alcohol as a fade to mask his true intentions. Sure enough, after a while, Tazuna began to provoke them. Expressing doubts about the strength of Hachiyuki and his companions, his words laced with disdain. Naruto, incensed by Tazuna's taunts, nearly leaped at him to deliver a few punches. Hachiyuki maintained a stoic expression as he watched Tazuna's performance. Kakashi restrained the irate Naruto, turning to Hachiyuki and saying, "Hachiyuki, why don't you try to calm Naruto?" With a smile, Hachiyuki replied, "But Kakashi-sensei, Naruto is doing quite well." He then turned to Tazuna, coldly stating, "Mr. Tazuna, while you have paid us to protect you, I kindly ask that you show some respect. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate someone who cannot control their tongue." Tazuna, caught in Hachiyuki's icy gaze, was rendered speechless and retreated sheepishly. Kakashi sighed, "Enough, Hachiyuki. You should show more respect to our client." After the commotion settled, the group finally set off. Not far from Konoha, they encountered an ambush set by the Mist Ninja duo. Upon seeing the water puddle, Hachiyuki could not help but cover his forehead with his hand. Do these Mist Ninja have no sense at all? He thought, while it had not seemed so apparent while watching the anime. Now, observing this water puddle, it was riddled with flaws. Who is a puddle with absolutely no mud? This shallow puddle, yet a deep sea blue color. If it weren't for the presence of others, Hachiyuki would have been tempted to relieve himself to give it a more realistic hue. Chapter 13. Confrontation with the Mist Ninja amidst the sound of rushing water. The puddle vanished, and 2 figures leapt forth. They were none other than 2 nin from the mist, nameless extras who brandished chains as they charged towards Kakashi. The one leading the group. The chains danced through the air, ensnaring Kakashi, And with a forceful tug from the duo, a blood-curdling scream echoed, as if Kakashi were being torn asunder. One of the ch let out a sinister chuckle, proclaiming, "First." In unison, they shifted their focus to Hachiyuki. With a furrowed brow, Hachiyuki pondered, "Why have these two fools set their sights on me?" Subtly, he edged behind Naruto, only to find that the two ch mirrored his movements, chanting, "Second." This was a traditional tactic of the mist, a method of naming targets to amplify psychological pressure. Indeed, Naruto and Sasuke stood frozen, paralyzed by fear like two quails. Hachiyuki found their theatrics absurd. Why were they fixated on him? Having discreetly positioned himself behind Naruto, he thought, why not target Naruto instead? Surely, you can see Sasuke with that enormous ping-pong paddle? Frustration welled up in Hachiyuki. It was time for a lesson. With a decisive hand sign, he shouted, and in an instant, 20 solid clones emerged, each possessing the strength of a ch nin. The two extras faltered, momentarily at a loss, caught in a dilemma. Should they engage or retreat? "Do not panic. This must be an illusion," one ch nin declared, dismissing the clones as mere tricks of a lowly genin. The other, suddenly enlightened, remarked, "I almost fell for your ruse, brat." Interrupting their banter, Hachiyuki commanded, "Go, brothers. Take them down." The 20 clones surged forward, overwhelming the two ch nin, who soon found themselves on the ground, battered and crying out in agony. "This is for targeting me." Hachiyuki vented his frustrations, letting loose all the grievances he had suffered from Danzo. The clones relentlessly pummeled the two, chanting their grievances in unison. As the two ch nin lay nearly defeated, Hachiyuki finally ceased his onslaught, leaving them resembling two pitiful swine. Standing tall, he addressed Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, I believe we've had our fun." Kakashi, scratching his head with a sheepish grin, stepped forward. He had evaded the confrontation using the body flicker technique, merely observing to gauge Team 7's response to real combat. He was astonished by Hachiyuki's prowess, having dispatched the two Miss ch nin with such ease. Kakashi approached the two ch nin, intent on interrogation. Surprisingly, despite their apparent weakness, they demonstrated remarkable resolve, refusing to divulge any information. They were the quintessential extras, nameless and ultimately expendable, incapable of sharing anything of value. Hachiyuki, ever the provocateur, taunted, "Look at them, too proud to speak. They have nothing to say." The ch nin blushed with frustration, one muttering, "You little brat, don't underestimate us." Hachiyuki feigned surprise. "Do you actually possess knowledge? Given your status, that seems unlikely." One ch nin, unable to contain himself, blurted out, "We are Mist Ninja, and today we serve." But suddenly realizing the danger of revealing their mission, he clamped his mouth shut, his face paling as he understood the implications of his slip. "What about it? Continue," Hachiyuki pressed. Yet, no matter how he prodded, the ch nin remained resolutely silent. "Well done, Hachiyuki," Kakashi commended, giving a thumbs up. "This mission has been compromised by Dazna's deception. By C-rank standards, we should not have encountered any ninja combat." Hachiyuki nodded in agreement, indeed. Moreover, these two are merely foot soldiers. There must be stronger jonin lurking behind. Kakashi then addressed Team 7. "The battle has concluded, and Hachiyuki performed admirably, though he was a bit reckless, neglecting the protection of his designated target and the positioning of his teammates. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura should learn from Hachiyuki. His conduct exemplifies a mature ninja." Naruto and Sasuke marveled at Hachiyuki's composure during their first encounter with real combat. Sakura, her eyes sparkling, found herself captivated by Hachiyuki's prowess, momentarily forgetting her admiration for Sasuke, only to shake her head, chastising herself for wavering. Sasuke scoffed, "Hachiyuki, why can you produce 20 clones when I can only manage 3? Are you hiding something?" Hachiyuki chuckled. "Perhaps it's because I'm at the bottom of the ladder," stunning Sasuke into silence. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Wow, Hachiyuki, I didn't know you could perform such an impressive clone technique, but I still far surpass you with my 100 clones during our last exercise." Hachiyuki feigned indifference. Sure. You're absolutely right. I'll be relying on you in the future Hokage." Flattered, Naruto felt elated. "Hachiyuki, you truly are my best friend." Kakashi approached Dazna, stating firmly, "Mr. Dazna, we are ninjas from the leaf and not to be trifled with. Moreover, according to C-rank mission standards, we are only responsible for ensuring safe passage. We should not have been embroiled in ninja combat. This task should be rated at least B rank. You have misrepresented the mission's level, and we reserve the right to refuse. Dazna's expression shifted dramatically as he stammered, I didn't intend to deceive you. Our land of waves is impoverished and cannot afford B-rank compensation. I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. With that, he fell to his knees, weeping and pleading for understanding. Chapter 14. Encounter with Zabuza. Observing Dazna's clumsy performance, Natsuki Hachiyuki remarked, Is it that there are no funds to issue missions, yet there is ample money for daily libations? No matter how impoverished the land of waves may be, it surely can spare a few coins. Mr. Dazna, could it be that you have embezzled the mission fee to indulge in your drinking? Dazna abruptly ceased his lamentations, casting an awkward glance at Hachiyuki, pondering whether this little brat possessed the ability to read his mind, as all his secrets seemed laid bare. Kakashi then interjected, I apologize, Mr. Dazna, but we must terminate this mission. You may return to Konoha with us or depart on your own. Splendid. Kakashi, you have done well, Hachiyuki thought, secretly elated at the prospect of abandoning the mission in the land of waves. He yearned to return to his village and cultivate his strength, for the stronger he became, the lesser the threat posed by Danzo. That old dog Danzo must still harbor thoughts of him, eager to sink his teeth into him. However, Dazna hesitated, seemingly wanting to say more. Sakura chimed in, a B-rank mission is still too early for us. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki, standing nearby, spoke up, Kakashi-sensei. Let us assist him. Look at his age, he is so pitiable. Dazna's eyes brightened. Yes, I have a poor daughter at home. If I were to perish, she would be heartbroken. And my dear grandson, he lamented. Naruto, moved to tears, turned to Kakashi once more. Shouldn't we help those in need? Witnessing Naruto's unexpected display of compassion, Hachiyuki felt exasperated. Naruto, enough. If you continue, my fist may just harden. He quickly interrupted. Do not be deceived, Naruto. Dazna has misreported the mission and deliberately lured us with paltry rewards. Do not fall for his trickery. But Hachiyuki, Mr. Dazna surely did not intend to deceive us. We must trust him, Naruto countered, becoming unreasonable. Hachiyuki thought, Naruto, have you lost your mind? Truly a hot-blooded protagonist, but lacking in intellect. He realized the plan could still be salvaged as long as Kakashi declined the mission. Urgently, Hachiyuki addressed Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, as mere genin. It is reckless to undertake a B-rank mission. We should return to Konoha. Kakashi pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands. Very well, we shall continue the mission. Your words have reminded me, Hachiyuki. It would indeed be too perilous for me to undertake this alone with 3 genin. However, with you, my confidence is restored. Your prowess surpasses that of your peers, and this mission shall serve as a trial for you. He then turned to Dazna. Mr. Dazna, we could have refused your mission due to your misrepresentation. However, if you agree to elevate the mission to a B rank and compensate us accordingly, we shall continue to protect you. What is your decision? Dazna lowered his head, defeated. I understand. I agree. I will provide the necessary funds. Please continue to protect me. Internally, he regretted his earlier greed, realizing now he must make up the difference himself. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Hachiyuki felt as though he might explode. What? My strength is to blame? Is this my fault? Because the mission must go on? Frustration boiled within him, and he longed to grab Naruto by the head and deliver a couple of punches. Do not be like that, Hachiyuki. Mr. Dazna has agreed to elevate the mission, Naruto said, patting Hachiyuki on the shoulder. Get away from me. Hachiyuki retorted. A B-rank mission. We are the first team to undertake a B-rank mission. Are you not excited? Do you wish to return to D-rank missions? Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, I prefer D-rank missions, Hachiyuki replied, his expression devoid of emotion, though internally he mused. 7th Hokage, do you truly believe yourself worthy of such a rank? While you may be formidable in the future, at present, you are merely a novice. What audacity propels you toward a B-rank mission? Uchiha Sasuke shot Hachiyuki a sidelong glance. You prefer D-rank missions? You have not even completed one, while I have endured 3 days of them. Seeing Sasuke's smugness, Hachiyuki dismissed him, thinking it was merely a case of the pot calling the kettle black. He shoved the exuberant Naruto aside. Stay away from me. Under Kakashi's leadership, Team 7 resumed their journey to the Land of Waves. After their departure, a squad of root ninjas emerged, silently observing and documenting Hachiyuki's combat abilities. The leader remarked, Natsuki Hachiyuki's shadow clone technique is highly pragmatic. Each clone possesses substance, and their strength is roughly equivalent to the original. We must swiftly report this intelligence to Lord Danzo. With that, he threw 2 kunai, swiftly eliminating 2 background ninjas, and commanded the others, "Let us follow. We will act according to plan and capture Natsuki Hachiyuki at the opportune moment." After some time, Team 7 finally arrived in the Land of Waves. Dazna addressed Kakashi and the others. "We will reach my home by crossing this forest." Naruto and the others exhaled in relief, finally nearing their destination. The excitement of having left Konoha had been overshadowed by the fatigue of their journey, and the 3 young ones felt weary. Although Hachiyuki's body was not particularly fatigued, the psychological exhaustion from the long trek made him yearn for a proper rest. Kakashi cautioned, "Do not let your guard down. The closer we get to our destination, the greater the likelihood of an enemy ambush." As they entered the forest, a mist began to rise, thickening with each passing moment until visibility became severely limited. Kakashi directed the group to encircle Dazna for protection while he stood to the side, lowering his mask to reveal his Sharingan for keen observation. Suddenly, from behind a large tree, a massive blade whirled through the air, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Aimed directly at Dazna. "Watch out! Get down!" Kakashi shouted. Natsuki Hachiyuki leaped into action, delivering a kick that sent Dazna sprawling, then rolled aside to evade the incoming blade. The other 3 swiftly dropped to avoid the attack as well. The enormous blade veered off and struck a tree, and a tall figure suddenly stood upon it, facing away from the group, exuding a chilling aura. "Who goes there?" Kakashi asked, alert and on guard. "It must be the one called Zabuza," Hachiyuki stated. The figure suddenly swayed as if losing balance, nearly toppling from the tree. Then, drawing his massive sword, he landed gracefully before them, glaring at Hachiyuki and enunciating each word. "Listen well, brat. My name is Zabuza Momochi." Chapter 15. Zabuza and Haku in the Summer. Yuki Hachiyuki clapped his hands nonchalantly and exclaimed, "Ah, it's all good now." Before him stood a tall figure, a mist ninja with a spiky hairstyle resembling a hedgehog, his face concealed. A headband was slanted across his forehead, and he wore nothing on his torso except for a pair of long pants, with calf and forearm sleeves adorned with a cow pattern. It was quite an eyesore. Yuki Hachiyuki glanced at Zabuza's attire, unable to hide his disdain. Zabuza could not help but ask, "What are you staring at, brat? Is this the ninja world version of what are you looking at?" Yuki Hachiyuki thought to himself, while he replied, "Nothing, just a bit curious." "Curious about what?" "I've just never seen such a poor ninja, lacking even a proper shirt." "Do you adore cow patterns so much that all your earnings go to buying milk?" "Cow." Zabuza looked down at his own outfit, instantly infuriated. "You little brat, this is camouflage." He charged at Hachiyuki with his hefty executioner's blade. "Zabuza, your opponent is me." Kakashi swiftly moved to intercept, blocking Zabuza's blade with a kunai. The two clashed, producing a shower of sparks. Since departing from the hidden leaf, Yuki Hachiyuki had been on the move, dedicating his time to the cultivation of his skills rather than researching ninjutsu. He focused on refining his Qigong technique, absorbing spiritual energy in every action, and had filled all 24 chakra points along his meridians, surpassing the strength of a jonin. Thus, he felt no pressure observing Kakashi and Zabuza's confrontation. Instead, he watched with great interest, absorbing the combat experience between jonin. The members of Team 7, however, were not faring as well. Under the overwhelming aura of the jonin, they felt as if they could scarcely breathe. Noticing the struggle of Team 7 amidst the battle's aftermath, Kakashi resolved to conclude the fight swiftly, as the strain of using his Sharingan was taking its toll. Zabuza, standing atop the water's surface, began weaving a complex series of hand signs, mirrored by Kakashi on the opposite side. After a few moments, both shouted simultaneously, "Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu, X2. 2 water dragons surged forth from the tumultuous waters, colliding with a thunderous roar, sending massive waves crashing towards the shore, soaking those present. Yuki Hachiyuki, quick on his feet, summoned 2 shadow clones to shield himself, while the others were drenched, resembling drenched chickens. As Zabuza stared in astonishment, questioning his life choices due to Kakashi's replication ability, Kakashi seized the opportunity to employ a Jinjutsu with his Sharingan, ensnaring Zabuza. Zabuza stood dazed on the water's surface, commencing an even more intricate series of hand signs, while Kakashi appeared to abandon the fight, standing idly by. Moments later, Zabuza completed his signs and bellowed, "Water style, Great Waterfall Technique." A powerful torrent surged forth, not aimed at Kakashi, but at Zabuza himself. Zabuza was swept away by his own technique, screaming as he was hurled against a tree. Before he could react, Kakashi's kunai struck at Zabuza's limbs, effectively incapacitating him. Just as Kakashi prepared to finish Zabuza off, several Senbon flew from the woods, piercing Zabuza's neck. He froze, as if life had escaped him, collapsing to the ground. A masked figure emerged slowly. "Thank you for your assistance. I am an Umbu from the mist, tasked with eliminating Zabuza, and I have now completed my mission." Kakashi approached and checked Zabuza's pulse, confirming he was indeed lifeless. "Well then, I must take Zabuza's body for processing," the masked figure said, stepping forward to lift Zabuza. Kakashi stood by, signaling his agreement. At that moment, Yuki Hachiyuki interjected. "Are you really just going to take Zabuza like that?" The speaker was Hachiyuki, who quickly moved to prevent the masked figure from taking Zabuza without due process. Kakashi looked at Hachiyuki, puzzled, as he noticed Hachiyuki signaling him to remain silent, curious about his intentions. "What do you mean, Leaf Ninja?" Haku inquired in a low voice. "Clearly, Zabuza is our trophy. How can you simply take him away?" Hachiyuki replied with a smile. "And what do you suggest?" came the voice from beneath the mask, revealing no hint of emotion. "Well, Zabuza seems quite bare and doesn't appear to possess anything of value. Why not leave behind that executioner's blade?" Hachiyuki pointed at the massive sword. Haku thought to himself, how could I possibly leave Zabuza's weapon behind? He would be devastated upon awakening. He shook his head in refusal. "No, that weapon belongs to the mist." "Then a monetary exchange could suffice," Hachiyuki suggested. "How much are you asking for?" "Just a casual few million ryo will do." Hachiyuki replied. "What? Why don't you just go rob someone?" Haku retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. "Am I not in the process of doing just that?" Hachiyuki chuckled, amused by Haku's flustered reaction. "You scoundrel! Are you trying to provoke a war between the leaf and mist?" "Calm down. I do not represent the leaf. Nor do you represent the mist." "What do you mean?" "Quite literally, if you wish to take Zabuza, you must agree to one condition." Hachiyuki raised a finger in Haku's direction. "What condition?" "Leave the land of waves and abandon your mission regarding Kato." "What? You've already deduced it." Haku gasped, realizing that his earlier act had been seen through by this young boy. "Isn't it obvious? Allow me to remind you, Zabuza's time is running short. You wouldn't want anything to happen to him, would you? Now, make your choice." "Fine, I agree." Haku resigned. "Thinking of Zabuza, I did my best," as he lifted Zabuza and hurried away. "Then, it's settled. Farewell," Hachiyuki said joyfully. How delightful to wield such power. With Zabuza's departure, the mission in the land of waves had been accomplished. Now, he could leisurely enjoy the remaining time, having effectively accomplished a B-rank mission without effort. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Kakashi observed Hachiyuki's performance from the sidelines, astonished by the boy's sharp wit. Truly a genius, Kakashi mused inwardly. "How did you figure it out?" Kakashi inquired. "Quite simply, Zabuza's strength was on par with Kakashi-sensei's, so why would the pursuers send a chunin? Moreover, the gentleness with which he approached the body after killing his target raised suspicions," Hachiyuki explained. "Well done, Hachiyuki," Kakashi praised. "Nanny, the Umbu from the mist was a fake?" Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, finally catching on. "But Hachiyuki, you're really impressive for uncovering that so quickly." "Ha ha ha, is that so? Do you admire me now?" Hachiyuki teased. "Admire you? Get lost. I am the future Hokage," Naruto shouted. Amidst their playful banter, the group continued towards the home of Dazna. Chapter 16. The Roots have made their move. Upon arriving at the residence of Dazna, Kakashi collapsed from the exhaustion of overusing his chakra, leaving everyone speechless. In a flurry, they lifted Kakashi to a bed to rest. Summer Yush observed Kakashi's frail state and sighed, contemplating that had he relinquished the Sharingan, he would not be in such a predicament. As Kakashi required a week of recuperation, the group decided to postpone the construction of the bridge until then. Leaning on crutches, Kakashi accompanied Team 7 to a nearby forest to teach the three young ones the art of tree climbing. Meanwhile, Summer Yush sought a secluded spot to delve into the mysteries of the Sharingan. With his meridians now unblocked, he discovered that he could indeed convert In chakra, just as he had surmised, channeling a portion of his chakra into the Jingming acupoint, which alleviates dark circles and reduces ocular pressure. He felt a wave of chilling energy surge towards his eyes. Hastily retrieving a small mirror, he was startled to see that his eyes had taken on a faint red hue, with traces of dark energy surrounding his pupils, though they dissipated swiftly. He experimented with various acupoints such as the Zanju, Siju Kong, Yu Yao, Cheng Qi, and Yang Bai, finding similar results each time. Additionally, while infusing Yin energy, He sensed a torrent of violent emotions rushing towards his brain. Summer Yush thus unveiled the secrets of the Sharingan, as well as the tragic truth behind the Uchiha clan. The more energy was infused, the greater the number of tomo that manifested in the Sharingan, and consequently, the surge of negative emotions escalated exponentially. When awakening the Manjiki, the overwhelming negativity could drown anyone. This was the grim reality of the Uchiha Sharingan. Poor Uchiha. At a loss on how to counteract these negative emotions, Summer Yush decided not to rush, pausing his studies on the Sharingan to focus on the Flying Thunder God technique, sensing that a breakthrough was imminent. He had simplified the technique and devised a clever method. By using his shadow clone as a coordinate point, since the clone inherently bore his chakra attribute, the connection in his perception was strikingly clear, eliminating the need for calculation. He merely needed to link to the clone and Oppo's coordinates to transfer chakra directly. Without shame, he named this newly developed technique Flying Thunder God, Shadow Clone, and began to create 3 clones to practice. Initially, Summer Yush found himself somewhat clumsy, experiencing a 1-second delay with each teleportation. However, after several days of training, he gradually became adept, as figures flickered smoothly between the clones, gaining speed akin to a bolt of lightning. Kakashi, by chance, witnessed Summer Yush's practice of the Flying Thunder God and was taken aback, reminiscent of his own mentor, the former Yellow Flash. Kakashi stood quietly, leaning on his crutch, observing Yush's training in silence. With Kakashi's keen eyes, he discerned that Yush's technique was incomplete, as the coordinates could only be chosen from his own clones. Yet, Kakashi was unfazed. He admired the miraculous feats this prodigious youth was achieving. Who else could develop a jutsu at such a young age? Who could master the Flying Thunder God in just a few months? The third Hokage had once told Kakashi that Summer Yush's talent in ninjutsu could rival that of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. At that time, Kakashi thought the third was exaggerating, for he too had created an S-rank jutsu, Chidori, during his youth. However, now Kakashi was prepared to inform the third that this young man's future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of the second Hokage, and no one in the entire shinobi world would compare. Kakashi chose not to interrupt Summer Yush, quietly departing. A week later, Dazna commenced the bridge's construction, with Team 7 accompanying to provide protection. Naturally, Summer Yush sent a clone in his place. Kakashi observed this and cast a disdainful glance at Yush, but refrained from calling him out. With no interference, it seemed that Kato tacitly allowed the bridge's completion. Dazna was elated, akin to a child, naming the new bridge the Bridge of the Land of Waves. Everyone participated in the celebratory feast, brimming with hope for the new bridge and the promise of a better life. Summer Yush stood quietly aside, and Kakashi approached him, inquiring, "What is the matter? Is the celebration not lively enough for you?" "Kakashi-sensei, these people are merely indulging in empty joy. Before the bridge was built, Kato could control them. Does the mere presence of a bridge change anything? Only one's strength can alter fate. Without strength, nothing can be safeguarded." Summer Yush replied coolly. "Do you wish to take action?" Kakashi asked. "No, I have no intention of doing anything. This has nothing to do with me. I simply wish to return to Konoha and live a life of idleness," Yush stated. Kakashi fell silent. The next morning, Team Kakashi prepared to depart for Konoha, and Dazna elevated the mission's rank, providing additional remuneration. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, "Oh yeah, we completed a B-rank mission. How awesome. This has nothing to do with you, deadweight." Sasuke retorted, dousing Naruto's enthusiasm. "That despicable Uchiha Sasuke. If you don't speak, no one will consider you mute." Naruto fumed. Summer Yush chuckled internally as he observed Naruto and Sasuke, noting how tightly locked their relationship was. However, since he had made his appearance in this mission and had swiftly dealt with Zabuza, there had been no grand battle. Naruto and the others had merely been bystanders. Sasuke had not awakened his Sharingan, nor had Naruto unleashed the Nine-Tails power. Could this be considered a change in their fate? He was genuinely curious about their future developments. As Team 7 arrived at the forest where they had previously battled Zabuza, a palpable aura of malice locked onto Summer Yush. Sensing an ambush, Kakashi called out for everyone to prepare for battle. "Kakashi-san, please stand down." For figures emerged from behind the trees, exuding a chilling presence and wearing animal masks. "Umbu?" Summer Yush pondered, wondering if it was not Danzo, but Sarutobi Hiruzen who had come to confront him. "You are not from Konoha's Umbu. Who are you?" Kakashi demanded coldly. "Not Umbu? Then you must belong to Danzo's roots." This dog-s roots mimic Umbu's attire, all while committing acts of violence and robbery in the name of Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what a foolish old man, Summer Yush thought to himself. We are a special team within the Umbu. We now issue a directive to Summer Yush. The leader announced, Jin and Summer Yush, you are ordered to cease all resistance and return to Konoha with us for interrogation. Disobedience will be regarded as treason, and you will be executed on the spot. Oh, by whose order? The Hokage's? Summer Yush retorted. Show me the Hokage's official mandate. It is not from the Hokage, but from another esteemed individual. Humph, what esteemed individual? Is it not that dog Danzo? Summer Yush scoffed. Impudent. How dare you disrespect the esteemed one? The leader seethed, signaling his subordinates to take action. Stand down. Summer Yush is a member of Team 7. He will return with us to Konoha to report to the Hokage and face investigation, Kakashi interjected. Kakashi, if you obstruct us, Team 7 will be deemed traitors. And we'll eliminate you all, the leader threatened. Kakashi, both alarmed and furious, realized he could fight alone, but he could not put Naruto and Sasuke in jeopardy. Observing Kakashi's expression, Summer Yush discerned his thoughts. Kakashi-sensei, give this to the third Hokage and inform him that he instigated this first. I will not return to Konoha thereafter. Let us part ways peacefully, and do not disturb me. Otherwise, I shall not hold back, Summer Yush declared, tossing his forehead protector to Kakashi. This matter does not concern you. Leave now. He then gestured to the root team. Come, let me see your strength. Chapter 17, Separation. And the return to the land of echoes in the summer. Yuyuki waved dismissively, beckoning. Come on, let us get started. With a series of hand seals, he summoned 20 shadow clones, each possessing the strength of AJ Nin. Upon witnessing this, the members of the root team turned pale. They realized they were about to face 20 J Nin level opponents. The intelligence was inaccurate, one murmured. However, the ethos of the root was to pursue their mission ruthlessly, unafraid of death. Under the oppressive influence of the curse mark, the ninjas of the root had long since extinguished their humanity, viewing themselves merely as weapons, devoid of any emotion. The 4 root ninjas simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball, fire release, ash pile burning, and wind release, great breakthrough. Their attacks engulfed Yuyuki and his clones in a storm of deadly techniques, striking with lethal intent. Yuyuki merely smirked, his form flickering as he vanished from sight, reappearing at a distance. With a quick hand seal, he unleashed 10 great fireballs in rapid succession, hurling them back at his foes. The great fireball was the sole fire technique Yuyuki had mastered, yet he wielded it with such finesse that it became instantaneous and continuous, transforming into a veritable firestorm. He turned what was once a futile technique into a devastating barrage. As long as he possessed sufficient chakra, he could unleash this onslaught indefinitely. Presently, his amassed true essence was equivalent to that of the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Yuyuki's clones advanced under the cover of the fireballs, while the root ninjas scattered in panic, unable to establish a cohesive defense. Just as they fled, Yuyuki's clones caught up to them, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. The J-Nin level explosive clones unleashed tremendous power, and when the smoke cleared, only charred earth remained where the 4 root ninjas had stood, now reduced to mere ashes. The members of Team 7, spectating from the sidelines, felt their hearts race. Is Yuyuki truly that formidable? Naruto Uzumaki pondered. He single-handedly subdued an entire squad, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. They had barely managed to cast their ninjutsu before Yuyuki firmly held them down, akin to a mere insect being effortlessly crushed. Once peers as Genin, he had now ascended to such heights. Yuyuki, will you never return to Konoha? Naruto's wide eyes reflected his reluctance. You know I never aspired to be a ninja. Now, I must pursue my dreams, though the location is not in Konoha, Yuyuki replied. Yuyuki, Kakashi stepped forward. Regardless of the circumstances, you have killed ninjas from your own village. Returning to Konoha is now impossible. You may even be classified as a rogue ninja. Exercise caution. Kakashi-sensei, do not worry, Konoha should be the one concerned. I have no desire to instigate trouble, but as long as they leave me be, I shall live quietly in the ninja world, Yuyuki responded, then turned to the others. Well then, farewell, everyone. Feeling the presence of his clones, Yuyuki activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared before their eyes. Kakashi-sensei, why does Konoha treat Yuyuki this way? He has done nothing wrong, Naruto exclaimed, struggling to comprehend. Kakashi remained silent, Having witnessed too much darkness within Konoha, he understood that the village was not as idyllic as it appeared. Let us return to Konoha. We will address future matters later, he instructed, leading Team 7 back to the village. After their departure, Yuyuki found a stone to sit upon, pondering life. He hadn't anticipated that Danzo would act so swiftly. Fortunately, his strength had increased rapidly. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. In 2 months, the Nin exams would commence, and Orochimaru would return to Konoha to initiate his plans for its downfall. This could be an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Danzo. However, he needed a place to continue enhancing his strength, free from the disturbances of Konoha Esumbu. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Kado would be an excellent choice, he mused, but he needed to create a diversion to confuse Konoha's gaze. He summoned a clone, infusing it with spiritual energy to elevate its strength to that of an elite Nin, instructing it to head towards the land of Water's Mist Village. If the Mist Ninjas captured this clone and brought it back, Yuyuki's plan would be set in motion. He was confident that Konoha's intelligence network would soon catch wind of this news, achieving his goal of diverting their attention. As for his original self, he transformed his appearance into that of a wandering samurai and stepped out of the forest, making his way towards Kado's lavish estate. After a thorough search, Yuyuki encountered Kado, a short merchant with piercing eyes, lounging on a sofa while puffing on a cigar. "You wish to work for me?" he inquired. "No, Mr. Kado, I seek a partnership," Yuyuki replied. "Huh, a partnership? With a wandering samurai?" Kado chuckled. With a slight smile, Yuyuki dispelled his transformation, revealing his true self. In an instant, a clone darted forward, becoming a blur as it swiftly traversed the room, leaving Kado's bodyguards clutching their throats, collapsing to the ground. "Strictly speaking, I should now be regarded as a rogue ninja of Konoha," Yuyuki stated, as a bead of cold sweat trickled down Kado's cheek. Feigning composure, Kado forced a chuckle. "And what brings you here, esteemed sir?" "I just mentioned it, didn't I? I am here to propose a collaboration," Yuyuki replied with a smile. "And how do you envision this collaboration?" Kado asked cautiously. "Do you aspire to become a daimyo?" Yuyuki probed directly. "A daimyo? But I am merely a merchant." "Ah, but one must have ambition. I possess strength, you possess wealth, and with a touch of strategy, we can accomplish great things. Is that feasible?" Kado hesitated. "You won't know unless you try. Opportunities in life are scarce. You must seize them." Deal. Chapter 18. Persuasion and the Unyielding in the Heat of Summer. Yaxue spoke to Kado. "Our first step is to restore our reputation and integrity. The whispers of smuggling, usury, and narcotics must cease. Disband your thugs. Those who resist must be dealt with swiftly. Henceforth, the cornerstone industries of our land of ways will pivot towards fisheries, dining, and tourism." Kado hesitated. "But won't that incur significant losses? Isn't money meant to be spent?" "Once our business is on the right track, wealth will flow in abundance," Yaxue replied nonchalantly. Indifferent to the expense, as it was not his own. He continued, "Next, we must establish a ninja force. After all, this is the ninja world. Strength is the key to influence." Kado nodded, understanding the gravity of the matter. Yaxue extended his hand. "Then, Kado, the funds, please." Kado's heart skipped a beat. "How much?" "Let's start with a modest 500 million. What? Rest assured, there will soon be even more wealth to come." Very well. Are you planning to establish a ninja village?" "What ninja village? Times are changing, Kado. Cities must modernize, and armies must professionalize. This is a principle you must grasp." Yaxue mused inwardly, pondering what the name of the ninja village in the land of waves would be. Would it be called Wave Ninja Village? Others have names like Hokage. Would they then be called Wave Shadow? That would surely invite ridicule from Naruto. Though Kado struggled to comprehend entirely, he sensed the wisdom in Yaxue's words and responded, "Understood." "Sir." Yaxue observed the ninja world as an odd amalgamation of ancient and modern sensibilities, feeling it was caught between eras. Despite the existence of many modern inventions, inter-country communication remained primitive, relying on foot and horse-drawn carts. Now, having temporarily distanced himself from Konoha, he could pursue his dreams of idleness and perhaps effectuate a modest change in this world during his leisure. He decided to leave the mundane tasks of earning money to Kado while he focused on training and assembling the ninja force, which required a capable individual. A fitting candidate came to mind: Zabuza. Yaxue instructed Kado to send out a hiring notice for Zabuza, along with a message: "If you wish to realize your dreams, come find me." With arrangements completed, Yaxue immersed himself in his studies, aiming to master the Flying Thunder God technique before the Chunin exams. Each day, he would rise early to practice, stroll around the vicinity in the afternoon, engage with local residents, and return home to prepare delightful meals before retiring early for rest. His days were simple yet filled with joy. 10 days later, while Yaxue was engrossed in his studies of the Flying Thunder God, a knock resounded at the door of his modest abode. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a tall man and a youthful, elegant boy, Zabuza and Haku. "Ah, Zabuza, you've come as expected. And you, little one?" "Mr. Zabuza, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yaxue, currently regarded as a rogue ninja from Konoha and, additionally, your employer." "Humph, I have no intention of serving you. Please, come in. Let us sit and converse. You may find it intriguing." Yaxue ushered them into the living room, pouring tea for his guests. "Let us speak candidly, Mr. Zabuza. I have summoned you to take on the role of instructor and leader of the ninja force in the Land of Waves, to help us maintain peace in our nation, and potentially, in the ninja world." Zabuza scoffed, "And why should I heed you? Zabuza, your assassination of the Mizukage was merely an attempt to alter the blood mist policy of Kirigakure. However, upon failure and fleeing the village, you lost sight of hope. You sought to change the darkness, but found your abilities insufficient to dismantle the formidable machinery of the Mist Ninjas, resorting instead to mere survival alongside Haku in this ninja world." Hearing Yaxue's words, Zabuza fell silent. Indeed, he had relinquished hope for a world shrouded in darkness, merely drifting through each day. However, Yaxue continued, "By aligning with me, you can fulfill your aspirations and bring about genuine peace in the ninja world." Zabuza shook his head. "Peace is unattainable in this world. You should abandon the notion." Yaxue asserted confidently, "It is indeed achievable, Mr. Zabuza." He then posed a question. "Why do you believe wars persist in the ninja world?" "Because there are too many nations, too many ninja villages, and too many ninjas belonging to different villages and countries. That is the root of the turmoil. Merely staging a coup in Kirigakure will not suffice. Even if you succeeded in your assassination, Kirigakure would still wage war, and your comrades would perish on the battlefield. The only viable solution is to eradicate all countries and daimyos, leaving but one nation, wherein all ninjas belong to the same realm. Only then can we truly eliminate war and achieve peace. That is utterly unfeasible. On the contrary, it is entirely possible." After a moment of contemplation, Zabuza replied, "Such aspirations cannot be realized through mere rhetoric. Only formidable strength can compel the ninja world." Yaxue nodded in agreement. Zabuza proposed, "Let us engage in a duel. If I lose, I shall serve you. If I prevail, you will cease to mention this matter." Agreed. Chapter 19. Beginning anew in the Land of Waves, the three departed from the small courtyard and arrived at a desolate seaside. Zabuza drew his beheading sword and declared to Summer Yushua, "Come forth, let me witness your true strength." In response, Summer Yushua summoned 20 clones and warned Zabuza to unleash his full power, lest he face dire consequences. Zabuza scoffed, dismissing the caution with indifference. Without further ado, Summer Yushua's clones surged forward, launching an assault on Zabuza. In the initial clash, Zabuza quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Each clone possessed the prowess of AJ Nin. In an instant, he found himself at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of defeat. How could this be? This brat has hidden his capabilities well, deceiving me with his appearance. I have been thoroughly outmaneuvered, Zabuza thought bitterly. Determined not to succumb easily, he roared, channeling all his strength into a sweeping strike that repelled the clones, and he began forming hand seals atop the water's surface. The clones halted their pursuit, patiently awaiting Zabuza's completion of the seals. "Water release, great waterfall technique," he announced, invoking the same technique he had previously employed against Kakashi. A tumultuous wave surged forth, crashing towards Summer Yushua. One of the clones dashed towards the oncoming torrent, and at the moment of impact, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending a colossal mushroom cloud skyward, born of the vaporized seawater. As the mist dissipated, Zabuza stood in a pitiful state, his body marred by numerous wounds, his clothing tattered, and his sword precariously held. "I concede," he uttered, yet his eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope. "Excellent. Welcome aboard, my comrade," Summer Yushua replied with a cheerful grin. "Comrade," Zabuza murmured thoughtfully. Due to his severe injuries, he required several days of recuperation before he could visit Summer Yushua's courtyard to discuss future matters. Summer Yushua wasted no time, presenting 3 scrolls. "Here lies the initial funding of 200 million Ryo, along with my original techniques, the true clone technique and the explosive clone technique. You will oversee the formation of the security forces, while White will assist you. We can recruit some individuals from the common populace who possess innate ninja talent and virtuous character to teach them the three-body technique and the true clone technique. As for the explosive clone technique, it shall only be taught after they have proven themselves worthy through merit. What of the wandering ninjas? Zabuza inquired. Those individuals may only serve as peripheral members, receiving monetary rewards and information, but not techniques, Summer Qixue replied slowly. Afterward, he handed Zabuza a piece of paper. Zabuza, puzzled, accepted it and glanced down to find a drawing of modern camouflage uniforms worn by armed police. What is this? Zabuza asked. The uniform for the security team. Summer Qixue stated with gravity. Recognition of identity begins with attire. In the future, our security forces must wear a unified uniform, including yourselves. Zabuza nodded in agreement. Have you considered a name for the security forces? He queried. For now, we shall call it the Wave Country Trade Guard. Once we establish a nation and gain a lord, it can be renamed the Wave Country Police Force, Summer Qixue explained. After Zabuza and the others departed, Summer Qixue exhaled deeply, collapsing lazily to one side as he stretched his limbs. He longed for this leisurely time to continue indefinitely. He recalled that Team 7 should have returned to Konoha by now. Had it not been for Danzo's meddling, he could have persisted with Team 7. At that moment, Kakashi was leading the members of Team 7 to the Hokage Tower to report the completion of their mission. Upon arrival, Naruto rushed forward, shouting at the third Hokage. Grandpa Hokage, why did you send the Umbu to capture Summer Qixue? What crime has he committed? Calm down, Naruto, Kakashi said, restraining the agitated youth. He addressed the third Hokage. Third Hokage, Team 7 has completed the escort mission in the Land of Waves. This is a letter from the employer requesting an increase in mission difficulty, along with the additional payment. Well done, Kakashi. You all should take some time to rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, puffing on his pipe. Third Hokage, I have further matters to report, Kakashi said, looking intently at Sarutobi. Taking a long drag from his pipe, Sarutobi exhaled a cloud of smoke. Speak. Summer Qixue has attained the strength of AJ Nin, and it is not inconceivable that he may surpass even that. During the battle against the Root team, he did not exert his full capabilities. Furthermore, he has developed subsequent techniques based on the true clone technique, with power equivalent to an A-rank jutsu. Is that so? Sarutobi's voice conveyed fatigue. He truly is a prodigy of ninjutsu. Kakashi stepped forward, gazing earnestly at Sarutobi. Then, Third Hokage, please tell me why Konoha would pursue such an exceptional ninja, allowing the village to miss out on a talent comparable to the second Hokage? Kakashi. Sarutobi sighed. This is indeed a mistake on the part of Konoha's higher-ups. A scoff interrupted the conversation as Danzo entered the room. Summer Qixue has concealed his true strength from Konoha and has killed fellow villagers. Such actions must be regarded as treachery, and he should be declared a rogue ninja. Chapter 20. The new attire of Zabuza and the guard team of the Land of Waves. You speak nonsense. Natsuki would never betray the village, exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, springing up like a bowstring, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Grandfather Hokage, we must believe in Natsuki. He would not forsake us. Hiruzen remained silent, inhaling contemplatively from his pipe. Grandfather, we cannot overlook the rogue ninja. We must immediately dispatch a pursuit team to eliminate him, interjected Danzo, standing nearby. With a forceful thud, Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table. Danzo, I am the Hokage here. You shall regret this, Danzo retorted angrily as he departed. Turning to Kakashi, Hiruzen instructed, Kakashi, take them to rest and prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams. Third Hokage, it is not too late. If we acknowledge our mistakes, we might still salvage Natsuki. Kakashi urged anxiously. Kakashi, reports from the Mist Village indicate that a ninja resembling Natsuki has been captured, Hiruzen responded. Let us wait and verify the authenticity of this news. Grandfather Hokage, we must go rescue Natsuki, Naruto declared with fervor. Rest assured, we shall make arrangements at once. Hiruzen reassured him. Unlike the straightforward Naruto, Kakashi gazed at Hiruzen's aged visage, realizing the third Hokage had indeed grown old. He discerned the Hokage's half-heartedness. To placate Danzo, he seemed willing to forsake a prodigy akin to the second Hokage. Then we shall take our leave. Third Hokage, Kakashi stated as he led Team 7 away. In the days that followed, Kakashi initiated rigorous training for Team 7, focusing on advanced ninjutsu techniques such as water walking, and imparted his signature technique, Chidori, to Sasuke. While Team 7 engaged in their intensive training, Yuki Natsuki diligently studied the Flying Thunder God technique. Only upon mastering this technique would he feel confident enough to instigate change in Konoha. One day, Yuki Natsuki exuberantly shouted, "Oh yeah? I have finally succeeded." After over a month of research, he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling him to teleport instantly to any location marked with its seal. He could also teleport to unmarked places, albeit with certain risks and considerable chakra expenditure. My chakra reserves are among the finest in the ninja world, he mused proudly, noting that his chakra was now equivalent to 10 tons, with an exceptionally rapid recovery rate. Thus, for Yuki Natsuki, the Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to traverse the entire ninja realm at will. With his research objectives completed, he felt no urgency to delve into the Sharingan. If not for Danzo's incessant pressure, Yuki Natsuki might not have pursued these ninjutsu studies at all. With no pressing matters today, I shall pay Zabuza a visit, he thought to himself. Strolling leisurely to the guard team's headquarters, he could hear the lively commotion within. Just as he was about to enter, a straight-backed guard blocked his way. "What is your purpose here? You cannot enter without permission." Yuki Natsuki was about to tease the guard when he noticed the camouflage uniform he wore, though aware that the two were unrelated. It stirred within him a respect for the military of his past life. Thus, he replied earnestly, "I am also a member of the guard team. Please inform Zabuza. He will recognize me." The guard cast a skeptical glance at Natsuki before retreating to relay the message. Shortly after, Zabuza, clad in camouflage, emerged alongside Haku. Seeing Zabuza in this attire, Yuki Natsuki felt a sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself that this outfit could revolutionize ninja fashion, moving away from the overly dramatic styles prevalent among them. "Zabuza, this outfit suits you well," Yuki Natsuki remarked, giving a thumbs up. "Haha, I too am fond of this new look." Zabuza laughed heartily. "Please, come in, Mr. Yuki," Haku said, now sporting a shorter haircut that gave him a more youthful appearance, shedding any previous ambiguity regarding his gender. "Oh, Haku, you look quite good now. Your previous demeanor might have led others to misunderstand your relationship with Zabuza," Yuki Natsuki teased. "Mr. Yuki," Haku replied bashfully. "Call me Natsuki, Haku." "Very well, Natsuki-san." The trio entered the training ground, which was bustling with around 100 young individuals diligently training in physical techniques. "Zabuza, you have done remarkably well to enlist so many recruits," Yuki Natsuki praised. Yet among them, only about 20 or 30 possessed the ability to mold chakra, Zabuza said, his expression tinged with concern. "Most lack talent. The highest among them may only attain the rank of a genin. There is no need for haste. The population of the Land of Waves is quite limited. Our recruitment serves primarily to maintain order. What is crucial is their character, and we must instill in them the ethos of protecting their homeland. With their abilities paired with the techniques I will provide, it should suffice," Yuki Natsuki advised. Indeed, Zabuza nodded in agreement. He then turned to Yuki Natsuki. "Are you truly willing to have Kato become the daimyo? I doubt he will align with our principles." Yuki Natsuki shrugged. "What choice do I have? Certain mundane tasks require attention, and he possesses a knack for business." Zabuza nodded reluctantly, accepting the situation for the time being. Chapter 21. Returned to Konoha. Zabuza turned to Hachiyuki and said, "Hachiyuki, according to your assertion, if Kato were to betray us, would that not spell the end of our endeavors? Do you possess any contingency plans?" Hachiyuki nodded in response. "Indeed. I have a somewhat immature idea that requires a trip to Konoha for verification. But you are already a rogue ninja. Are you not concerned about being discovered upon returning to Konoha? Fear not. I have my own means of self-preservation. Since you have a backup plan, I shall not worry. When do we depart?" "In the coming days. There is no rush." At that moment, a ninja from Takigakure entered, bowing slightly to Hachiyuki. He respectfully addressed Hachiyuki, "My lord. The task you entrusted to me has been completed. Here is the intelligence." He handed over a scroll. Upon receiving it, Hachiyuki unfurled the scroll and could not help but chuckle. "Haha, we have finally received it." Smiling, Hachiyuki remarked to the Takigakure ninja, "The mission was executed flawlessly. Here is the remaining reward." The ninja accepted the payment with a bow and departed. Hachiyuki, with a grin, handed the scroll to Zabuza, declaring that the time to proceed to Konoha had arrived. Zabuza glanced at it, realization dawning upon him. "So you were waiting for this?" The scroll clearly stated that the Konoha joint Chunin exam would commence in 10 days. Hachiyuki nodded. I must prepare for departure. During the Chunin exam, ninjas from various nations will gather, and Konoha's manpower will be stretched thin, providing me with an excellent opportunity to navigate the turmoil. After I leave, I entrust the land of waves to you and Bai. Should Kato betray us, take him down, and we shall deal with it upon my return. Of course, Zabuza replied confidently. Leave it to me. He won't stir up any trouble. Hachiyuki bid farewell to Zabuza and made his way to Kato, informing him of his impending absence and advising him to seek Zabuza for any matters. Kato smiled weakly. Hachiyuki-san, please take care of yourself. Hachiyuki responded with a smile, keenly noticing a flicker of delight and malice in Kato's eyes. Internally, Hachiyuki scoffed. This Kato is indeed restless and courting danger. It has only been a few days, and he has already revealed his true colors. Yet, he fails to comprehend that an ordinary person cannot command ninjas. The disparity in strength is far too great. A plump sheep attempting to direct lions will ultimately meet a grim fate. Taking advantage of Kato's distraction, Hachiyuki discreetly left a flying thunder god mark at Kato's residence, opting not to confront him directly, and politely took his leave. In his own courtyard, he similarly inscribed a flying thunder god mark. Initially contemplating utilizing his chakra to teleport directly to Konoha, he ultimately deemed it too perilous. Should he inadvertently become ensnared within a rock, it would spell disaster. Thus, he resolved to retrace the route of his previous mission back to Konoha, allowing ample time over the next 10 days for his journey. Upon arriving in Konoha, the Chunin exam was in full swing, with a multitude of visitors milling about, and the gatekeeping was not as stringent as before, allowing Hachiyuki to blend in effortlessly. As he entered the village, nostalgia washed over him as he gazed upon the familiar structures. Damn you, Danzo! Hachiyuki skillfully evaded familiar faces and stealthily entered his home through the backyard. Inside, the place had been ransacked. Several remaining scrolls and Hachiyuki's notes had been taken. It was evident that Danzo was behind this. Hachiyuki seethed internally. Just wait, you old dog Danzo. In a few days, I shall pay you a visit. He refrained from opening the front door, opting instead to transform and leap over the wall during the day, marking various locations in Konoha with the Flying Thunder God technique, and returning quietly at night to rest. Encountering Naruto and Sasuke along the way, Hachiyuki kept his distance. Both were currently under the watchful eyes of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Although Hachiyuki could escape using the Flying Thunder God technique, revealing his position prematurely would arouse the suspicions of the third Hokage and Danzo, jeopardizing his plans. Adhering to the principle of maintaining a low profile, Hachiyuki quietly bided his time in Konoha, awaiting Orochimaru and Appo's plan for the village and Appo's collapse. One day, after finishing his training at home, Hachiyuki transformed into a middle-aged man and took a leisurely stroll through the streets. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at Ichiraku Ramen, where he happily ordered a lavish bowl of ramen. As he savored his meal, he contemplated whether to use a storage scroll to take some with him, or wait until pain arrived to haul it away. Just then, he heard Naruto's exuberant voice. Hey, hand-pulled uncle, 2 bowls of ramen please. Certainly, the chef replied, starting to prepare the noodles. Damn it, Naruto, you're truly relentless, Hachiyuki thought, lowering his head to feign concentration on his meal, regretting coming for ramen. Knowing full well Naruto's penchant for it, he mused that he should have gone to the Akimichi family for barbecue instead. Uncle, do you like ramen too? Hachiyuki pretended not to hear. Uncle, Naruto prodded him. Huh, were you talking to me? Hachiyuki feigned ignorance, grumbling internally. Are you a little sunbeam? Don't you know to avoid talking to strangers? Naruto nodded eagerly. Hachiyuki, with a resigned sigh, replied, yes, Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha. I've heard about it even in the land of grass. It's a rare opportunity, and every time I come to Konoha, I make sure to eat here. Wow. So Ichiraku Ramen is famous even in the land of grass. Uncle, you're amazing. The chef chuckled. Ah, you flatter me, dear customer. Here, have this 50 discount card for ramen. You can use it whenever you come. He handed Hachiyuki a discount card. Thank you, chef. You are too kind. Hachiyuki accepted it with both hands and promptly passed it to Naruto. Little brother, since you also seem to love ramen, I'm giving this card to you. No way. This is for you from the hand-pulled uncle. Naruto protested, shaking his head vigorously. Take it. I don't live in Konoha, so I rarely have the chance to come. Hachiyuki insisted, shoving the discount card into Naruto's hands, laughing heartily as he departed. As Hachiyuki walked away, Naruto watched his retreating figure, a hint of familiarity flickering in his eyes. It felt reminiscent of a time when Hachiyuki had treated him to ramen in a similar fashion. Unbeknownst to Hachiyuki, the persona he had carefully crafted was now precariously close to unraveling. Chapter 22. The persona crashes again upon encountering Naruto at the ramen shop. Natsuki promptly abandoned the idea of purchasing ramen to bring back to the land of waves. She silently congratulated herself for having previously deceived Naruto. Otherwise, her plans would have met an untimely end before they even began. With the notion of packing ramen now defunct, Natsuki shifted her focus to the barbecue at the Akimichi clan's establishment. Transforming into a minor sand ninja she had previously observed, Natsuki noted that this character was rather reclusive and seldom engaged with his comrades, making him an ideal scapegoat. Moreover, Natsuki created a physical clone that also assumed the appearance of this sand ninja, concealing a storage scroll on her person, ready to procure supplies from the Akimichi family. Upon entering the restaurant, she was greeted by a bustling crowd. It was no surprise. Ninjas from other nations rarely visited Konoha, and many had decided to indulge in the renowned Akimichi barbecue. As Natsuki stood in line, her patience waned, and she pondered whether returning home to remain inconspicuous might be the better option. Just then, a table became available. Well, since I'm here, Natsuki thought, settling in and ordering 2 servings of barbecue. Very well, it will be ready shortly, came the response. Moments later, the barbecue arrived, and Natsuki's spirits lifted, relishing the prospect of a delightful meal. Just as she dipped into the sauce and took her first bite, a familiar voice interrupted. Kakashi-sensei, I'm ready to dig in. Natsuki froze. What the Naruto, why are you everywhere? Turning around, she confirmed her suspicions. There stood Naruto, flanked by Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi. They had likely queued behind her. Natsuki quickly averted her gaze, relieved that her new disguise had obscured her identity. Had she still resembled the middle-aged man from the previous day, Naruto would undoubtedly have recognized her. Boss, I'd like to order 200 more servings of barbecue, please, she declared. The room fell silent, all eyes on her in disbelief. What kind of insatiable glutton was she? The Akimichi members regarded her with envy, admiration lighting their faces. Such a voracious patron was indeed a treasure. Naruto burst into laughter. Pointing at Kakashi, this is our teacher. He is a jonin, and he is treating us today. Natsuki forced a laugh as she retrieved her storage scroll, feeling embarrassed. I'll take care of the bill, haha. After settling the payment, Natsuki savored the barbecue while discreetly stowing away the 200 servings into her scroll. She felt a rush of joy, relieved that her plans had gone uninterrupted today. Suddenly, a loud slap resonated against the table, causing the dipping sauce to jump. Natsuki's temper flared. Who dared to disturb her? Lifting her gaze, she found a striking female ninja, brandishing a large fan and glaring furiously at her. It was Temari. Shiranui, your embezzlement has been uncovered. Surrender peacefully and accompany me for questioning, she declared. Nanny, I'm masquerading as a sand ninja who is a criminal? Natsuki realized that the sand ninja had not been reclusive out of choice, but rather shunned by his peers after the incident. The disdainful glares from the surrounding ninjas made her heart race with indignation. Damn it, I'm being blamed for his misdeeds. With a sigh, Natsuki forced a smile. I assure you, you must be mistaken, will you believe me? Temari cast a sidelong glance, scoffing. Shiranui, don't think you can wriggle out of this. Come along quietly, or you will regret it. Uncle Sand Ninja, if you've made a mistake, you must accept the consequences, Naruto chimed in. Natsuki blinked in surprise. Naruto, you truly excel at being a nuisance. At this juncture, she had little choice but to comply. All right, I'll go with you. Good, you're wise to cooperate, Temari replied, gesturing for her to follow. Natsuki quietly rose and trailed after Temari. Kakashi-sensei, look at that man. He seems respectable, yet he is a criminal, ordering all that barbecue. He must have embezzled a fortune, Naruto remarked. Kakashi quickly interjected, that is quite rude, Naruto. Hearing Naruto's comments from behind, Natsuki clenched her fists, muttering, just wait, Naruto, as she strode away without a backward glance. Temari, please wait a moment, Natsuki called out as they reached the entrance. What is it? I warn you not to pull any tricks, Temari warned, casting a wary glance at Natsuki. I seem to have forgotten something in the restaurant. I'll retrieve it. Don't move, Temari shouted as she lunged at her. In a swift motion, Natsuki dropped a smoke bomb and utilized the flying thunder god technique to return home. Lying on her bed, Natsuki reflected on her inexplicable misadventures during her outings. It was truly vexing. With a heavy heart, she mused that her exposure seemed to be increasing, pondering whether it was time to consider a plan B. Ah, how bothersome. I can't wait for the Chunin exams to be over. Chapter 23. Infiltrating Danzo's lair a few days later, while he was cultivating at home, he was suddenly jolted by the sound of explosions and the cries of the crowd. Peering over the wall, he beheld the massive form of the eight-headed serpent wreaking havoc in the streets of Konoha. At last, the moment has arrived, he thought. Quickly gathering his belongings, Natsuki dashed out of his house, racing toward the base of Root. He skillfully avoided the battles along the way, finally arriving at this shadowy corner of Konoha. The concealed entrance remained guarded by masked Root ninjas, who showed no inclination to assist amidst the chaos. Selfish Danzo must have been anticipating this disaster all along, Natsuki mused coldly. Channeling his energy, he executed the true clone technique, producing 10 clones, each imbued with a significant portion of his true essence, granting them the strength of shadow-level ninjas and a remarkable chakra reserve. Natsuki and one of his clones took refuge in an abandoned shack, where he began to meditate and restore his energy, while the remaining clones formed 3 combat teams, charging toward the entrance of Root. The clash was imminent. The Root ninjas showed no intention of parley, launching an immediate assault. However, the gatekeepers were merely slightly stronger than average Chunin, and against 9 shadow-level warriors, their efforts proved futile as they were swiftly dispatched. The clones surged into the base, ignoring the chaos, dispatching any Root ninjas they encountered with brutal efficiency, their strength rendering the defenders helpless. A cacophony of screams echoed as Danzo's seasoned ninjas fell one after another. Just as Natsuki thought the raid would conclude without resistance, the Root ninjas delivered a surprise. Surrounding his clones was the 4 purple flames formation, a formidable barrier. Upon witnessing the trapped clones, the Root ninjas collectively exhaled in relief. Despite their harsh training that instilled fearlessness towards death, who among them would willingly embrace it? Renegade ninja Natsuki, you cannot escape. Surrender at once. A leading Root ninja declared coldly. You think a mere barrier can contain me? The clones retorted in unison. Brothers, watch closely, clone number 1 proclaimed. With a series of hand seals, he executed the technique once more, splitting into 20 elite clones. During his days of hiding, Natsuki had refined the true clone technique, enabling his clones to utilize ninjutsu, thereby cleverly bypassing the limit of 20 clones. However, each division resulted in a proportional loss of chakra. Theoretically, Natsuki could create up to 80,000 lower-level clones from each shadow-level clone, effectively forming an army of 1. He dubbed this enhanced technique True Clone Technique 2.0. The elite clones, laughing heartily, darted toward the 4 nodes of the 4 purple flames formation. With explosive force, the ninjas stationed at those points were sent flying, and the barrier shattered. The remaining 16 elite clones erupted into laughter as they charged at the opposing Root ninjas. Art is explosion. It is time for you to pay your debts. Retreat, everyone. A panicked Root ninja shouted, his voice laden with dread despite the mask obscuring his expression. You cannot escape. Natsuki declared, followed by a series of thunderous explosions among the Root ninja ranks, limbs and debris scattering in every direction. Clone number 2 exclaimed, Number 1 has made a significant contribution. Leave the rest to us, brothers. Charge. Leading the way, they overwhelmed the disoriented remnants of the Root ninjas, dispatching them in mere seconds. Once the area was cleared, Natsuki teleported beside clone number 2, erupting into joyous laughter. Well done, brothers. Now let's ransack the place. Leave not a single hair for Danzo. You are quite the coward. You let us handle the fighting, and now the looting too? Clone number 3 complained. Off you go. Why are you so chatty for a mere clone? Natsuki replied, his expression darkening as he was critiqued by his own creation. What's wrong with being cautious? To survive long, one must be prudent. The clones dispersed, returning within half an hour, laden with storage scrolls. Natsuki chuckled as he assessed his haul. First, there was a sum of approximately 300 million ryo, which he casually pocketed, unconcerned. With his current strength, wealth was easily acquired. The second scroll contained various ninjutsu techniques, a delightful find that pleased Natsuki immensely. The third scroll held a large glass jar, within which floated hundreds of red ocular orbs, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. While somewhat grotesque, he decided to keep it for future study, knowing it could serve as a tool against Danzo. The fourth scroll contained some gray-white flesh chunks, presumably Hashirama's cells. This is even more repulsive, he thought, but chose to stow it away for later. The remaining scrolls were filled with ninja tools, materials, and medicinal supplies, ordinary items that he collected for future use. He even ensured to take furniture and fixtures, leaving no stone unturned. Patting the collection of scrolls at his waist, Summer Yatsuki felt a surge of satisfaction, reveling in his newfound fortune. Regrettably, he had not captured Danzo, leaving a slight blemish on his plans. He pondered where that slippery figure might be hiding. Never mind, he resolved, placing a flying thunder god mark in a concealed location within the storeroom, vowing to return frequently until he could finally catch Danzo. As he departed from Root, he caught sight of Orochimaru and the third Hokage still engaged in battle atop a rooftop, the streets echoing with turmoil. The eight-headed serpent continued to rampage, encircled by a cadre of Konoha ninjas, whose assaults barely scratched its formidable defenses, merely slowing its advance. This is outrageous, Orochimaru and those so-called Konoha ninjas. Summer Yatsuki gritted his teeth as he observed the scene. Though the eight-headed serpent was colossal and resilient, ordinary ninjas could not breach its defenses. However, if the elite ninjas from the major clans concentrated their attacks, they could easily bring it down. The absence of elite ninjas in the fray stemmed from two reasons. The serpent was currently terrorizing a civilian area, and it was Orochimaru's summon, leading the clans to tread carefully. Thus, the elite ninjas simply spectated the duel between the third Hokage and Orochimaru, while only lower-ranking ninjas were sent to confront the eight-headed serpent. Turning to his clones, Summer Yatsuki declared, "Those worthless ninjas neglecting the civilians are my concern. Brothers, the serpent is yours to handle." The clones responded in unison, "Rest assured, our master." With that, they transformed into shadows, launching themselves at the colossal serpent. Chapter 24. Confrontation with the eight-headed serpent. As the summer snow clone of Yuki arrived, a leaf ninja was urgently directing the battle. "Quickly, employ earth-style ninjutsu to restrain the serpent. We must not allow it to break through any further." The speaker was a common J-nin named Mitsui, whose face was etched with anxiety as he continually formed hand signs to execute the earth-style earth flow wall to impede the advance of the eight-headed serpent. Yuki recognized him. Mitsui was a kind-hearted individual who greeted everyone with warmth, even treating Naruto Uzumaki with mild indifference rather than the hostility shown by other villagers. Yuki knew that he and his wife had just welcomed a lovely newborn, and he was likely fighting desperately for their sake. Yet, as a civilian ninja, even with all his efforts, his chakra could barely sustain him. Mitsui hastily shoved 2 soldier pills into his mouth, chewing them briefly before swallowing and striving to extract more chakra from his body. Many ninjas, like Mitsui, were fighting valiantly, primarily consisting of civilian ninjas whose families resided in the nearby residential area. As their chakra reserves dwindled, despair began to cloud their faces, and some even broke into tears. Why aren't they coming to our aid? We have held out for so long. They could easily assist us." Mitsui, in a state of desperation, urged everyone. "We must not give up. Our families are behind us. Let us protect them with our lives." With that, he prepared to tie an explosive tag to himself, ready to charge at the serpent for a mutual demise. A hand halted him. "That's enough. Leave the rest to me," said clone number 2. Turning his back to Mitsui, the other clones rushed towards the eight-headed serpent while berating clone number 2. "You show off, always seeking the spotlight. Hurry up." Mitsui, bewildered, murmured. "Isn't that Yuki, who was declared a rogue ninja? What is he doing here?" Other ninjas nearby also began to notice and murmured among themselves. Clone number 2 shouted, "Everyone, step back. Leave the remaining work to us." With that, the clones lunged at the eight-headed serpent. Clone number 2, along with clones 3 and 4, targeted the 3 heads of the serpent, delivering powerful punches that forced the heads to tilt backward. The serpent's forked tongue, just released, was abruptly struck and severed midair. The agonized cries of the serpent echoed as its massive body thrashed on the ground. "Does it hurt?" "Pain is expected," clone number 2 stated coldly. The clones continued their assault, pummeling the serpent with fists and feet, the sound of cracking bones resonating as scales flew and blood gushed. The leaf ninjas watched in astonishment. Was this truly the same serpent that had ravaged their village? And how was Yuki so formidable? Wasn't he merely a freshly graduated genin? After a brutal onslaught, Clone number 2 approached the 8-headed serpent and declared, "You filthy serpent, deliver a message to your kind. Do not dare to reappear in the ninja world." The serpent, struggling to lift its head, was filled with fear as it hissed, "You have injured me. You are challenging the sanctity of the dragon's lair." "Injured you? No. You only need to return with one head. The rest, including your life, no longer belongs to you." "What? Spare me, or the white snake sage will seek vengeance on my behalf." The serpent pleaded. "Spare you? I'm afraid it's too late." With a series of explosive sounds, a tremendous mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, the force of the blast sending nearby leaf ninjas sprawling. Buildings were reduced to rubble by the ferocious winds. Fear gripped the hearts of all present. What kind of ninjutsu was this? It felt like divine retribution. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, only a massive crater and the head of the serpent remained. Moments later, even the serpent's head vanished with a resounding thud, and tranquility returned. From a distance, Yuki gazed at the dissipating cloud with a faint smile, appreciating its impressive might, akin to a miniature version of Pain's jutsu. "Whoever dares to provoke me in the future shall face this technique." He then activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting directly back to the land of waves. "What a terrifying ninjutsu," murmured a trembling leaf ninja. The residual shockwave from the explosion had left all nearby ninjas with varying degrees of injury. Merely being caught in the aftermath would likely lead to a fate akin to that of the serpent. Kakashi noted the explosion and mused, "Third Hokage. This is the talent in ninjutsu you abandoned. In just a few short months, he has grown to this extent." Danzo clenched his fists. "This calamity is a result of Hisashi's overly lenient nature. Had I been Hokage, such leniency would not have existed. However, I fear there may have been a similar explosion at my root base. I hope there are no issues." With that thought, Danzo could no longer remain idle, hastily summoning his subordinates to head towards the base. Meanwhile, many sand, rain, and water ninjas on site exchanged knowing glances, urging each other to relay the news back to their villages. In a brief moment, Yuki's name spread swiftly throughout the ninja world, catching everyone by surprise. Chapter 25. A bountiful harvest in the summer, Hachiyuki returned to the land of waves with a sense of fulfillment. Upon arriving at Zabuza's training base, just as she was about to share her recent achievements, she was abruptly interrupted by Zabuza. "To think, Hachiyuki, you possess such remarkable strength. Your reputation has spread throughout the ninja world, and you remain unaware? I just returned. Has it spread so swiftly?" Hachiyuki exclaimed in astonishment. After all, she had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return directly. How could news about her travel faster than her own technique? It was simply unfathomable. Zabuza burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. "You actually believed me? I was merely teasing you, and you divulged everything. How can you expect to become a proficient ninja like this?" "Zabuza, you are incorrigible." Hachiyuki sighed with relief, startled by the thought that the speed of information in the ninja world could outpace her own. If that were the case, many of her plans would have to be abandoned. Zabuza, curious, inquired, "But what significant endeavor have you undertaken? Your expression earlier startled me." "Nothing much. Just visited Konoha to retrieve a bit of interest from Danzo," Hachiyuki replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Haku entered with 2 cups of tea, offering one to Hachiyuki and Zabuza before quietly kneeling behind Zabuza. "Thank you, Haku." Hachiyuki took a gentle sip and continued, "During my visit to Konoha, I acquired some materials that may prove useful to you." Hachiyuki produced a scroll containing various materials and ninja tools from her waist and handed it over. Zabuza's eyes widened as he examined the contents. "Hachiyuki, did you rob the Konoha warehouse? How did you acquire so much?" With a slight smile, Hachiyuki replied, "First, have someone store these items in the warehouse. I still have more to share, so please return the scroll to me once you've finished." Zabuza nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ever since joining Hachiyuki in the land of waves, the cold-hearted assassin image he had maintained for over a decade had been shattered. Hachiyuki continuously surprised him, making it impossible to uphold his previous demeanor. "White, please organize the ninja tools and materials for storage," Zabuza instructed. "Yes, Mr. Zabuza." Haku bowed and exited to arrange for assistance. A clattering noise erupted in the courtyard, followed by gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. "Categorize and store these ninja tools and materials, then tally the quantities and report back to me," White commanded. "Understood, Lord White," came the response from the busy courtyard. "Hachiyuki, your contribution of these ninja tools is immensely helpful. Our team is nearing the end of their training, Yet we have been lacking in weaponry, Zabuza remarked. Has your funding run out? Hachiyuki asked, surprised. We still have enough money. However, having money alone does not guarantee the acquisition of weapons. Large-scale weapon procurement typically requires traveling to the land of iron or the land of craftsmen. Their production capabilities are limited, and they prioritize orders from the 5 great ninja villages, leaving smaller villages like ours to wait until last. Zabuza had completely forgotten about the hidden mist, now identifying himself as part of the Land of Waves, referring to it as our Land of Waves. Hachiyuki found the situation amusing. Why not purchase from elsewhere? The craftsmanship in other regions is subpar. The quality of the ninja tools varies significantly. If we were to buy from other ninja villages, they would undoubtedly charge us exorbitantly. Zabuza huffed. Common ninja tools are manageable, but specialized items like explosive tags can only be produced by specific clans, making them even harder to obtain, Hachiyuki explained slowly. For now, our limited number of team members should suffice with this batch of tools. We won't be staying in the Land of Waves forever. We can address future needs later. Zabuza's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Hachiyuki, do you have a plan? It's not so much a plan as it is a strategy to remain inconspicuous for the time being. In a few years, chaos will erupt in the ninja world, and when that time comes, we shall seize the opportunity to realize our ambitions, Hachiyuki responded. How is your mastery of the true clone technique and the exploding clone technique coming along? White and I have successfully mastered the true clone technique. It is undoubtedly one of the greatest inventions in the ninja world. Its chakra consumption and difficulty level are comparable to that of a B-rank shadow clone, effectively allowing all lower-ranked ninjas to utilize it, Zabuza stated, taking a sip of tea before continuing. As for the exploding clone technique, it proves to be more challenging. I have only just begun to grasp it. You claim these 2 techniques were developed by you during your time as a lower-ranked ninja? You are truly a genius of ninjutsu. Zabuza praised enthusiastically. Haha, Hachiyuki laughed joyfully. We must expedite the training of our team in the true clone technique. It will become a hallmark of our Land of Waves. As for the exploding clone technique and the scrolls I brought, we should implement a contribution system to incentivize our team's engagement and enhance their abilities. Understood. White and I will also contribute our ninjutsu, Zabuza affirmed. Excellent. We shall record the contributions of ninjutsu and assign contribution points accordingly. Haha, Hachiyuki, it seems you will soon find yourself quite prosperous. Zabuza, we shall prosper together. Just then, White returned, presenting Hachiyuki with a blank scroll. This time, we acquired 3,000 kunai, 30,000 shuriken, approximately 50,000 to 60,000 senbon, and 25,000 explosive tags. The remaining materials are yet to be fully counted. Hachiyuki smiled gently at Zabuza, who was left agape in astonishment. Congratulations, Zabuza. You have indeed struck gold this time. Chapter 26. Kato is coming to a showdown in the summer. 8 snowflakes bid farewell to Zabuza and Haku, informing them that she would deliver the ninjutsu scrolls once she completed her studies. Upon returning to her small courtyard, she leisurely stretched her limbs after pushing the door open. Though she had only spent a little over 10 days in Konoha, a wave of fatigue washed over her. Just as she contemplated resting, a ninja-clad figure appeared at the entrance, addressing her. Lady Yuki, Lord Kato requests your presence shortly. Understood. You may leave, she replied nonchalantly. Yes, my lady. I take my leave. With a cold snort, Yuki mused to herself that Kato indeed harbored ulterior motives. It seemed he believed he could summon her like a subordinate. Very well, let me see what Kato intends, she thought as she made her way to Kato's villa. Upon reaching the entrance, she noticed an increased presence of ninjas, most of whom were chunin, indicating a marked improvement in Kato's judgment, no longer hiring useless ruffians, but rather competent ninjas. Yuki couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, regarding these ninjas as mere trifles, insignificant and easily dispatched. Upon entering, she found Kato accompanied by 2 jonin, likely the source of his newfound audacity to confront her. Yuki assessed the 2 jonin, who returned her gaze with suspicion. The jonin's expressions were filled with uncertainty as they scrutinized her, while Yuki remained unfazed, as if they were non-existent. Lord Kato, may I inquire what you wish to discuss? She asked with a smile. Kato stammered, momentarily caught off guard, unsure of his next words. His original plan had been to leverage the 2 jonin to pressure Yuki, hoping to gain the upper hand. However, he did not anticipate her youthful composure and profound cunning. Unable to discern any shift in her demeanor, Kato felt a pang of anxiety. Lady Yuki, he began. Our finances have become somewhat strained. Perhaps we could start generating revenue from the Land of Waves? After all, our company's reputation is already quite favorable. Generate revenue? What do you mean, Lord Kato? She inquired. Taxes. Head taxes, fishing trade taxes, maritime passage taxes. These will quickly replenish our funds. But, Lord Kato, such measures would dishearten the populace. Do you not aspire to be the daimyo? Bah, who would want to be the impoverished daimyo of the Land of Waves? Spending my money on those wretches serves no purpose, Kato retorted. Yuki fixed her piercing gaze upon him, her tone remaining calm. Lord Kato, such actions would constitute a breach of our prior agreement. The citizens of the Land of Waves have only just begun to see improvement, and your approach threatens to undermine our endeavors. Kato, enraged by her words, slammed his hand on the table and leaped to his feet, bellowing, It is your endeavor, not mine. You have ruined my business. Observing Kato's furious visage, akin to a ripe tomato, Yuki suppressed a chuckle and remarked, It appears, Lord Kato, that you harbor substantial grievances regarding our enterprise. At her frosty words, a bead of sweat trickled down Kato's forehead as he recalled the terror that Yuki instilled. Regretting his outburst, he stammered, Lady Yuki, this was not my intention. I merely sought to explore new revenue streams for our venture. I apologize for my earlier emotional outburst. Seeing Kato so quickly concede, Yuki felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. That is the best course of action. As long as you remain committed to our enterprise, we can discuss matters amicably. Taxation cannot be increased at this time, as it would severely damage the economy of the Land of Waves. If there is nothing further, we shall conclude our discussion here today and revisit it later. Kato hastily replied, Allow me to escort you, my lady. Yuki shook her head repeatedly. No, Lord Kato. Please remain seated. There is no need for such formality. Feel free to command us as needed. Once Yuki departed, Kato seized a wine glass from the table and smashed it violently to the ground. Enraged, he leapt about like a frenzied monkey, howling at the two jonin. Did I spend all that money hiring you just to witness a performance? Why did you not suppress her? The two jonin exchanged awkward glances. Reluctant to admit they had been unable to gauge Yuki's strength and were fearful of acting against her. They offered excuses, Lord Kato. We did not perceive her as a formidable threat. Given how close you were to her, we were concerned she might suddenly attack you, which is why we refrained from taking action. Although Kato found their explanation unsatisfactory, he conceded, Next time we converse, ensure you suppress her. If you have any stronger allies, recruit them as well. I offer competitive salaries and generous rewards. Anyone who successfully topples Lady Yuki will earn unimaginable riches. The two jonin nodded in agreement. As Yuki walked home, she contemplated, Kato, if you were wise, you would accept the current circumstances. Otherwise, do not blame me for delivering a righteous judgment. I will not allow you to continue corrupting this land. However, the thought of eliminating Kato raised concerns. Who would take over his responsibilities? Yuki had no desire to assume his burdens, preferring to avoid the relentless grind of her previous life, while Zabuza lacked expertise in economic matters, and Haku's logistical management was uncertain at a national level. With a sigh, Yuki patted her head, feeling the weight of her troubles. The lack of capable personnel was truly disheartening. By the time she returned home, she had yet to devise a suitable plan and decided to set the matter aside for now. Chapter 27. Danzo wept after a restful night. Summer 8 Snow rose from his bed, stretching luxuriously. Following his confrontation with Kato, he sensed that he had temporarily subdued his opponent. However, he knew that Kato would not relent easily, and he would have to prepare for whatever strategies Kato might devise next. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the gentle warmth of the sun, bathing him in its light, while the waves lapped rhythmically against the shore. Seagulls soared overhead, calling out as they glided through the sky. As he strolled through the street, he observed that the crowds had noticeably thickened, with smiles adorning the faces of passers-by. Summer 8 Snow felt as if his heart had been illuminated by the sun. The Land of Waves, devoid of the hidden villages and feudal lords, felt like a serene paradise reminiscent of a bygone earth, tranquil and peaceful. He approached a noodle stall and addressed the owner, Boss Xiong. I would like a bowl of ramen. The proprietor, who had recently relocated from the Land of Water, specialized in seafood ramen, while it lacked the finesse of handmade noodles. Its generous portions and abundant seafood made it a popular choice. Just a moment, Yashu-san, the owner responded. Since Summer 8 Snow had subdued Kato, the people of the Land of Waves had come to recognize him as a formidable youth who had taken control of Kato's company. With the implementation of supportive policies for company development, life in the Land of Waves had improved significantly, leading the residents to affectionately refer to him as Young Master Yashu. Upon hearing this title, Summer 8 Snow felt it was inappropriate, as it implied a familial connection to Kato, and thus requested that they simply call him by his name. The people complied, warmly addressing him as Yashu. In the ninja world, the plight of the lower-class citizens often resembled a hellish existence. A mere act of kindness could easily garner their gratitude. This may have been one of the reasons Kato could not tolerate the situation. He spent his wealth while Summer 8 Snow reaped the accolades, shattering Kato's dreams of grandeur. As Summer 8 Snow savored his noodles, he contemplated when he might next visit Konoha to replenish his supplies from Danzo. For it would soon become inconvenient once Naruto Uzumaki returned with Tsunade. Meanwhile, news of Summer 8 Snow spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. The leaders of the major ninja villages, Kazekage, Mizukage, Reikage, and Tsuchikage, received reports from their subordinates, and all arrived at a unanimous decision to locate the rogue ninja Summer 8 Snow and either bring him back to their village or seize his unique ninjutsu. Such a talent could not be allowed to slip through their fingers, especially not to Konoha. The information eventually reached the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain. Upon reviewing the intel, Pain addressed his fellow members. This Summer 8 Snow may not possess the strength of a Kage, but he is undoubtedly a genius. Who among you will approach him and bring him into our fold? Daidara eagerly volunteered. Let me go. I will assess whether he is indeed a true genius. Pain regarded Daidara, then glanced at the others. Is there anyone else willing to go? Itachi remained silent, stepping back slightly. Kakuzu interjected, don't involve me in matters of finance. Sasori added, if you wish to go, then go on your own. I will not accompany you. Very well, Daidara shall go. Do your utmost to persuade him to join us, Pain decreed. Daidara exclaimed, leave it to me. But do we know where Summer 8 Snow is currently located? Zetsu, with his plant-like head, replied, based on my reconnaissance, he is likely hiding in the Land of Waves. Daidara, filled with confidence, proclaimed, as long as I know where he is, I can bring him back. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Danzo sat on the floor of the root base, on the verge of madness. One might wonder why Danzo found himself on the floor, and the answer lay in the fact that Summer 8 Snow had previously raided Root, taking all the usable furniture with him, leaving nothing behind. Initially, Danzo felt a twinge of sorrow over the passing of his old friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and a flicker of delight at the prospect of becoming Hokage. However, upon entering Root, all these emotions dissipated, replaced by an all-consuming rage and a painful throb in his chest. My money. So many materials and scrolls. Tears streamed down Danzo's face uncontrollably as he wept on the floor for an entire day. No one could console him. His subordinates, helpless, could only allow him to grieve while they took care of the bodies for burial. After a day of lamentation, Danzo finally ceased his crying. The sting of loss somewhat alleviated, leaving only his fury towards Summer 8 Snow. Sitting on the floor, his face darkened with rage. He reflected on the losses incurred during the attack. Over 100 Root members had perished, with none of the ninjas on duty managing to escape. Only a handful who were out on missions or had accompanied Danzo survived. With Root now effectively crippled, daily tasks had to be curtailed. Rather than allow this to continue, he resolved to abandon those tasks and redirect his efforts towards capturing the wretched Summer 8 Snow. Ah, you scoundrel! I shall make you suffer 1,000 deaths, Danzo shouted, rising to his feet with fury in his single eye, gritting his teeth. Come here, he bellowed. Yes, sir. Go issue orders. All missions are to be terminated. Except for essential personnel, everyone else is to seek out Summer 8 Snow's whereabouts. I will personally take his life, skin him, and break his bones. Danzo thundered. But, sir. Before the Root ninja could finish, Danzo seized him by the collar. What is it? Do you dare defy my orders? His fierce gaze bore into the ninja, who trembled under his stare. Sir, we have no funds left. The Root ninja's forehead glistened with cold sweat, but he managed to persist. There is not a single Ryo remaining. Sir. Danzo's expression stiffened as he released his grip. Money. I shall resolve that issue. You will issue the orders immediately. Yes, sir. The Root ninja exited hastily. Danzo found himself reminiscing about his old friend Hiruzen Sarutobi. Had Hiruzen still been alive, acquiring a bit of funding would have posed no challenge. But now, with Hiruzen gone, Danzo was left to haggle with Tsunade and Mido. Clenching his fists, Danzo strode purposefully from Root, determined to procure the necessary funds. Chapter 28. The Kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Summer Hatsuyuki Mito Minyan and Torian Kobayashi, as fellow disciples, found themselves in a dire situation. With Sarutobi's demise, my foundation has suffered a grievous assault from that shameless Summer Hatsuyuki, leading to severe losses. I am left with not a single ryo. Today, you must allocate some funds to me, demanded Danzo, pounding the table in front of the two. However, Konoha has sustained substantial damage from this attack, and many areas require financial resources, Mito Minyan replied weakly. Indeed, the restoration of Konoha and compensation for the deceased demands a considerable amount of money. We have no surplus funds to allocate to your foundation, Torian Kobayashi interjected. Danzo slammed the table and shouted, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions, Mito Minyan. Are you attempting to seize the village's assets now that Sarutobi is gone? Do not harbor such delusions. My foundation will keep a vigilant watch over you. If you do not allow me peace, then none of you shall find solace." The expressions of Mito Minyan and Torian Kobayashi soured as they faced Danzo. "Shimura Danzo, do not go too far," they cautioned. Danzo retorted, "Who among us is truly overstepping? Are you incapable of producing even a modest budget?" At this juncture, Mito Minyan attempted to mediate. All right. Danzo's foundation indeed bears heavy losses. Perhaps we can allocate a small sum. How much do you require? Danzo calculated silently, stating, "At least 500 million ryo." "What? 500 million? Why don't you just rob a bank?" "The village simply cannot spare such an amount," they replied. "Then how much can you offer?" Danzo pressed. "Only 20 million ryo," came the response. This time, Danzo was incensed. "Are you jesting? I have lost numerous personnel, tools, and materials. Which of these does not cost money?" He continued, "If you cannot compensate for our foundation's combat strength, do you think you would still hold your advisory positions in Konoha without my foundation clearing up after your mess? I must have 500 million ryo, no less," he insisted. Torian Kobayashi stated, "Danzo, the utmost we can offer is 100 million ryo. Any more, and the village simply lacks the resources." Danzo's expression softened momentarily. "Very well. 100 million it is. But there's one condition. This is the last allocation. You cannot request further funds from us in the future. Konoha's finances are already stretched thin." "Agreed. We will manage future finances within our foundation," Danzo concluded, satisfied as he departed with the funds from Mito and Kobayashi. "Now, let us see how I, Danzo, will take my revenge on you, Summer Hatsuyuki," he mused inwardly. While Danzo sharpened his schemes within Konoha, Summer Hatsuyuki retreated to his small courtyard to delve deeper into the mysteries of the Sharingan. Calming his mind, Hatsuyuki reflected on his previous experiments with the Sharingan. He procured a mirror and positioned it before himself. He began to channel Yin chakra into the points around his eyes. Gradually, the mirror reflected his eyes, turning a deep crimson, the pupils morphing into small, swirling tomo. The cultivation of the Sharingan was successful. Hatsuyuki continued to infuse Yin chakra, and the single tomo began to spin faster and faster. As it twirled, a second tomo emerged, and upon reaching 3 tomo, the pupils stabilized, halting their rotation. Gazing into the mirror, Hatsuyuki marveled at his Sharingan, now adorned with 3 tomo. He mused that the legitimate Uchiha Sasuke probably possessed only 2 tomo. The thought of teasing that arrogant child brought a smile to his face, eliciting a hearty laugh. Eager to test his newly acquired Sharingan, Hatsuyuki stepped out of the courtyard and activated it. Instantly, he perceived the world around him slow down. The tomo in his eyes whirled wildly, with a mere glance. He comprehended the movements of all beings within 100 meters, humans, animals, insects. Each subtle disturbance in the environment registered in his mind. The noodle vendor, Kuma, meticulously prepared his dish. With 28 strands of noodles, he poured them into a bowl, added broth, and garnished with 28 pieces of green onion, alongside a crab and 2 shrimp. He then handed it to a customer wearing a straw hat, who slowly opened his mouth to eat. Hatsuyuki's keen eyes noticed the 3 cavities in the man's teeth as he began to chew. Observing closely, he saw a shrimp shell wedged between the customer's teeth, poised to injure his gums with the next bite. As the customer bit down, blood began to seep from his gums, prompting him to frown and gradually set down the bowl. Shutting his Sharingan, Hatsuyuki exhaled deeply as the world returned to its normal pace. Such terrifying insight. He now understood why the Uchiha were so proud. Anyone experiencing the sensation he had just felt would undoubtedly feel invincible. That overwhelming ability to perceive everything around him was enough to dominate any opponent. even those of a higher caliber. Hachiyuki experimented further with the three-tomo Sharingan, finding the activation and deactivation seamless and fluid, as if it were an innate talent. However, he noted the absence of other abilities. There were no ninjutsu techniques to be found. A nagging suspicion arose within him. Was his research flawed, resulting in a half-baked Sharingan lacking in techniques? Returning home, he continued his experimentation, contemplating the negative emotions associated with the Sharingan's activation. Hachiyuki devised a solution. He had previously infused true essence into the pressure points at his temples and fengqi. The temples, rich in blood vessels and nerve endings, promoted circulation and eased tension, while fengqi alleviated neck strain, thereby mitigating cerebral symptoms. By safeguarding his brain from negative emotions at these points, Hachiyuki found no impediment when activating his Sharingan. A thought crossed his mind. The Sharingan, known as the Eye of Mind Reflection, might not produce corresponding techniques if negative emotions were kept at bay. This explanation seemed plausible to him. If there were no techniques, so be it. He had no desire to become mentally unstable. Once he opened the governing vessel and established a connection with the conception vessel, the Yin chakra would no longer inflict negative emotions upon his eyes. At that point, he should be able to develop his own techniques. After further attempts, Hachiyuki resolved to activate the Ninja.Xia Sharingan. He infused a substantial amount of Yin chakra, but even after exhausting his reserves, there was no response. The following day, after a night's rest, his chakra replenished. Upon channeling nearly 20 shadow-level chakra bursts, he felt an itch in his pupils, signaling a breakthrough. He quickly retrieved a small mirror to examine his eyes. Indeed, the three-tomo spun rapidly, forming an intricate pattern. Once the rotation ceased, Hachiyuki gazed into the mirror, marveling at his Ninja.Xia Sharingan. The design was reminiscent of two pentagrams. Chapter 29. The arrival of the Akatsuki organization. Xia Xia Yaxue gazed into the kaleidoscope-like starry eyes, a sense of melancholy washing over her. Facing an adversary with such whimsical eyes could surely induce uncontrollable laughter. How embarrassing! Staring at these peculiar starry eyes, Xia Xia Yaxue felt as if she were transforming into a magical girl. Initially, she intended to seek out Zabuza for practice after activating the kaleidoscope. But that thought dissipated. Regaining her composure, Xia Xia Yaxue prepared to test her kaleidoscope. With her starry eyes wide open, she surveyed her surroundings. The first thing that caught her attention was the play of light and shadow around her. She sensed the subtle fluctuations of sunlight filtering through the leaves, every vein of each leaf distinctly visible. As the wind blew, she could discern minute changes in temperature and humidity brought by the gentle breeze. In that moment, Xia Xia Yaxue felt akin to a deity descending to the mortal realm. Much like before with the three-tomo Sharingan, the world slowed down. Compared to the three-tomo, her perceptive abilities had intensified, allowing her to clearly see the motes of dust swirling in the air, reminiscent of the beams of light that streamed into her room. With her kaleidoscope activated, Xia Xia Yaxue joyously tested it throughout the room. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a scroll, which contained the Sharingan she had seized from Danzo. An idea sparked in her mind. Could she learn others' ocular techniques through their Sharingan? Resolute in her thoughts, she unrolled the scroll and found a pair of three-tomo Sharingan. Grasping them in her hands, she enveloped them with her Ina tribute chakra and began to absorb their power. The moment the Yin chakra made contact with the Sharingan, it felt as though the eyes were melting away, flowing into her own through the channels in her hands. Xia Xia Yaxue sensed something profound as she carefully contemplated the essence of the Sharingan's ninjutsu, magical restraint technique. In the mental realm constructed by the caster, those ensnared would feel as if their limbs were being driven by wedges, completely losing their bodily freedom, accompanied by an illusory sense of physical pain. It wielded an interrogation-like potency. Overjoyed, Xia Xia Yaxue realized her plan was indeed feasible. Ordinary Sharingan held no value for absorption, but now she had access to those of Danzo, Itachi, and Obito. Itachi posed a bit of a challenge, as did Obito. The optimal choice was undoubtedly Danzo. Xia Xia Yaxue felt it was time to return to Konoha and pay Elder Danzo a visit. The next day, Xia Xia Yaxue returned to the training base. Seeking out Zabuza, she handed him a storage scroll filled with ninjutsu. "Take this and store it away," she instructed. Zabuza, astonished, remarked, "Didn't you say you wanted to learn first?" Xia Xia Yaxue pointed to her head. "It's all in here now." She was not exaggerating. After activating the kaleidoscope, It felt as though she had unlocked a cheat, allowing her to memorize multiple ninjutsu simultaneously at an extraordinary speed. In just one night, she had committed all the ninjutsu she brought back from Konoha to memory, the price being a relentless headache that only began to subside this morning. A genius is indeed a genius. You learned so quickly, Zabuza praised. I haven't truly learned. I've merely forcefully memorized it. I believe specializing in one technique is more beneficial than attempting to master too many. I will reference those ninjutsu, but my primary focus will remain on my shadow clone technique, Xia Xia Yaxue replied. I concur, Zabuza nodded, just as he was about to speak further. An arrogant voice echoed from the heavens. I've found you, traitor Xia Xia Yaxue. Both Xia Xia Yaxue and Zabuza looked up to see a young man with a golden ponytail riding a large white bird, descending from the sky. Xia Xia Yaxue, I am Daidara. I've heard you are a ninjutsu genius. How about we have a match? Daidara, a member of the Akatsuki organization, codenamed Blue, specialized in explosive clay techniques. I believe there is no necessity for us to engage in combat, Xia Xia Yaxue replied coolly. What brings you all the way to the land of waves to find me? Haha, Daidara assessed Xia Xia Yaxue from head to toe, his gaze piercing. Our leader has invited you to join the Akatsuki. Will you accept? Apologies, but I no longer wish to be a ninja. I refuse, Xia Xia Yaxue stated calmly. Well, that is convenient. I didn't think your strength was sufficient to join the Akatsuki anyway. A refusal is just fine, Daidara retorted. Huh. The Akatsuki has become so easygoing? Xia Xia Yaxue pondered with confusion. Since that is the case, I shall take you back to the Akatsuki, Daidara declared, tossing a small white spider towards her. With a loud explosion, Xia Xia Yaxue evaded the blast, while Daidara grinned triumphantly, launching a flurry of small spiders that detonated one after another. Some of the unprepared teammates were injured, groaning on the ground. The newly constructed warehouse collapsed halfway with a crash. Enraged, Xia Xia Yaxue shouted at Zabuza, help rescue the injured. If Daidara wants to fight, let him come at me. In a flash, she transformed into a shadow, darting swiftly towards the outskirts of the village. Daidara cackled, you cannot escape, Xia Xia Yaxue. He pursued her on his white bird, unrestrained in his attacks. Boom, boom. The explosions continued relentlessly. To minimize civilian casualties, Xia Xia Yaxue had no choice but to choose a less populated route, hastening her escape towards the village's edge. She raced towards a deserted beach, coming to a halt as Daidara caught up. Daidara laughed. Xia Xia Yaxue, are you not running anymore? Run? Xia Xia Yaxue replied coldly. For the heinous acts you've just committed, you must pay the price. Are you angry for those weaklings? Daidara inquired curiously. Weaklings? In my eyes, you are also a weakling. You arrogant fool, where does your confidence come from? Daidara fumed. Take this. C1, clay spider. Xia Xia Yaxue did not employ any ninjutsu. Instead, she bellowed, ha, unleashing her chakra, which erupted into a powerful gust of wind, dispersing the incoming spiders. Daidara narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. Xia Xia Yaxue's explosive display had revealed her strength. She was undoubtedly at the level of a shadow. Damn it, the intel was outdated. Chapter 30. Capturing Daidara in the summer, Hachiyuki split into two clones, positioning them in front of himself. Together, they unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, sending three massive fireballs hurtling towards Daidara while simultaneously obstructing his escape route. Daidara formed hand seals for explosive clay, giant bird, leaping onto the back of a large white bird, narrowly evading the fireballs launched by Hachiyuki. Explosions are art. Daidara cackled maniacally, soaring through the sky as he deployed his explosive clay ninjutsu. From above, it appeared as if clay creatures were raining down, swiftly darting towards Hachiyuki. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, Hachiyuki teleported a short distance to evade. The explosive clay latched onto his two clones, binding them tightly. Huh! Daidara bellowed from the air. With a tremendous explosion, the clones were engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke. Ha! Explosions are indeed art. However, mid-laughter, Daidara found himself choking, as if a hand had clutched his throat, unable to utter a word. As the smoke dissipated, Hachiyuki's clones emerged unscathed, now possessing the strength of a Kage. Hachiyuki's clones were equally formidable, enhanced by a newly learned ninjutsu from the Hyuga clan. His defenses were impenetrable to any ordinary Kage. How is this possible? Daidara's face was etched with disbelief. How could such an explosion fail to harm me? Is this what you call art? Clone 1 taunted. You insolent fool. How dare you underestimate me? Take this. Daidara leaped from his bird, forming hand seals for C4, Garuda. From his palms, 2 mouths opened. And after a brief moment of chewing, he expelled 2 large masses of clay that morphed on the ground into grotesque humanoid figures. Observing these oddities, Clones 1 and 2 simultaneously scoffed. Is this your idea of art? It's a disgrace to the very concept. Young man, if you lack an appreciation for art, you are forever doomed to remain ignorant of it, Daidara retorted, feeling deeply insulted by their banter. Silence. Prepare yourself. The clay puppets writhed, advancing towards Clones 1 and 2. Their bodies possessed immense stickiness. Wounds inflicted by shuriken would seal shut in an instant, rendering them ineffective. The clay figures could twist and contort their bodies. Launching surprise attacks, sharp spikes could suddenly protrude from their abdomens, or they could shift direction mid-attack. Daidara watched as Clones 1 and 2 struggled to cope with the onslaught. Now do you understand my prowess? Clone 1 signaled to Clone 2. With a swift kick, Clone 1 sent a clay puppet hurtling towards Clone 2, who grinned and plunged his hand into the puppet's body. Now let me show you what true art is. Clone 2 charged towards Daidara at breakneck speed. Sensing impending doom, Daidara's expression shifted. No, Earth release, Earth flow wall. His face paled as he quickly formed the jutsu to intercept Clone 2. With a deafening explosion, flames and shockwaves radiated outward, engulfing a radius of nearly 100 meters. Daidara was blasted away, landing dozens of meters from the epicenter, spitting blood profusely. This is the art of explosion. His tattered clothing and myriad wounds painted a grim picture. Now, do you comprehend who the true weakling is? Hachiyuki approached calmly, observing Daidara as he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. You are indeed stronger than I. You have won. Go ahead, strike me down, Daidara managed to say, barely clinging to life. Do you truly believe your existence is not worth cherishing? Hachiyuki gazed into Daidara's eyes and spoke slowly. Isn't this how the ninja world has always been? The victor takes all, while the vanquished lose everything. Daidara's eyes dimmed, murmuring, do you not find this world utterly absurd? The senseless slaughter, the endless hatred, the unhealable pain. This is the ninja world. Do you wish to dream of peace like our leader? Daidara inquired. Pain. His plan is indeed a dream that cannot be realized. Do you believe your vision can come to fruition? Hachiyuki replied, absolutely. Have you not seen? The land of waves is merely the beginning of this vision. All shall be equal. The weak will not be oppressed, nor will senseless ninja take their lives. Hachiyuki smiled slightly as he gazed into the distance. Do you know the root of the turmoil in the ninja world? The ninja villages? Daidara queried. No. It is the daimyos, those with ambitions who instigate wars for their own selfish gains. Ninjutsu and ninjas are merely weapons. Coughing, Daidara fixed his gaze on Hachiyuki. Eradicate all daimyos and nobles, unify all nations and ninja villages, and establish a government for the common people, Hachiyuki declared. If only the first Hokage could have thought like you. Such an ideal world is one I shall never witness. It is a shame, Daidara sighed. What? Do you not wish to join us? Hachiyuki asked. You will not kill me? Killing you is a senseless act that only begets hatred. Are you willing to forsake your previous notions and join our cause to fight for all commoners? Daidara spoke earnestly. Please take me with you. I wish to atone for my past actions. Hachiyuki seized Daidara and teleported them back to the training base. Zabuza, commanding his team to tend to the wounded, looked at Hachiyuki and asked, Did you capture him? What shall we do now? Treat his injuries. He is one of us now, Hachiyuki replied, summoning a team member to escort Daidara for treatment. Zabuza, puzzled, remarked, Is this not rather hasty? Hachiyuki acknowledged, Indeed, I merely spoke of our ideals. And he agreed to join. It seems he, too, could not see hope in the ninja world, leading him to despair. I will keep a close watch on him. Zabuza affirmed. Once he recovers, I will bring him to you. We welcome all who resonate with our beliefs, but we must remain vigilant. Be cautious of upcoming attacks. Have the team assist civilians in more drills to minimize casualties. Hachiyuki expressed his concern. Zabuza nodded in agreement before departing to attend to his duties. Hachiyuki contemplated the necessity of rapidly enhancing his strength, planning to showcase overwhelming power in future confrontations. Otherwise, they would be perceived as mere soft targets, which he could not abide. Chapter 31. The rescue of Daidara. Summer Yashu left a clone to assist while her true self teleported back to the courtyard to rest. On that day, the fierce battle between Summer Yashu and Daidara by the seaside caught the attention of nearby ninjas, who relayed the news back to their village. Within the Akatsuki organization, Pain once again summoned everyone for a meeting using the shadow transmission technique. He sat firmly in his seat, surrounded by flickering shadows of Akatsuki members under the dim light. In the heavy silence, Pain's calm voice sliced through the air. Now, I have significant news to share with you all. At that moment, all eyes focused on Pain, and in the stillness, the only sound was the faint crackling of flames on the candelabrum. With an unperturbed expression, Pain announced, Daidara has been captured by Summer Yashu, approximately 3 days ago. This information has been confirmed by a clone of Zetsu. Instantly, the entire hall seemed to chill with an icy atmosphere. The faces of the other Akatsuki members displayed disbelief. And in the silence, the first to react was Kisame, who suddenly stood up, incredulously exclaiming, What? Daidara has been captured? How is that possible? Beside him, Kakuzu appeared bewildered, as if just coming to his senses, and a grim voice echoed in his ears. Leader, does this mean Daidara's pay for this month will not be issued? He glanced at the empty seat designated for Daidara, a slight smirk curling under his mask, thinking, I shall gladly accept that payment. At this moment, Scorpion coldly interjected. Humph, how pathetic that Daidara has fallen to a mere civilian ninja. However, even if he is a failure, he was once my partner. I cannot simply abandon him. This statement immediately garnered the agreement of those present, and Kisame furrowed his brow, firmly stating, Scorpion, I will go with you. Pain silently nodded, his gaze sweeping over each member present. Summer Yashu, a rogue ninja from Konoha, possesses strength equivalent to that of a Kage. While Daidara is indeed formidable, his failure was due to incorrect intelligence and an overestimation of his abilities. Next to him, Itachi scoffed. The intelligence was absurdly flawed. A Kage-level ninja failed to perceive the threat in advance. Zetsu, are your clones not spread throughout the ninja world? Zetsu replied coolly, This Summer Yashu is no ordinary ninja. She likely harbors hidden strengths. Otherwise, Daidara would not have been captured so easily. I propose we investigate further to uncover any undisclosed trump cards she may possess before attempting to rescue Daidara. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. Daidara had always been arrogant within the Akatsuki, priding himself on his genius, and his abilities were above average within the organization. His previous missions had been executed with remarkable efficiency, making this unexpected failure all the more shocking. Pain raised his hand, signaling for calm. We will continue to investigate this matter, but for now, we must reassess our plans. The emergence of Summer Yashu indicates that we may face significant resistance. Scorpion, Itachi, Kisame, I entrust this task to you. Rescue Daidara and issue a warning to Summer Yashu in the Land of Waves. The members acknowledged his command. Pain concluded. This meeting is adjourned. Disperse. Meanwhile, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, learned of the capture of the S-rank rogue ninja Daidara by Summer Yashu in the Land of Waves. Upon receiving this news, a grave expression crossed his face. He understood how troublesome his disciple Daidara could be. The ease of his capture demonstrated Summer Yashu's formidable strength. It seemed necessary to pay closer attention to intelligence from the Land of Waves in the future. Inoki promptly convened an emergency meeting. In the conference room, Inoki sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed and his demeanor serious. We must retrieve Daidara. He is a ninja of a Wagakure and can only be judged by our village. His tone was resolute. A Wagakure's reputation could not afford to allow a rogue ninja to roam free. An intelligence ninja stepped forward to report to Inoki, Lord Tsuchikage. We have confirmed information about Summer Yashu. It appears she may be engaged in some sort of operation, but we do not yet know her specific intentions. Inoki nodded. Act swiftly, relay the orders, and dispatch 2 elite teams to the Land of Waves to negotiate with Summer Yashu for the return of the rogue ninja. What if she refuses to comply? Refuse? Humph. Then we shall take action. Does a mere rogue ninja from Konoha dare defy my commands? Inoki declared proudly. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. As the elite teams from a Wagakure set out, they attracted the attention of other ninja villages, and the gaze of the entire ninja world turned toward the Land of Waves, eager to witness how Summer Yashu would respond. When the news reached the Land of Waves again, Daidara, having undergone several days of treatment, found himself improved. He approached Summer Yashu, nervously saying, Yashu, perhaps I should lay low for a while in a Wagakure. Summer Yashu looked at Daidara, now clad in camouflage and with his hair cut short, and found it somewhat amusing. The golden-haired ninja resembled an American soldier, almost unrecognizable. She reassured him, do not worry. Since you have joined us, your safety is assured. However, we cannot engage in battle within the Land of Waves. Follow me, and we will intercept them outside. Daidara nodded in understanding, bowing his head as he followed Summer Yashu out of the town. The two concealed themselves in the woods just outside the town, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Earth Countries team. Chapter 32. The Artistic Youth, Daidara in the Serene Woods. Summer Yash and Daidara stood in quiet anticipation for the arrival of the Iwagakure ninja. Leaning languidly against a sturdy tree, Summer Yash broke the silence, asking, Daidara, what compelled you to leave Iwagakure? Daidara responded with a hint of melancholy. Initially, I sought to prove my genius by developing explosive clay ninjutsu, only to be scorned by my teacher and banished to live outside the village. He continued, Earth techniques pale in comparison to the artistry of my explosions. Did you manage to demolish the Tsuchikage tower? Summer Yash inquired. Not quite, Daidara admitted, though I may have accidentally severed a few sewage pipes during my explosions, nothing more. How often did that happen? Perhaps 5 or 6 times a week. I can't recall precisely, he replied, a hint of resentment in his voice. Upon hearing this, Summer Yash couldn't help but think how fortunate it was that Daidara had spared a day for rest. He resembled a mischievous child tossing firecrackers into a manhole. Doing so incessantly, he patted Daidara's shoulder, remarking, It seems that Tsuchikage truly adores you. Anyone else would have been strung up by now. Explosions are art. I sacrifice for the sake of artistry. A mere sewage pipe cannot be compared to true art, Daidara retorted defiantly. Then why not destroy something else? Must it always be the sewage pipes? Summer Yash questioned, puzzled. Daidara sighed. I didn't intend for it to be this way. Initially, I struggled with the clay's control, and it would invariably burrow downward upon release. Summer Yash thought to himself that such a dangerous individual should not be allowed to reside within the guard team. It would be wiser to assign him a solitary dwelling on the beach. Just as Daidara was about to defend himself, they heard rustling in the woods. Someone was approaching. Summer Yash nodded, and moments later, a ninja clad in a Iwagakure attire leaped down from the treetops. Akatsuki, long time no see, Daidara exclaimed joyfully. Upon spotting Daidara, Akatsuki's eyes flared with anger as he bellowed, You scoundrel! Traitor Daidara, surrender at once. Akatsuki, we are comrades. Do you not remember our bond? Daidara lamented. Daidara, are you truly oblivious to why your brother shuns you? Summer Yash mused inwardly. Daidara, there is nothing to discuss. Surrender quickly, or we shall be forced to act. Akatsuki declared sternly, though in his heart, he feared the chaos that would ensue if they were to bring Daidara back to the Tsuchikage. Daidara bristled. I show you respect by calling you brother. Do you believe yourself superior? Come and test me if you dare. Summer Yash hastily intervened. Wait. This esteemed Akatsuki. You see, Daidara has defected from Iwagakure to join the Akatsuki. I have captured him from the Akatsuki. He is now my prize. Akatsuki felt a mix of relief and regret. He was glad to think they might not have to return Daidara to Iwagakure, but that Tsuchikage had issued a strict order to bring him back, fearing for Daidara's life. With a sigh, Akatsuki confessed, I wish it were otherwise. But that Tsuchikage has commanded me to retrieve Daidara. Summer Yash thought to himself, it seems a confrontation is inevitable. He then proclaimed loudly, Iwagakure ninjas, you are encircled. Surrender your weapons, and we shall treat captives with honor. A.J. Neen behind Akatsuki scoffed. What nonsense. Surrounded, you say? Just as he prepared to mock Summer Yash. A rustling sound akin to leaves in the wind resonated, as 400 jutsu clones encircled the two Iwagakure squads, leaving them no escape. The faces of the Iwagakure ninjas turned grim as they realized their predicament. Akatsuki's expression darkened, gritting his teeth. Truly remarkable skills. Summer Yash waved dismissively. Oh, it's merely the result of collaboration. The Iwagakure ninjas were visibly agitated, casting expectant glances at Akatsuki, urging him to take action. Ignoring their pleas, Akatsuki fixed his gaze upon Summer Yash, stating, Are you determined to engage in a fight? With a smile, Summer Yash replied, Do not misconstrue my intentions. I have always desired peaceful coexistence with Iwagakure. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. The individual beside me merely resembles the traitor Daidara. His name is Radati. Please inform the Tsuchikage that this is all a misunderstanding. I will promptly relay any information regarding Daidara. Daidara, bursting into raucous laughter, added, Indeed. I am Radati, not Daidara. I suggest you all reconsider before making a fool of yourselves. Summer Yash facepalmed, thinking that Daidara's expulsion from Iwagakure was well-deserved. Akatsuki and his companions were flushed with embarrassment, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. Summer Yush swiftly kicked Daidara, urging him, calm down. That fool can be quite abrasive. Do not stoop to his level. As Daidara groaned, getting up, he sulked in silence. Akatsuki addressed Summer Yush, you needn't shield that insufferable brat any longer. Let us settle this with a duel. Summer Yush promptly declined. That would only sour our relations. Instead, let one of your J-Nin step forward. If they can best my clones, Daidara will accompany you. If they lose, please convey my message to the Tsukage. Without hesitation, Akatsuki turned to his fellow ninjas. Samp, you're up. Chapter 33. Daidara's new job. Daidara shouted from the sidelines. Kasai Hachiyuki, you must give it your all. Don't take it lightly and end up losing. Kasai Hachiyuki cast him a sidelong glance, reassuringly responding, even if I were to lose, it wouldn't matter. Based on your previous methods, I could simply return and stay for a few days, and the Tsukage would soon expel you again. Daidara retorted angrily, nonsense. Being captured and brought back would be utterly humiliating. With a flick of his hand, Kasai Hachiyuki summoned a shadow clone, stepping across to face Owagakure's Sanjuro. Expressionless as he declared, let us begin. Sanjuro swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing Earth Release, Earth Spear, transforming the soil before him into several sharp stone spikes that hurled towards Hachiyuki's clone. The clone dodged to the side or blocked with kunai, deflecting several stone spears while continuing its assault towards Sanjuro. Reacting promptly, Sanjuro executed Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, slamming his hands onto the ground as earthen walls rose up to enclose Hachiyuki's clone. Oh, impressive. Truly, the ninjas of Owagakure are remarkable. The Earth Release is executed so smoothly, allowing 4 walls to be summoned in one go. Kasai Hachiyuki applauded from the sidelines. Daidara and the other Owagakure ninjas exchanged bewildered glances at Hachiyuki. Your clone is trapped, yet you stand unconcerned, enjoying the spectacle while praising your opponent's jutsu. How audacious. Daidara exploded in frustration. Kasai Hachiyuki, take this seriously. The stakes are on me. Don't lose carelessly. Seeing Daidara's intense involvement, Kasai Hachiyuki stifled a laugh. No need to fret, I won't let you down. Suddenly, several fist imprints appeared on the earth flow wall, and with a resounding crash, a large hole burst open. The Owagakure ninjas gaped in astonishment as Hachiyuki's clone charged through the breach. Although called the earth flow wall, its hardness rivaled that of rock, enhanced further by the earth release techniques of Owagakure ninjas. To have it shattered by mere fists? Such terrifying physical prowess. All eyes turned back to Kasai Hachiyuki, realizing that if the clone was this formidable, his original self must be even stronger, his physique rivaling that of the third Raikage. What they were unaware of was that Hachiyuki's developed evergreen technique was akin to a cheat in the ninja world, while others strained their chakra from their own bodies. Hachiyuki absorbed the natural energies of heaven and earth, enhancing not only his chakra reserves, but also fortifying his physical body in the process, leading to a dramatic increase in vitality. Once Kasai Hachiyuki's meridians were fully opened, he would achieve a true sage body. With the earth flow wall breached, Hachiyuki's clone faced no further hindrance, executing a lightning-fast body flicker technique to press a kunai against Sanjuro's throat. You have lost, the clone stated flatly. Akatsuki clapped his hands. All right, we concede. As previously agreed, we must return. Emphasizing the word agreement, Akatsuki wore a broad smile, exhibiting no signs of disappointment over the mission's failure. Beckoning 2 Owagakure teams to return to the land of Earth, their spirits high and cheerful. Kasai Hachiyuki dispelled his clone, turning to Daidara. See? I told you not to worry. Let us head back. Daidara stood frozen in place, watching the Owagakure ninjas depart merrily, feeling a peculiar sense of rejection wash over him. It wasn't until Kasai Hachiyuki gently nudged his shoulder that he snapped out of his perplexed state. Upon returning to the small town, Kasai Hachiyuki gathered Zabuza and Haku, announcing, Everyone, I must be away for a while. The land of waves will be in your capable hands. Zabuza replied, Our guard team is nearly fully trained. Aside from 3 Nin, the rest are merely genin and won't improve much further. Haku nodded, the land of waves is too small, with a sparse population, making development exceedingly challenging. Daidara, bored, lay sprawled on the table, picking at a peeling piece of leather, lost in thought. Kasai Hachiyuki tapped the table. Daidara, there's something particularly suited for you. Daidara perked up instantly. What is it? Your explosive abilities would be quite advantageous in mining, but our land of waves is merely a small town with no mines to exploit. However, there exists a gold mine in the ocean, perfect for you. You mean? Daidara questioned. Blowing up fish, detonating reefs. What? Daidara slammed the table, exclaiming in indignation, You want me, a distinguished genius ninja, to blow up fish? Why shout? Did you not claim to serve the common folk of the ninja world? Ninjutsu is not solely for combat. It can also enhance lives. This is the proper application of ninjutsu, Kasai Hachiyuki explained. Haku pondered thoughtfully, while Daidara's voice fell to a murmur. But isn't that too humiliating? Daidara, for now. Relax your mindset. Do not view yourself solely as a ninja. Think of yourself as a civilian who possesses ninjutsu. Being a ninja is merely a tool. Being a civilian is about living for oneself. Do you understand? Kasai Hachiyuki urged. Daidara hesitated. Then I suppose I'll give it a try. Kasai Hachiyuki laughed heartily. Patting his shoulder, you'll come to enjoy it. Seek out the most reputable captain in the land of waves and hire some experienced fishermen. We'll establish a fishing company and persuade Kato to shift some of his business our way. Haku's eyes sparkled as he raised his hand. Mr. Kasai Hachiyuki, I would like to join. My ice release can help preserve the fish. Kasai Hachiyuki nodded approvingly. Excellent idea. This is how we should expand our thinking and apply ninjutsu creatively. Zabuza inquired, What about me? What should I do? Kasai Hachiyuki replied, For now. Continue leading the guard team. Arrange patrols and have the members utilize their shadow clones to maximize the patrol range, ensuring the safety of the land of waves. Zabuza nodded. Understood. Leave it to me. The four exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces. Kasai Hachiyuki extended his hand. Friends, what we are embarking upon is unprecedented in the ninja world. True peace has yet to be achieved, even by the legendary Senju Hashirama. However, if we can disseminate the correct philosophy on the use of ninjutsu and garner people's acceptance, we can usher in genuine peace within the ninja world. The three nodded solemnly, their faces alight with hope. Afterward, Kasai Hachiyuki returned home to gather his belongings before departing the land of waves, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to transport himself to Konoha. Now it was time to confront Danzo. Chapter 34. Shimura Danzo must die in the summer. Yuki returned to Konoha, finding solace in his old home. He chose to remain low-key, hiding in his bedroom as he awaited the fall of night. With a smirk, he recalled the barbecue he had yet to finish. Satisfying his hunger would be prudent before he set out to confront Danzo, aiming for a swift and decisive strike. As Yuki indulged in his meal, a tense ninja from the ROOT organization stood up, alarmed by the emergence of their target. What? Quickly report to the master. After a chaotic flurry of activity, Danzo received the news. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed his otherwise grim visage. He had been anticipating this moment. Crumpling the report in his hand, he stood, confident that Yuki would inevitably come to the ROOT base. Proceed as planned, and inform the Umbu to coordinate with us in capturing Yuki, he commanded. Yes, my lord, the ninja replied, bowing slightly before vanishing with a body flicker technique. Danzo's sinister smile revealed his malicious intent as he crushed the report in his grasp. As night descended, Yuki stealthily exited his home, skillfully avoiding the patrolling Umbu, and approached the outskirts of the ROOT base. Adhering to his usual tactics, he formed hand seals to create a shadow clone, which stealthily infiltrated the ROOT stronghold. Navigating past the lesser ninjas, the clone ventured further inside. This situation is not right, it murmured, just as Danzo emerged with a booming laugh, leaning on his cane. I anticipated your arrival. You have walked straight into my trap. The clone retorted, What of it? Can a trap designed for sheep ensnare a lion? Danzo scoffed. Your words bear no weight. My will is as unyielding as steel. The clone, undeterred, posed a question. What would you think if I revealed that I am but a mere clone? Nanny? Danzo turned sharply to glare at a ROOT ninja. Did you not report that the energy signatures had shifted? The ninja lowered his head. My lord, the monitoring array lacks precision, and there could be discrepancies. However, the target has indeed arrived at the ROOT. Furious, Danzo barked, eliminate this clone at once. As he directed his subordinates to engage, Yuki's true form quietly employed the flying thunder god technique to reach the ROOT's warehouse. After forming hand seals, he conjured 2 more clones, giving them instructions to ensure not a single strand remained. As the clones nodded and set off with the scroll, Yuki peered into the main hall, where he found Danzo wearing a somber expression. With a flick of his finger, a tempest roared to life, manifesting as a powerful wind release, vacuum wave. The piercing shriek of the wind shot towards the first clone, which exploded into a cloud of smoke. From within the smoke, 20 figures darted away, vanishing from Danzo's sight, followed by a series of explosive sounds and cries of despair. Amidst the chaos, Danzo, incensed, staggered as the smoke cleared, appearing on the brink of collapse. Yuki observed intently. Danzo was indeed putting on a performance, pretending to be cornered while concealing the fact that he had 11 Sharingan in his right arm. Time for a little assistance, Yuki thought as Clone 2 and Clone 3 returned, receiving his signal to flank Danzo. Old dog Danzo, prepare to meet your end, Clone 2 exclaimed exuberantly. Oh, perhaps a bit too theatrical, Yuki muttered from behind the wall. Danzo chuckled wickedly. Here comes the wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. A tempest of chakra surged towards Clone 2, who, caught off guard, was violently propelled backward by the attack. Fire release. Great fireball technique. 10 consecutive blasts. Clone 3 unleashed a barrage of fireballs, each the size of a small car, hurling them at Danzo, who was engulfed in flames. With a triumphant laugh, Clone 3 boasted, Old dog Danzo, today is your day. Yet, a sinister chuckle echoed behind him. Danzo appeared, seemingly unscathed. You've fallen into my trap, Yuki. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. The onslaught of Danzo's wind technique sent Clone 3 crashing against the wall, rendering it incapacitated. Clone 2, desperate, unleashed a flurry of shuriken from its pouch, attempting to obstruct Danzo's path to Clone 3. What pitiful shuriken! Danzo sneered. Allow me to show you true shuriken mastery. Channeling his wind chakra, he spun shurikens at blinding speed, creating 6 razor-sharp projectiles that shot towards Clone 2 with supersonic velocity, obliterating it. Unbelievable, this old dog Danzo possesses such formidable techniques. Yuki gasped in astonishment. However, an opportunity arose. Several shurikens thrown by Clone 2 bore the marks of the Flying Thunder God. Yuki bided his time for the perfect moment. Clone 3, struggling to rise, formed hand seals to create 20 upper ninja clones, charging at Danzo once more. This tactic again? Utterly pathetic, Danzo scoffed. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Yuki's eyes brightened at the sight of the hand seal. The opportunity had arrived. Flying Thunder God. Nanny? Danzo sensed an alarming disturbance behind him, his expression shifting to one of shock. Flying Thunder God slash. Yuki shouted dramatically, a swift arc of blade light severing Danzo's right arm and part of his torso. With a puff of smoke, Danzo vanished. Not good, that cunning old fox, Yuki thought frantically. Yet, the winds of the Vacuum Great Sphere soon bore down upon him, launching him like a kite into the air, leaving him sprawled on the ground. With a cough, he spat blood. I underestimated you, Danzo. Quite the crafty one. Ha. Yuki, did you think I relied solely on clones? Prepare to die. Danzo roared as he charged forward. The remaining upper ninja clones surged to intercept him. Danzo dismissed them with contempt. Childish tricks. Behold, wind release, great breakthrough. A series of gales erupted from his mouth, effortlessly sweeping away the upper ninja clones. None able to approach, Danzo advanced with a malicious grin. Hand over your secret techniques, and I shall grant you a swift death. Dream on, Yuki retorted defiantly. Do you really believe you can keep your secrets? Danzo laughed, removing the bandage from his right eye to reveal a Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Let me share a secret. Before this eye, no one can keep a secret. Yuki smiled faintly, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, they mirrored Danzo's, a pair of Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. I have a secret to share with you as well, he declared, as the swirling patterns of his eyes began to weave an illusion. Nanny? How is this possible? Danzo's astonishment quickly morphed into a vacant stare as he succumbed to the ninjutsu, ensnared in a realm of illusion. Although Danzo possesses a Sharingan, it is not his own, rendering its use laborious and ineffective. In contrast, the Sharingan of Shigeru Hachiyuki is significantly more potent than that of an ordinary wielder. Faced with Shigeru, Danzo finds himself utterly defenseless. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, Shigeru appears instantaneously before Danzo, swiftly seizing the Sharingan of Shursui. With a single decisive strike, he severs Danzo's right hand, casting the severed limb into the air, where it is incinerated into ashes by a great fireball technique. Danzo lets out a pained scream as he awakens from the illusion, clutching his empty eye sockets in disbelief. How could you know? It's impossible, absolutely impossible, he gasps. Shigeru Hachiyuki, securing Shursui's eyes, responds, Nothing is impossible, you old dog. Today marks your end. Shigeru then creates 2 shadow clones, which rush forward to restrain Danzo. In a defiant tone, Danzo retorts, Do you think you can overpower me? We shall descend into hell together. With that, he activates the four-symbol seal, causing blood to erupt from his body as the seal inscribed upon him expands into a massive black sphere, engulfing the entirety of the Root's headquarters. However, with remarkable speed, Shigure utilizes the Flying Thunder God technique to escape from the confines of the Root. Chapter 35. The fifth Hokage returns after departing from the Root base. Natsuki Hachiyuki glanced back to witness the ground of the base suddenly swell slightly before swiftly collapsing, transforming into an immense and profound pit. Letting out a sigh of relief, Natsuki finally eradicated the menace that was Danzo. However, a dull ache in his chest and a persistent buzzing in his head served as reminders of his severe injuries, necessitating urgent rest and treatment. At this moment, he could no longer rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Land of Waves. His foremost priority was to find a secure refuge from the impending pursuit of Konoha Zanbu. After all, he had essentially dismantled the entire Root organization. Natsuki's mind raced as he contemplated his next destination. The most crucial factor was to evade the sensory detection array, allowing Konoha to believe he had escaped. Suddenly, he recalled a place, the Nanga Shrine of the Uchiha clan. As one of the most prestigious clans, the Uchiha would undoubtedly have measures in place to shield against sensory ninjas. Moreover, with Uchiha Sasuke having defected, the Uchiha territory was devoid of inhabitants, making it an ideal hiding spot. With his plan solidified, Natsuki clapped his hands, resolving to proceed. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he teleported to the Uchiha territory and soon located the shrine. Natsuki stealthily entered, pushing open the door to find himself enveloped in darkness. Activating his Sharingan, he navigated through the obscurity, sidestepping tables and chairs until he reached the Uchiha clan's monument, where he decided to halt. This location would suffice. Natsuki settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the use of his recovery technique to mend his injuries. Inhale, exhale. With each breath, the natural energy of the world flowed into him, and he gradually dulled his perception of the outside realm. At that moment, the Umbu patrolling Konoha discovered the massive pit left by the Root's collapse. Staring blankly at the abyss, one of the Umbu members exclaimed, "What on earth happened? This is bad. An enemy has infiltrated." A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he formed hand seals and launched a fireball into the sky, which exploded with a resounding boom, a signal of emergency. He unsheathed a kunai, his eyes vigilant for potential attacks. Suddenly, several figures materialized before him. "What transpired?" inquired the leading Umbu captain. "I arrived here to find this scene. The former base of Root has collapsed into a large pit, and there are no members of Root in sight. I suspect that Lord Danzo and all of his subordinates have perished," reported the Umbu referred to as Xia. The captain furrowed his brow, recognizing the inopportune timing. The third Hokage had just fallen, and a successor had yet to be appointed. Only the unreliable Elder Council was left to call the shots. However, as the Umbu were under the Hokage's command, it was somewhat inappropriate to report to the elders. Forgetting the hesitation, he decided to report the incident nonetheless. Just as the Umbu captain was about to instruct his team to inform the Elder Council, a brisk female voice called from behind, "What happened here?" Turning around, he saw a girl with a golden ponytail, exuding a decisive aura. Clad in a green coat emblazoned with a large gambling character, her exquisite features were accentuated, particularly her striking stature. Struggling to avert his gaze, he suddenly recalled someone. "Are you Lady Tsunade?" He ventured cautiously. "Indeed, that would be me. I am to be your fifth Hokage from now on. Please report the situation to me," Tsunade stated, her expression grave. Oh, very well, Lady Tsunade." The Umbu captain proceeded to recount Jia's observations. Tsunade frowned, pondering her seemingly unfortunate luck, encountering such a complication before even assuming office. After a moment's thought, she commanded, "You, assemble an Umbu team to search along potential escape routes of the enemy. Signal if you encounter them. Additionally, notify the guard and medical teams to come here for cleanup and to assist the wounded. Finally, inform all Konoha's higher-ups to convene at the Hokage Tower." "Understood, my lady," the Umbu captain replied with a nod. After dispatching the Umbu to their tasks, Tsunade turned to leave. "Danzo is dead, let it be. But when did Konoha provoke such a formidable enemy? To infiltrate Root, commit murder, and escape unscathed. What a troubling predicament. Perhaps I should not have returned to become Hokage," she mused as she made her way to the Hokage Tower. "Tsunade-sama." Shizune, dressed in black and clutching a small pig, panted as she caught up. You ran too fast without waiting for me. Tsunade affectionately ruffled Shizun's hair, replying, It's all right. If you can't keep up, just take it slow. You can speed up when we start working. Shizun looked bewildered. Is it really that urgent? We haven't eaten since morning. When Tsunade and a visibly disgruntled Shizun arrived at the Hokage Tower, several high-ranking officials were already present. Tsunade, it's wonderful that you've agreed to take on the role of 5th Hokage, remarked Nara Shikamaru. Tsunade smiled faintly, remaining silent as she nodded and took her seat at the Hokage's desk, awaiting the arrival of others. Once all the high-ranking officials had gathered, Tsunade rapped her knuckles on the table, her voice resonating with authority. All right, let us commence the meeting. The first matter at hand. I trust you all are aware that Jiraiya brought me back for a reason. Therefore, I must ask, does anyone oppose my becoming Hokage? The room fell silent until Mizukage Hayashi spoke up. We all support your ascension, and there are no objections. Good, Tsunade replied. Now for the second matter. I arrive only to find that Root has been attacked, and the assailants remain unknown. I shall now invite the Umbu captain to present the details of the scene. Yes, my lady, the Umbu captain affirmed, recounting the events once more. In summary, we suspect the assailant to be the rogue ninja Natsuki Hachiyuki, who has likely used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape Konoha. Upon hearing this, the Konoha higher-ups began to murmur among themselves. They held no fondness for Danzo, who, with the support of the 3rd Hokage, had long oppressed the various clans and coerced families to supply young ninjas to Root. Many had harbored deep-seated resentment, only kept in check by the 3rd Hokage's presence. Now, upon learning of Danzo's possible demise, expressions of joy flickered across their faces, though quickly suppressed. Only Mizukage Hayashi and Nara Shikamaru displayed a hint of sorrow. However, when they learned that Natsuki Hachiyuki had grown powerful enough to single-handedly challenge Root and escape successfully, their expressions turned serious, re-evaluating this former Konoha genin. Why did this prodigious ninja betray Konoha and return to obliterate Root? Tsunade inquired. Mizukage Hayashi replied, 5th Hokage, the situation is quite intricate. It primarily stems from Danzo's actions. Our priority now is to apprehend the assailant. Otherwise, Konoha's standing will be jeopardized. Oh, so it was Danzo who instigated this turmoil? Tsunade regarded Mizukage Hayashi with a look of disdain, finding his attempt to shift the blame rather unappealing. Very well, let us commence the pursuit of the perpetrator. The Hyuga clan will collaborate with the security department to conduct inquiries within Konoha, ensuring that the assailant does not remain concealed within the village. Meanwhile, the Umbu will continue to search for possible escape routes. Understood, Hokage-sama, the assembly replied in unison. You may disperse now. Summon Kakashi and the members of Team 7 to my office. Yes, sir. Once the gathering had departed, Tsunade wearily sank into her chair, massaging her temples. The village that my grandfather established has succumbed to decay. Chapter 36. The new powers of Natsuki Yayuki in the depths of darkness. Natsuki Yayuki slowly opened her eyes. After 2 consecutive days of recuperation, her injuries had healed. With the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Shursui in hand, she quietly channeled her In chakra to connect with the eye. As anticipated, the energy from the Sharingan coursed through her veins and into her eyes. A powerful stream of information flooded her mind. And Natsuki realized she had acquired the eye technique of Shursui's Kodoamatsukami. Even more remarkably, she could replenish her ocular power using In chakra, meaning she could continuously cast potent illusions without fear of blinding herself. How splendid. This is akin to an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, she mused, feeling quite pleased with herself. A glance revealed the graffiti of Kurizetsu and the famed Uchiha monument. Let me see what is inscribed upon this stone. Initially, the monument recounted the tale of an ancient era where a colossal tree was revered as the divine tree. One day, the tree went berserk and transformed into the Ten Tails. A princess of a noble clan, Kagaya Otsutsuki, gained divine powers to quell the ensuing chaos. Subsequently, her son, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, inherited Kagaya's chakra and became the sage of 6 paths. Thereafter, the Uchiha and Senju clans inherited the Yin and Yang chakra of the sage, gathering it to unlock the realm of all creation and obtain the Rinnegan. Collecting all 9-tailed beasts would allow one to summon the 10 tails with the moon eye, becoming a Jinchuriki and gaining the powers of the ancestor Kagaya. The latter part detailed the moon eye plan and so forth. Oh, I did not expect Kurizetsu to be a writer. The narrative is rather well crafted. No wonder Obito was so thoroughly deceived. Natsuki nodded appreciatively, silently commending Kurizetsu. Just as she was about to depart, she suddenly recognized a blind spot. She focused intently on the monument, pushing her ocular power to its limits. Upon her second glance, Kurizetsu's novel had vanished, revealing the original text of the Sage of Six Paths instead. Beneath the words of the sage, she discerned faint, indistinct characters, channeling her essence. Natsuki strained to decipher the inscription, her crimson eyes glowing like LED lights, illuminating the darkness within the room. What? Young chakra, something about fusion. Capable of transcending life and death. It seems to hint at an alternative evolution of the Sharingan. To transcend life and death sounds rather formidable. Perhaps I should attempt it myself? First, I must acquire Yang Chakra. Unlike Obito, who had to transplant cells from Hashirama, Natsuki merely needed to open her governing meridian to perfectly convert to Yang Chakra. Her progress in the evergreen technique had already opened 28 points of the governing meridian. Why not enter a state of seclusion here? She estimated it would take approximately 5 days to fully channel her governing meridian. With this thought, Natsuki casually consumed some food before immersing herself in her vigorous training. Time passed swiftly. On that day, Tsunade summoned the captain of the Umbu and the captain of the guard. Have you not yet located Natsuki Yayuki? Tsunade inquired. The two exchanged glances, and the guard captain stepped forward, addressing Tsunade. Lady Hokage, our guard members have searched throughout Konoha for 5 days without a single lead. We visited Natsuki's former residence and found signs of habitation, but they were from several days prior. It seems Natsuki lived there while lying low in Konoha. The Umbu captain continued. We scoured the routes surrounding Konoha, focusing on those leading to the land of waves, but there were no signs of passage. Is that so? Tsunade rubbed her forehead. That troublesome brat, so young yet skilled at causing trouble and adept at hiding. How have we not found him after all this time? Tsunade was unconvinced that Natsuki had escaped Konoha. When the roots were attacked, she had ordered the barrier team to disrupt the transmission seals. Moreover, the sensory ninja on duty had detected no signs of teleportation. He must still be hiding within Konoha, Tsunade affirmed. Very well, you may leave. The search must continue. I have a feeling Natsuki is still here in Konoha, Tsunade declared. The two exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Yes, Lady Fifth Hokage. Once they departed, Tsunade leaned back in her chair, lost in thought as she idly spun a coin on the table. Lady Tsunade, it is time for a meal. Shizun entered the office, carrying a tall stack of documents and placing them before Tsunade, speaking softly. Oh, Shizun, has it come time to eat already? Tsunade responded, her hand still spinning the coin, showing no signs of leaving her seat. Lady Tsunade, you must eat regularly, Shizun insisted. Where do you think Natsuki might be hiding? Lady Tsunade, I was referring to the meal, Shizun reiterated. It's strange, Konoha is so small. How can we not find him? Lady Tsunade, Shizun slammed her hands on the table, startling Tsunade. You must listen to others. Shizun exclaimed with urgency. All right, I understand. Let us go eat now. Tsunade stretched and stood up. Lady Tsunade, there is one more matter. Kakashi's team currently only has 2 members. Should we supply reinforcements? Shizun asked. What? One of them is missing? Tsunade inquired. Lady Tsunade, have you forgotten? Sasuke Uchiha has defected from the village. Currently, only Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno remain. A light flickered in Tsunade's mind, as if she were on the verge of recalling something important, but it eluded her grasp. Frustrated, she rubbed her temples, pondering what it could be. Shizun, sensing her distress, quickly embraced her. Lady Tsunade, please remain calm. Shizun, what did you just say? Oh, regarding the need for reinforcements for Kakashi's team? No, the other part. Sasuke Uchiha has defected from the village. Currently, only Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno remain. Indeed, Uchiha. That brat. I finally know where you are hiding. Tsunade chuckled coldly, her eyes gleaming with determination. Shizun, gather our forces. We shall go to the Uchiha clan grounds and apprehend him. Tsunade waved her hand, invigorated. But Lady Tsunade, we have yet to eat, Shizun protested, feeling quite pitiful for having gone hungry twice in just a few days since her arrival in Konoha. Chapter 37. The new abilities of Natsuki Hachiyuki. Natsuki Hachiyuki sat quietly in a meditative posture, absorbing spiritual energy for 5 consecutive days, channeling it into his governing meridian. Once the final acupoint was filled, the entire governing meridian pulsated with vitality. Waves of fiery true essence surged up and down the meridian, merging with the cool energy at the Huin acupoint where it connects with the Rin meridian. This fusion sent shivers through Natsuki, akin to a surge of electricity, as if he had ascended to the pinnacle of ecstasy, more exhilarating than the bliss shared between lovers. Unconsciously, Natsuki let out indescribable sounds of pleasure as the two forms of true essence intertwined several times, gradually converging into a singular union. Ultimately, the essence melded as one, bridging heaven and earth, and Natsuki erupted with an overwhelming aura that skyrocketed until it manifested as a tangible wave of energy, radiating outward with a thunderous boom. He had succeeded. Rising to his feet, the bones in his body crackled audibly. His Sharingan activated. The crimson hue of his kaleidoscopic eyes gradually faded, transforming into a golden hue, while the pentagram-shaped pupil shrank into a diminutive star, accompanied by 4 smaller, identical stars emerging beside it. In the darkness, his eyes emitted a faint golden glow. Contemplating his transformed eyes, he lit a lamp and gazed into a small mirror. Oh, what beautiful eyes, he thought, feeling immensely satisfied with the change. His new eyes, known as the eyes of life and death, retained the original powers of the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan while bestowing upon him a newfound ability to control the essence of life and death. Infusing them with Yang Chakra could generate the force of life, while infusing them with Yin Chakra could unleash the power of death, causing anyone he glared at to perish. Rinnegan? What a joke, Natsuki mused, feeling a surge of joy that prompted him to sing a tune about how wonderful today was, pondering whether he had become a reaper walking among the living. It was time to return. Just as Natsuki intended to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, he realized he could no longer sense the mark. This is bad. Konoha must have begun sealing off the village. I need to leave quickly. He hastily gathered his belongings and rushed out of the Nana's shrine. Upon exiting, he was taken aback. A golden-haired beauty clad in a green coat smiled at him. Hi there, you little rascal. I finally found you. Do you know me? Natsuki inquired, captivated by her stunning figure. Humph, what a little pervert you are. The golden-haired beauty's expression hardened, clearly having caught him staring. In the next moment, elite shinobi from Konoha surrounded him. Natsuki's gaze swept over them, and he was astonished to see Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, Hinata Hizashi, and Akimichi Chuza. All the top-tier fighters from Konoha were present. Turning to the golden-haired beauty, he realized. So it's you, Tsunade Senju, one of Konoha's notorious figures of vice. Tsunade's brows furrowed in indignation. What nonsense. I am Tsunade Senju, the 5th Hokage. You, Natsuki Hachiyuki, are a rogue ninja, and you must surrender immediately. There is no escape for you. With a scoff, Natsuki retorted, Do not be overly confident, 5th Hokage. Clapping his hands together, a multitude of shadow clones materialized, numbering in the hundreds. Ever since he had connected the Ruin and Du meridians, the limit on the number of clones had vanished. As long as he had enough chakra, he could create as many as he desired. You truly are a genius, transforming a mere C-rank technique into a forbidden art. Your talent rivals that of my great-grandfather, Tsunade marveled. Natsuki Hachiyuki, I am aware of your circumstances. Your betrayal stemmed from Danzo's machinations. If you return to Konoha and serve the village, I can overlook your actions, Tsunade proposed. Natsuki's expression grew complex. Call me Lord Tsunade or 5th Hokage. It is rude to address me otherwise. Tsunade admonished. If it were you instead of the 3rd Hokage back then, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. Danzo's framing of me was not solely his doing. You understand that, don't you? Now, I have a new venture, a bright and promising path ahead. I cannot remain in Konoha any longer. Natsuki replied coolly. Tsunade's expression hardened with frost. If you cannot stay in Konoha, as Hokage, I cannot allow you to leave alive. Attack, she ordered with a sharp command. The crowd surged forward to engage in battle with Natsuki's clones. With a mere flick of his eyes, Natsuki seized control of the battlefield. Launching himself towards Tsunade, he unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, forming hand seals and exhaling a barrage of massive fireballs toward her. Tsunade gasped, astonished that this brat had mastered the great fireball technique to such an extent. Yet, she remained unfazed, using her extraordinary strength to punch through the fireballs. However, the sheer volume of them forced her to evade. As Tsunade dodged, nearby shinobi became disoriented, some being struck by the fireballs and sent sprawling, blood spilling as they fell. The clones did not pursue them, but instead turned to engage other foes, creating advantageous 2-on-1 or even 3-on-1 scenarios. Natsuki's clones, inherently stronger than most shinobi, began to tip the scales of battle, leading to a cascade effect in Konoha's ranks. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning the toads Fukasaku and Shima. Entering Sage mode, he unleashed the Sage art, Toad Song, sending waves of sound that struck all clones, causing them to falter and fall. Jiraiya managed to regain some control, returning the battle to a stalemate. Impressive as always, Jiraiya, the notorious figure of vice from Konoha, Natsuki praised. Jiraiya beamed at the compliment until the latter part of Natsuki's statement darkened his mood. You little brat, show some respect. Before Natsuki could reply, Tsunade charged at him, delivering a powerful punch. Natsuki caught it with one hand, holding firm. You truly are formidable. Were it not for my connection to the Rin and Du Meridians, enhancing my physical prowess to the level of a sage, I might have been sent flying. Tsunade was taken aback, having never encountered anyone who could withstand her strength. Could it be he has reached my grandfather's level? As Tsunade missed her strike, she leaped and attempted a downward kick. Natsuki executed a backflip to dodge, causing a massive crater to form as dirt flew in all directions. Utilizing the mist technique mid-air, Natsuki enveloped the battlefield in a thick fog. Using Tsunade's earlier attack to escape the fight, the dense mist obscured visibility, causing all but Kakashi and the Hyuga clan to retreat into defensive stances. Hee, you've fallen for my trap, Natsuki smirked, satisfied that his plan had succeeded. Activating the eyes of life and death, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing in front of Kakashi in an instant. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Kakashi was ensnared in an illusion, and Natsuki reached for the second Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Haha, this is the moment I've been waiting for after battling Tsunade all this time. Not only do I gain a new kaleidoscopic ability, but I can also effectively diminish Obito's powers. Obito, you will forever remain a one-eyed dragon. Chapter 38. Departing from Konoha as Kakashi let out a pain scream and stumbled out. Yuki Natsuki swiftly pocketed Kakashi's Sharingan after taking it. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a scroll containing 3 Tomo Sharingans and placed it in Kakashi's hand, confident that with Tsunade's expertise, the transplantation of the new I would pose no issues. Having exceeded her initial objectives, Yuki Natsuki was eager to return to the land of waves. Lingering any longer could have dire consequences if the 8 gates were unleashed by Kai, turning her into a mere pawn. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, she returned to her home courtyard, ready to dash through the gates of Konoha and teleport back to the land of waves. Upon opening the door, she spotted Naruto Uzumaki sprinting past her home. The sound of the door creaking caught his attention, and he turned to see Yuki Natsuki, his face lighting up with joy as he raised a hand to greet her. Hey, Natsuki. Ouch, Naruto exclaimed, forgetting his momentum and colliding with a nearby telephone pole, clutching his nose in agony. Naruto, long time no see, Yuki Natsuki said, stepping forward to help him up, patting his back reassuringly. Rubbing his face, Naruto asked, when did you return? A few days ago, I came back to gather some things. I'm leaving soon, she replied. Naruto seized her arm, insisting, Natsuki, stay in Konoha. You may not know, but the Tobi who meant you harm has died recently, and even his base has collapsed. Now Tsunade is the Hokage, and things will only get better. Shaking her head, Yuki Natsuki replied, Naruto, you know I don't wish to be a ninja. Noting that Naruto was about to argue further, she interrupted, besides, I have new endeavors to pursue. What endeavors? He asked. I have established a small company in the land of waves, gathering like-minded ninjas who cherish peace, aiming to transform the ninja world, she explained. Nanny? Are you initiating a war? He questioned, bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting? Do I strike you as that kind of person? Our organization's goal is to apply ninjutsu towards production and construction, assisting civilians in leading better lives instead of resorting to combat and killing. You, violent radical. She lightly punched his chest. Is that truly feasible? Naruto wondered, having gained insight into the chaos of the ninja world during his travels with Jiraiya. Absolutely. I have already tested this in the land of waves, where civilians are faring much better now, she assured him. If you ever choose to leave the ninja life behind, come find me in the land of waves. Get lost. I am destined to be Hokage, Naruto declared, pushing her hand away. Yuki Natsuki waved goodbye with a laugh. All right. Then, farewell. Natsuki, we will meet again. He called after her. Oh right. A gift for you, she said, rummaging through her waist pouch until she produced a small storage scroll and handed it to him. Tada! A deluxe edition of Ichiraku ramen, 100 servings. Eat whenever you like. Thank you, Natsuki, Naruto said, touched. Yuki Natsuki nodded, pointing toward the Uchiha compound. I must take my leave now, as a gambler ninja is pursuing me. I cannot linger here. Farewell. A gambler? Are they formidable? Naruto asked, puzzled. Extremely so, she confirmed with a nod. I'll help you fend them off, Naruto exclaimed. Yuki Natsuki grasped Naruto's hand, her face radiating gratitude. Thank you, Naruto. Just go already, he replied, shaking off her hand with an annoyed expression. Turning, Yuki Natsuki sprinted towards the gates of Konoha. As she rounded a corner, she summoned 3 shadow clones, transforming into the forms of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, while she herself took on the guise of Asuma Sarutobi, masquerading as Team 10. Once near the gates, she felt a surge of confidence, thinking to herself, I am quite the little genius, the plan is working. However, as she approached the entrance, her heart sank. Standing guard were Tsunade and Jiraiya. Nevertheless, Yuki Natsuki quickly regained her composure and strode forward. Lady Tsunade, Master Jiraiya, I am taking my students out for some training. The report has already been submitted. Oh, Lady Tsunade, Master Jiraiya? No longer engaging in vice. Tsunade remarked coldly. Oh, ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Yuki Natsuki chuckled awkwardly, feigning ignorance. Stop acting. We have been tailing you all along. Did you really think you could shake us off with the Flying Thunder God technique? Do not underestimate our reputation as the legendary 3. Tsunade crossed her arms, regarding her with a smirk. You cannot stop me. I held back in the last battle. Yuki Natsuki asserted confidently. We have no intention of obstructing you. Jiraiya interjected from behind. Is what you said true? Tsunade gently inquired. What exactly? Yuki Natsuki feigned ignorance again. Those things you mentioned to Naruto, the ninjas and civilians, Tsunade elaborated. Indeed, it is true, Yuki Natsuki replied earnestly. In the land of waves, I have encouraged ninjas to set aside their pride and forget their identities, seeing themselves as civilians who can use ninjutsu to assist others rather than harm them. Jiraiya fell silent, pondering. Are you suggesting that ninjas are the root of turmoil in the ninja world? A mere tool, like a sword? There would still be warriors without ninjas, wouldn't there? How, then, can we achieve this? Jiraiya pressed eagerly. Who knows? As long as greed resides in the hearts of men, conflict is inevitable, Yuki Natsuki shrugged. Haha, I was too hasty. However, I sense that your path is the right one, Jiraiya conceded. Yuki Natsuki gave him a thumbs up. Jiraiya, you have a keen eye. Shameless. Tsunade interjected from the side. Go on. Konoha will no longer pursue the matter of your defection or Tobi, Tsunade announced. Thank you, 5th Hokage. You will witness peace in the ninja world, Yuki Natsuki replied gratefully. Wait, returned Kakashi's Sharingan. It was a parting gift from his dear friend before he passed, Jiraiya added. Uchiha Obito? He is not dead. The previous Nine Tails incident was orchestrated by him. This I can weaken Obito's power. I have replaced Kakashi's with a 3-tomo one. Please have it switched back for him. Yuki Natsuki explained. What? Do you know something we don't? Jiraiya sensed a potential conspiracy and promptly halted Yuki Natsuki. You will find out in due time. I must take my leave, she stated, and before Jiraiya could utter another word, she vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 39. Have I been burgled? With a swish, Natsuki Yatsuki returned to his humble abode in the land of waves. But what had transpired? Where was my courtyard? He stood bewildered within a dilapidated structure. Where the roof had vanished, the door was absent, and only half of the windows remained. The ground was strewn with rubble, and as he looked around, he realized it was indeed his courtyard, now reduced to ruins. Natsuki felt dazed and stepped out onto the street, which too lay in disarray, resembling a place ravaged by a tsunami. The once vibrant atmosphere had dissipated, leaving only remnants of shattered walls. Had a typhoon struck? He wondered how significant the losses would be without Zabuza. Slowly, Natsuki made his way towards the guard station, seeking Zabuza to inquire about the situation. As he walked, a small boy spotted him and joyfully ran over. Natsuki-sama, you're back. But in the next moment, his expression shifted from joy to panic. You must run. It's dangerous here. He pushed Natsuki urgently, trying to get him to leave. Natsuki grasped the boy's hand and said, Don't be afraid. Tell me what happened. Was there a tsunami? The boy's eyes brimmed with tears as he recounted, a few days ago, some individuals in black came looking for Daidara. And then a fight broke out. Daidara and the others couldn't hold their ground and fled. Later, more ninjas arrived, claiming this area now belonged to the land of water, demanding taxes from us. Those who resisted were taken away, and the houses in the town were destroyed. Natsuki pondered. Was it the Akatsuki who had come? This was understandable. But what did it have to do with the land of water? However, his immediate priority was to locate Zabuza and ascertain the circumstances. Someone must have been grievously injured for Zabuza to have fled. He gently patted the boy's head. Thank you. Don't worry. Everything will be all right. Stay home and don't wander the streets. The boy nodded obediently and hurried back home. Natsuki continued toward the base, intending to ask a team member for information. As he walked down the street, observing the wrecked buildings, his anger grew with every step. The cursed Akatsuki, the damned land of water. After all the effort to develop a modest economic foundation, it had been obliterated in a single assault. Clenching his fists, Natsuki felt that this shinobi world was utterly wretched. Upon reaching the former training base, he was met with a scene of shattered bricks and broken tiles. The structure was nearly unrecognizable, with only a few lonely walls still standing. Surely, there would be no one left, he sighed inwardly. But having come this far, he decided to investigate. Perhaps he might uncover some clues. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching, about 5 or 6 individuals. Natsuki concealed himself in a shadowy corner to observe. The lower-ranking ninjas were unimpressive in strength, but quite vocal. Despite enduring days of interrogation, they refused to divulge the whereabouts of the rogue ninja. Ryuji, could it be that they don't even know what to say? One remarked with a laugh. Seems quite plausible. Another agreed. The higher-ups said to torture them for another 2 days. If they still don't confess, it's curtains for them. And if someone does confess, then they'll be executed too. We, the Mist, have no use for such waste. Natsuki's heart raced with a mix of shock and fury. It was indeed the Mist's handiwork. Now, some of his comrades had fallen into their clutches and had been tortured for days. Damn it. No longer willing to wait, Natsuki executed a body flicker technique. Appearing behind the group, a quick glance revealed only 3 lower ninjas and 2 mid-level ones. For such insignificant foes, he deemed it unnecessary to employ jutsu. A few shurikens swiftly dispatched them, leaving only the mid-level ninja named Ryuji. Only when his companions lay defeated did Ryuji realize he was under attack. Who? He shouted, caught off guard. Natsuki ignored him, commanding, do not resist. Use your ocular technique to lead me to the prisoner's location. Yes, Ryuji complied, leading Natsuki deeper into the base. They arrived at a secluded warehouse in the training grounds, where Ryuji pointed inside. They're in there. Natsuki opened the door and gasped. Horrified to see 30 members of the guard hanging from the rafters, stripped bare like salted fish, their bodies riddled with wounds, some still oozing blood. In the corner lay over 20 corpses, evidently those who had perished under torture. Fury ignited within Natsuki. The actions of those Mist ninjas were monstrous, and to end them swiftly would be too merciful. He drew a kunai and severed the ropes, freeing the battered comrades, who gasped for breath as if on the verge of death. Remaining calm, Natsuki activated his life eye. The vast chakra surged forth, infusing the injured with a steady stream of vitality, their wounds healing rapidly until they were fully restored. Natsuki-sama. Natsuki-sama has returned. It was he who saved us. I knew he would never abandon us. The revived team members gathered around him, expressing their gratitude, some even breaking into tears. Though Natsuki felt sympathy for them, being surrounded by 30 naked men was quite overwhelming. All right. You are safe now. You have 5 minutes to find some clothing before we speak. The team members finally realized their predicament, exchanging awkward smiles as they hurriedly sought garments. Natsuki took a seat, contemplating the situation. Within 5 minutes, they returned, forming an orderly line to report. Sir, all members of the guard are present. Good. Now, tell me what transpired, Natsuki instructed. Yes, sir. A mid-level ninja stepped forward to recount the events. Natsuki recognized him as Akira Maeda, a former fisherman who had quickly advanced to mid-level status upon joining the guard and had become a squad leader. With reddened eyes, Akira began to explain the sequence of events. Chapter 40. Daidara no longer returns to Akatsuki. The events commenced with 3 members of the Akatsuki organization, Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori, venturing to the land of waves to rescue Daidara. Upon their arrival, they discovered to their dismay that Daidara was absent, having gone out to sea for fishing. The trio found themselves at a loss for words, bemused by Daidara's antics. Was it not absurd for a member of an S-rank rogue ninja international terrorist organization to be indulging in such trivial pursuits? His behavior had undeniably diminished the organization's stature. Perhaps we should return, Itachi-san, Kisame suggested. Let us wait a little longer. We ought to ascertain his circumstances when he returns, and at the very least retrieve his ring. Itachi replied quietly. I concur, Sasori added, remaining silent otherwise. Thus, the three waited at the dock until the afternoon, when a fishing boat slowly approached. Standing at the bow was a young fisherman with golden short hair. Indeed, it was Daidara, clad in shorts and a tank top, wearing a straw hat and barefoot. His sun-kissed skin glistened with sweat, and his bright smile radiated the essence of a carefree youth. The once arrogant and mischievous boy was nowhere to be seen. Hey, Sasori. Itachi, Kisame. You all came. Daidara greeted them enthusiastically. Sasori was speechless. With such a cheerful demeanor, didn't Pain say you were captured by the summer 8 snow? Does that look like a captive? It appears more akin to a vacation, Itachi remarked coldly. Daidara, Pain mentioned you were captured, is that true? Itachi inquired. Oh, that was merely an accident. Summer 8 snow was no match for me. I simply let my guard down, Daidara insisted, attempting to salvage his pride. Ignoring Daidara's subsequent remarks, Itachi stated, we have come to rescue you. Come back with us. Rescue me? There's no need at all. I'm quite content here and shall not return with you. Daidara replied defiantly. Humph, do you comprehend what you were saying? Sasori retorted coldly. By this, you are effectively defecting from the Akatsuki. Do you understand the implications? Are you certain of your choice? Itachi warned. Indeed, I am certain. I will not return, Daidara declared resolutely. The trio exchanged glances. Bewildered by his transformation from a skilled ninja to a mere fisherman, Kisame bellowed, Daidara, the only way to leave the organization is through death. His aura intensified, enveloping Daidara. Humph, do you believe you can intimidate me? Daidara replied without fear. As tensions escalated, a figure emerged beside them, Zabuza Momochi. Please refrain from engaging in combat here in the land of waves, Zabuza interjected. Members of Akatsuki, Daidara has no intention of continuing as a ninja. In other words, he has retired, he continued. Huh, a laughable notion. The Akatsuki is not akin to a mere ninja village. Retirement is not an option, Kisame scoffed. His aura pressing down on Zabuza. Perhaps you should consult your leader regarding this matter, Zabuza suggested, concealing his inner sigh as he noted the vast disparity in their strengths. Very well, Daidara, you may accompany us, Itachi said before turning away toward the distant woods. Daidara glanced at Zabuza and said, no need to worry. You and Haku should return to the base. Be cautious, Zabuza advised. Daidara waved dismissively, following Itachi and the others into the woods. Upon entering the forest, Itachi stated, let us begin. The group simultaneously formed hand seals, art of the lantern body. They entered the illusionary space, and soon Akatsuki's members gathered. Another meeting? Do you know how much profit you are hindering with all this chatter? Kakuzu grumbled. Itachi, did you locate Daidara? Pain inquired. Upon seeing Daidara, he frowned. What are you wearing? Such an odd appearance. Coughing slightly, Daidara felt a twinge of anxiety under Pain's piercing gaze. Chief, I found a new job. And this is my work attire, he explained awkwardly. I wish to withdraw from the Akatsuki, Daidara stated. Why? Pain asked. I find great joy in fishing in the land of waves. It suits me far better than being a ninja. Here, I have experienced true peace, Daidara explained. A fisherman? Ha ha ha, you have truly become a fisherman. Zetsu cackled, his voice dripping with mockery. Peace. There is no such thing as true peace in this world. It is merely an illusion. How can people appreciate the value of peace if they have never endured suffering? Pain remarked. I believe it is achievable. Summer 8 Snow mentioned that ninjutsu should be utilized to aid the populace rather than for combat, Daidara countered. If you truly believe this, then go ahead. Please return the ring to Itachi and the others, Pain instructed. Very well, Chief, Daidara replied, elated, and promptly logged out. Meeting adjourned, Pain declared. Pain. This does not align with the organization's rules, Zetsu interjected. That is of no consequence. Daidara is ill-suited for the organization. If he wishes to leave, let him. As for Summer 8 Snow, we should keep a close eye on him and consider recruiting him, Pain concluded before logging out. When Itachi and the others logged out, Daidara eagerly handed over his ring. Itachi-san, please take this back. Very well, Itachi accepted the ring, his tone still icy. Do you truly wish to remain here as a fisherman? Sasori asked. Sasori, this ninja world has seen far too much conflict. While we cannot undo the past, we can choose not to perpetuate further chaos, Daidara stated earnestly. Sasori fell silent, reflecting on the fact that the ninja profession was inherently tied to killing. Thoughts of peace were perhaps best left unconsidered. Kisame, you excel at water techniques and can transform into a giant shark. Have you considered joining me in this endeavor? You would be well suited for it, Daidara teased. Get lost. Do not associate me with your lackluster ambitions, Kisame retorted dismissively, waving him off as if swatting a fly. Fine. I shall not stoop to your level. Should you ever wish to take up fishing, remember to seek me out, Daidara said, turning to Sasori. What about you? Have you thought about retiring to the land of waves? It is quite suitable for that purpose. Sasori, his expression darkened, replied, I have no intention of retiring. Very well then, farewell, everyone, Daidara said, turning to leave. Let us also depart, Itachi said impassively, turning away as the others quietly followed suit. Meanwhile, as Daidara conversed with Itachi and the others in the woods, Zabuza found himself facing a grave crisis. As the remaining 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had surrounded him and Haku. Zabuza, today marks your end. Chapter 41, The Rescue of Zabuza, Countdown in the Land of Waterhumph. Mist Village truly holds me in high regard, even sending you lot to confront me. Ha ha. A cruel smile adorned the face of the ghost lantern Manatsu. After all, that beheading sword is a prized possession of the mist, and it cannot be taken away so easily. Words are futile, let us speak with our blades. Zabuza said nonchalantly. In an instant, the battle erupted fiercely. Zabuza deftly dodged a slash aimed at his neck, and with no mercy, he swung his beheading sword, cleaving the ambushing mist ninja in half. Oh ho ho ho. Ghost Lantern Manatsu remarked, to strike down your former comrades with such brutality, the name demon is indeed well earned. Humph, in that hellish realm of mist. Those who survive can hardly be considered human. Are you included in that? Zabuza retorted. In the past, I too was unworthy of life. To slay my own comrades for the sake of a mission, how could that be deemed human? I was merely a fiend. Ghost Lantern Manatsu scoffed, such archaic sentiments. A ninja is but a tool that cannot fulfill its purpose is of no value. You, a demon dwelling in hell, have never witnessed the beauty of this world. How can you comprehend its wonders? What audacity! Then I shall shatter your illusions. Zabuza's fury ignited at the words. With his beheading sword slicing through the air with a whoosh, he declared, it is your kind that renders the lives of mist ninjas worthless, leading them to their demise. Prepare to perish. Zabuza unleashed his full might, wielding his sword with newfound agility, as if it had become weightless in his hands. In mere moments, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, the blade's shadow cascading like a waterfall, overwhelming Ghost Lantern Manatsu. Water Transformation Technique. In an instant, Ghost Lantern Manatsu's form dissolved into a mass of water, splattering under the onslaught of the sword. Huh. Zabuza panted, this ability again. The Ghost Lantern clan can transform into water, a bloodline limit that severely undermines an ordinary ninja like me who lacks lightning release and a bloodline limit. Damn it. With a heavy swing, Zabuza cleaved another approaching mist ninja in half. Meanwhile, Ghost Lantern Manatsu reformed into human shape, exclaiming, oh dear, you nearly turned me into mincemeat. Your attacks are ineffective against me. And what of that? Can you truly harm me? Look around you, Zabuza. Your companions and subordinates are not as valiant as you. It was then that Zabuza realized the dire state of his guard. They had suffered grievous injuries under the mist's assault. White too was gravely wounded, barely holding on thanks to his ice release. White. Zabuza cried in alarm, rushing towards the ninjas besieging White, forcing them back with 2 swift strikes. From behind, Ghost Lantern Manatsu's voice rang out, do not underestimate me, Zabuza. A razor-sharp blade sliced through the air, severing Zabuza's right arm, which held the beheading sword. Ah! Zabuza let out a cry of agony. Zabuza! White rushed over in panic, desperate to aid him. Ha! Such touching camaraderie, Ghost Lantern Manatsu mocked, sheathing his beheading sword. Kill them. Just then, a large white bird soared down from the sky, carrying a golden-haired youth who waved his hands vigorously, releasing clumps of white clay that morphed into clay spiders, launching themselves at the mist ninjas. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed as flames and smoke erupted. When the smoke cleared, Zabuza and the youth had vanished. Humph. Ghost Lantern Manatsu grunted heavily. Send part of our forces to the land of waves. The rest shall search for those 3. They cannot escape. Yes, Lord Manatsu. After listening to his team's account, Natsuki Hachiyuki felt a sense of clarity. Was Mist not under Obito's control? Did Obito deceive Pain to confront him? Or was there another faction within Mist that circumvented Obito to attack him? His mind was a tangled mess, devoid of clarity. How bothersome. Indeed, he was not cut out for politics. Forget it, if I cannot discern it. Then I shall face whatever comes my way. Natsuki Hachiyuki created 2 shadow clones, instructing them, you take the team and eliminate the Mist forces in the Land of Waves. I will seek out Zabuza and the others. The clones nodded and led the team away. With a sigh, Natsuki Hachiyuki hurriedly followed the path that Daidara had taken. In the vast ocean, who could say where Daidara was hiding? He could only search each island in succession. The saying, only when the time comes do we lament our ignorance, rang true. If only he had the ability to fly, he would not be in such a predicament. Once he found them, he would immediately begin learning the relevant jutsu, and perhaps take a stroll through the Land of Water to ascertain who had the audacity to attack him. He journeyed, stopping at each island to search. Fortunately, Natsuki Hachiyuki's chakra was nearly limitless, allowing him to sprint across the ocean's surface. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to embark on this solitary search. After 2 fruitless days of searching, anxiety began to gnaw at him. If time dragged on too long, Zabuza might not endure, and he would lose a crucial ally. Suddenly, Natsuki Hachiyuki heard the sound of explosions and felt a surge of hope. He dashed toward the source of the noise. A small squad of Mist ninjas was engaged in combat with Daidara, who had unleashed his full potential outside the village, skillfully employing his clay explosion techniques to counter the Mist's assault. However, the Mist's strength was amplified over the sea, and Daidara was gradually falling behind. Natsuki Hachiyuki, without hesitation, surged forward, reaching the battlefield in mere seconds. Natsuki Hachiyuki, thank goodness. Come support me, Daidara exclaimed joyfully. With the power of the Eye of Life, Natsuki Hachiyuki had no intention of prolonging the conflict with the Mist ninjas. He activated the eye, and the force of death enveloped several Mist ninjas, who fell silently to the ground, their life force siphoned away. Oh, you've grown stronger again. What is this eye? Is it your bloodline? Daidara inquired curiously. I acquired it during my trip to Konoha, Natsuki Hachiyuki replied. And Zabuza and White? What is their condition? He asked anxiously. Do not worry, they are alive. Your return ensures everything will be fine. Just get them back to the hospital for treatment. Zabuza has lost one arm. Take me to them. Daidara led Natsuki Hachiyuki to a cave where Zabuza and White lay, appearing as though they were on the brink of death. Daidara shrugged, indicating that they had been evading treatment all along, leading to their deteriorating condition, but at least they were still alive. Natsuki Hachiyuki activated the power of life, enveloping the two, his immense chakra causing Daidara to glance over in astonishment. Damn, are you a tailed beast? Not even a tailed beast could rival my chakra. You're practically a monster, Daidara muttered. After a while, Zabuza and White's injuries healed, even Zabuza's severed arm regrowing. It's a miracle, Zabuza marveled, gazing at his restored arm. Let us return to the Land of Waves. Natsuki Hachiyuki took the group back to their base using the Flying Thunder God technique. I require some quiet time for focused training and adjustment. You all handle the matters in the Land of Waves. Once I am ready, we shall discuss how to confront the Land of Water. With that, Natsuki Hachiyuki sought an empty room, closed the door, and began his training. Daidara and the others exchanged glances, and with a sense of resignation, they agreed to attend to their own matters for the time being. Chapter 42. The flight of Summer Hachiyuki. Within the confines of his chamber, Summer Hachiyuki began to contemplate the art of flight within the realm of ninjutsu. Among the ranks of Hokage, only the third Tsuchikage had mastered the earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. The principle of this technique involved lightening one's own gravity to ascend beyond the pull of the earth. However, Hachiyuki found himself utterly perplexed regarding the intricacies of chakra manipulation required for such a feat. Perhaps an alternative approach could be inspired by jet propulsion. Quietly summoning his chakra, Summer Hachiyuki concentrated it at the soles of his feet and then unleashed it in a forceful burst. With a resounding crash, he propelled himself through the roof and soared into the sky. Moments later, he plummeted back to earth, blood streaming down his face, as his teammates looked on in horror. With a scowl, he retreated to clean himself, having unexpectedly collided with a beam, though his robust physique spared him from serious injury, leaving only a superficial wound. Once he had tended to his injuries, Hachiyuki summoned a teammate to repair the gaping hole in the roof. He then departed the base, heading to the seaside to continue his training. The people of the Land of Waves often witnessed a figure soaring high above the beach. careening erratically before crashing into the ocean or the sand. Curious children gathered to watch, while adults paused their work to enjoy the spectacle. In a world devoid of entertainment, the sight of summer Hachiyuki diligently practicing his ninjutsu brought great amusement. Each time Hachiyuki took to the skies, onlookers speculated on how long he would remain airborne before descending. Some spirited individuals even initiated betting pools, resulting in considerable profits. Upon learning of this, Hachiyuki darkened his expression and instructed a teammate to collect taxes from the gambler, who suppressed laughter as he complied, even placing a bet of his own. Seated on the beach, Hachiyuki pondered his newfound ninjutsu. While his speed was remarkable, maneuvering proved challenging. The rapid pace often left him unable to react in time, resulting in collisions with obstacles or uncontrolled spirals leading to a plunge into the sea. After 3 arduous days of training, Hachiyuki consistently found himself careening into the water upon attempting a turn. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Why must he limit himself to propulsion from his feet? Recalling the imagery of Iron Man from his past life, who utilized palm-based propulsion for direction, he resolved to adopt a similar approach. Exhilarated by this revelation, Hachiyuki leaped into action. Carefully mapping the flow of his chakra, he then began his tests. First, he enveloped himself in a protective ninjutsu, the Golden Bell Shield, a modification of the High-Ga Clan's Katen, allowing for prolonged coverage of his body. With palms facing downward, he prepared to launch himself into the air. Woohoo! Hachiyuki exclaimed joyfully as he soared through the sky, successfully directing his flight with chakra emitted from his palms. By maintaining a steady output from his feet, he no longer needed to contend with the complexities of lateral chakra adjustments. To veer left, he would propel with his right hand. To veer right, he would use his left. It was refreshingly simple. Hachiyuki reveled in the freedom of flight, looping and gliding through the air with unrestrained joy. Daidara observed with envious admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, this young man is incredible." Meanwhile, the citizens of the Land of Waves erupted in cheers, chanting praises for Hachiyuki. Young girls squealed with delight, calling his name and expressing their affections. As he hovered above the elated crowd, Hachiyuki's heart swelled with happiness, embodying humanity's age-old dream of flight. The rush of dopamine and adrenaline surged through him, an exhilarating experience that explained the longevity of the third Tsuchikage. Eager to test his limits, Hachiyuki unleashed a maximum output of chakra, shooting skyward. He pierced through the clouds, watching the billowy forms recede behind him, and continued to ascend until he transcended the atmosphere. Floating serenely in the cosmos, bathed in the cosmic rays of the universe, his golden bell shield began to shimmer and waver under the strain. Gazing at the myriad stars surrounding him, Hachiyuki felt an unprecedented sense of grandeur. However, it was becoming increasingly difficult to sustain the shield, and the oxygen within him was rapidly depleting. "Once I grow stronger, I shall return," he silently vowed, waving farewell to the luminous orb that resembled the moon before turning back towards the Land of Waves. Upon landing, Daidara approached him, brimming with envy. "Teach me, Hachiyuki. I want to fly." Zabuza added in admiration, "Hachiyuki, I am in awe of your abilities. You are not merely a genius, but a deity." Hachiyuki laughed heartily, clapping Zabuza on the shoulder. Turning to his assembled teammates, he declared, "I shall share this flight technique with anyone willing to learn. Let us work diligently to accumulate points together." The eyes of the crowd brightened with excitement, and they erupted in cheers before rushing off to undertake missions. "Zabuza, you come with me. We must strategize our approach to the Land of Water," Hachiyuki instructed several individuals, who nodded in agreement and followed him into the conference room. Seated at the table, Hachiyuki placed an assortment of fruits sourced from the depths of Konoha before the group. "Please, indulge. These are local specialties," he encouraged. Zabuza took an apple, crunching into it with a satisfying sound. "Attacking the Land of Water will not be an easy task," Hachiyuki remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, Zabuza concurred. Regardless, the Land of Water is one of the 5 great nations, and the Mist Village surely has its own hidden strengths. "We cannot afford to suffer losses," Daidara asserted. "My artistry will teach the Mist Village a lesson." Hachiyuki nodded in agreement. "We are outnumbered, so we shall not engage in direct confrontation. Daidara and I will primarily conduct guerrilla tactics, while Zabuza and Haku will remain in the Land of Waves to recruit additional members. Let us expand our ranks and even recruit from other nations, where the common folk suffer greatly and are likely to join us. Once they arrive in the Land of Waves, they shall be considered our own, treated equally, he proclaimed. Agreed. Let it be settled. Hachiyuki clapped his hands, prompting a chorus of affirmations. Haku, is the merchant Kato still alive after the Mist Village's ambush? Hachiyuki inquired. He fled. Haku replied nonchalantly. Let that scoundrel run. Haku, you will manage this area from now on, and we will seek to recruit some talented individuals later. Haku nodded in acknowledgement. With the meeting concluded, Daidara expressed enthusiasm. Let us prepare for our journey to the land of water tomorrow. Indeed, Daidara replied eagerly. Plans were set, and the group dispersed. Chapter 43. The Assault on the Hidden Mist Village. Countdown in the Land of Water. The following day, Xiaji Bayua bid farewell to everyone, accompanied by Daidara. Rest assured, destruction is my specialty. Daidara summoned a large white clay bird, and the duo ascended upon it, soaring towards the Land of Water. Surely, the feudal lord involved in this attack is also participating. Should we visit the feudal lord first, or head directly to the hidden mist? Let us visit the feudal lord first. It's wiser to pick the softer fruit first. All right, let us take off. Fly higher to avoid detection. We can't ascend much higher. This is made of clay, and it is carrying both of us. How disappointing, Daidara remarked, rolling his eyes and ignoring Xiaji Bayua. You always boast over there. Why didn't you mention it when you couldn't fly before? Xiaji Bayua stood on the bird's back, feeling the refreshing wind against her face. Daidara, is your ninjutsu difficult to learn? What would you estimate its difficulty to be? Perhaps a B rank. Are you considering something? I suddenly thought of starting a school to teach children a civilian version of ninjutsu. Civilian version? Well put. Your technique has immense potential, Daidara. With it, you could alter the very course of history in the ninja world, and you would become a celebrity. Really? Ha ha ha. I always knew I was a genius. None of my former teachers or those Akatsuki fellows had any vision. Daidara laughed boisterously atop the bird. How about we exchange techniques? You've always wanted to learn how to fly, right? No problem. It's a deal, Daidara readily agreed. Let us take a detour to avoid being noticed. Try to follow a path with fewer people. Rest assured, Daidara skillfully guided the large bird along the coastline, gradually approaching the residence of the feudal lord of the Land of Water. After about a day, they finally arrived. This fellow is so slow. Daidara, let us get to work. Yes, explosions are art. Ha ha. Xiaji Bayua leaped from the bird and watched as Daidara unleashed chaos upon the small town from above. The entire settlement was soon engulfed in thick, billowing smoke. Xiaji Bayua left a flying thunder god mark nearby and awaited Daidara's return. After approximately half an hour of explosions, the cacophony subsided, leaving Xiaji Bayua to ponder that this was merely a reconnaissance mission. With a side note to the feudal lord of the Land of Water, Daidara returned on his bird, his face flushed with exhilaration, as if he had been drinking. That was thrilling. Xiaji Bayua chuckled. Were you holding back? Daidara laughed heartily, picking up Xiaji Bayua as they continued towards the hidden mist village. After a moment's consideration, Xiaji Bayua addressed Daidara. Once we reach the mist, drop me off nearby, and you can head back. Daidara paused momentarily before smiling. All right. Don't worry, I have the flying thunder god technique. If anything changes, I'll return immediately. Understood, Daidara replied with a grin. The hidden mist village was not far from the feudal lord's residence, and soon Xiaji Bayua leaped down from the bird as Daidara and the white bird soared away. Xiaji Bayua gazed at the hidden mist village and smirked. This time, I shall make you feel pain. She formed hand seals, creating hundreds of shadow clones that surged towards the village. A shrill sound pierced the sky. Enemy attack. The desperate cries were soon drowned out by the overwhelming barrage of fireballs unleashed by her clones. With Xiaji Bayua's terrifying chakra levels, summoning hundreds of clones was as effortless as eating or drinking. As soon as the clones emerged, they rushed to the front lines, mindlessly unleashing fireballs until their chakra was depleted. In a matter of moments, the hidden mist village was submerged beneath a torrent of fireballs. Xiaji Bayua shifted her direction and repeated the assault. The sensation of decimating the land was exhilarating. Having vented her pent-up frustrations, she felt considerably lighter. At that moment, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from within the hidden mist village, and a black-tailed beast bomb soared from the village, crashing into the swarm of Xiaji Bayua's clones, creating a mushroom cloud that obliterated them. Oh, the tailed beast bomb possesses considerable power. A green-haired youth, carrying a massive hook on his back, emerged from the village, shouting towards Xiaji Bayua, who dares to provoke the hidden mist. This was none other than the fourth Mizukage, Yakura. Yakura was also the perfect Jinchuriki of the three tails, boasting extraordinary strength. Who are you? And from which village do you hail? Why do you attack the hidden mist? Do you recall the Mizukage of the Land of Waves? That place now belongs to me. Xia Xia Yaxue replied. The Land of Waves? I thought it was something significant. It's merely that small nation. You shall pay for this transgression. Pay. If the Mizukage does not provide an explanation to the people of the Land of Waves for the unwarranted assault, I shall seek an explanation from you. Arrogance. What qualifications does a mere ninja from the Land of Waves have to negotiate with me? Is a life from a small nation not a life? In the ninja world, strength reigns supreme. The Land of Waves is but a vassal of my Land of Water. Let them live, or let them die. Ha ha. Well said about strength reigning supreme. Then let me show you that lives from the Land of Waves matter too. Without further ado, the confrontation began. Yakura directed a water dragon bullet towards Xia Xia Yaxue, who countered with a fireball. You've truly redefined the use of fireballs, Yakura remarked, sounding rather stoic. Coupled with his youthful visage, it added an unexpected charm. Xia Xia Yaxue unleashed hundreds of shadow clones once more, sending them to assault the hidden mist village and obstruct the incoming reinforcements. Yakura's eyes twitched slightly. You, indeed, possess a terrifying amount of chakra. Since Xia Xia Yaxue began her assault, she had summoned at least 1,000 shadow clones, each one tangible, indicating that her chakra level far surpassed that of a typical Kage. Yakura felt a growing sense of despair. How had the ninja world transformed into such a state? Was his blood mist policy truly causing the hidden mist to fall behind the times? In truth, Yakura misunderstood Xia Xia Yaxue's tangible clone technique, mistaking it for the inferior shadow clone technique and thus underestimating her strength. Yakura's expression turned grave. He felt that since becoming Mizukage, he had never encountered such an exaggerated opponent. Even the first Hokage likely did not possess such chakra levels. Xia Xia Yaxue noticed that the Mizukage seemed to be concerned about something, but dismissed it as mere worry over potential destruction of the village due to their battle. Engaging with the Mizukage was a rare opportunity. She could unleash havoc without restraint and gain valuable experience battling a formidable opponent. Yakura, not having transformed into his tailed beast form, maintained his power through water mirror technique and water release techniques to engage with Xia Xia Yaxue. Xia Xia Yaxue propelled herself forward, enhancing her speed with chakra beneath her feet, aiming to catch Yakura off guard. However, the seasoned Yakura countered each of her attempts, using the water mirror technique to replicate her form and thwart her progress while creating opportunities to retaliate. After several exchanges, Xia Xia Yaxue found herself at a stalemate. Clang! Another kunai was deflected, and Xia Xia Yaxue used the momentum to retreat, addressing Yakura. The fourth Mizukage's prowess is indeed formidable. However, from this point onward, I shall be serious. You should exert your full strength. Chapter 44. Do you wish to become the water shadow? Shikamaru Yagura was engulfed in a fiery red chakra, his body hunched low, resembling a beast with his hands pressed against the ground. Ah, is he about to transform? How intriguing, thought Natsuki Hachiyuki, observing Yagura's metamorphosis without making an attempt to attack. The red chakra surrounding Yagura intensified, sprouting 3 chakra tails behind him, and a chakra shell resembling that of a tortoise emerged on his back, adorned with numerous spikes on his shoulders. Yagura lifted his head, his features obscured by chakra, leaving only his eyes aglow with a brilliant white light, akin to 2 searchlights. Now, you shall witness my true power, Yagura proclaimed. You hardly resemble a human anymore. Yet you can still speak? Natsuki Hachiyuki expressed his astonishment. Provoked, Yagura retorted, ignorant child, I am merely in the form of a half-tailed beast, of course. I can still speak. Heh, shadow clone technique. 5 shadow clones surged towards Yagura. A trivial technique. Witness. Before Yagura could finish his sentence, the clones detonated, sending forth a massive shockwave towards Natsuki Hachiyuki, accompanied by a cacophony of debris and branches striking him. Having activated his defensive barrier, Hachiyuki remained unperturbed. The shards were deflected by his chakra before they could reach him. A cry of anguish, laced with pain and fury, echoed from the explosion's epicenter. Despicable. You lack martial ethics, and ambushed me. Yagura gasped between words. What? Am I to be accused of ambushing a man over 60? I warned you to give it your all, Natsuki Hachiyuki scoffed. Yagura spat, a mouthful of fiery red chakra. You are courting death. Complete tailed beast transformation. With a roar, Yagura became fully unleashed, a colossal beast resembling a tortoise, towering over 20 to 30 meters. His massive body was covered in spikes, with thick, pillar-like limbs and glistening sharp claws. The creature glared at Natsuki Hachiyuki with hostility. "What are you staring at, ugly monster?" Hachiyuki retorted mercilessly. With a roar, the beast struck at Hachiyuki, its three tails whipping like whips. "Too slow," Hachiyuki taunted, swiftly evading while scattering shurikens marked with the flying thunder god symbol around the battlefield. As the monster's attack missed, it turned its gaze toward Hachiyuki, opening its maw to gather energy for a tailed beast bomb. A tailed beast bomb? Its preparation time is lengthy, even more unreliable than the great fireball, Hachiyuki derided. "If you manage to hit me with that tailed beast bomb, I shall acknowledge you as my father," he shouted. A massive tailed beast bomb hurtled towards Hachiyuki. "I shall evade," he declared as he activated the flying thunder god technique. The bomb fell short, crashing into the wall of the hidden mist village. With a thunderous crash, a significant section of the wall crumbled. Some ninjas stationed on the walls were obliterated, while others screamed in terror as they plummeted with the collapsing structure. "Ha ha ha." Natsuki Hachiyuki laughed heartily from a tree branch, mocking Yagura. "Put in some effort. Have you not eaten?" With a roar, two more tailed beast bombs were unleashed. "Heh! Flying thunder god." The village began to collapse, and the cries of the people echoed intermittently. One must admit, the tailed beasts excel at demolishing cities. Natsuki Hachiyuki circled the hidden mist village, taunting Yagura, who, provoked, erupted in fury, relentlessly launching tailed beast bombs. The village suffered immensely as the bombs fell like rain, reducing it to ruins. Ninjas from the hidden mist attempted to rally forces to intercept Hachiyuki, but fell victim to Yagura's wrath instead, becoming scapegoats for his fury. After nearly an hour of continuous bombardment with tailed beast bombs, Yagura, the chakra of the three tails, could no longer sustain his form, reverting to that of a green-haired youth. Exhausted, Yagura collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with wrath as they fixed on Natsuki Hachiyuki. "You, boy, have destroyed my hidden mist village today. Prepare for the village's retribution. Let us see if your land of waves can withstand it." Let me clarify, do not speak recklessly. You are the one who brought ruin to your own village. As for being the water shadow, you possess no sense of responsibility, Hachiyuki retorted. Yagura was left speechless with anger. Natsuki Hachiyuki crouched before him. "Fourth Mizukage, are you willing to acknowledge your invasion of the land of waves and compensate for it?" Yagura remained silent, glaring at him. Hachiyuki stood up. "Then do not blame me. Divine deity." His eyes sparkled with starlight. Yagura, momentarily entranced, eventually stood up dazedly. Slightly bowing to Hachiyuki, "My lord, please give your command. Return and reorganize the hidden mist. Cleanse the stubborn factions, and await my notification once you have resolved the matter." "At your command." "Very well, you have much to attend to, so let us not prolong this conversation. Focus on your duties." Yagura bowed deeply, gratitude overflowing as he said, "Thank you for your trust, my lord." Enough. Off you go." Hachiyuki waved his hand, utilizing the flying thunder god to return to the land of waves. Upon his return to the training base, only Zabuza remained, training the guard team, while Haku busied himself with the operation of the fishing and transportation industries in the land of waves, no longer residing at the base. Zabuza, you have returned. Did everything go smoothly?" "Quite smoothly." "Zabuza, do you wish to become the water shadow?" "What nonsense are you speaking?" Zabuza exclaimed in surprise. "Do not be alarmed. I have made arrangements with the fourth Mizukage. He will handle the cleansing of the stubborn factions in the hidden mist village and present us with a pristine village." "What? How did you manage that?" "Naturally, I persuaded him with strength." "Yagura is no match for me," hence he acquiesced. Natsuki Hachiyuki pressed on. "You have yet to answer my earlier question. Do you aspire to be the water shadow?" Zabuza hesitated. His love for the hidden mist village was undeniable, or else he would not have sought to end the blood mist policy through a coup. However, he was aware that his strength was insufficient for such a role, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, Zabuza decided to voice his thoughts honestly. "Hachiyuki, I certainly wish to be the water shadow, but my strength is somewhat lacking to command respect. That is of little concern. I shall assist you in any battles. Why do you not assume the role yourself? Do I seem like someone suited for such a position? I hardly even desire to be a ninja, if not for external pressures. I would be comfortably basking in the sun in Konoha. Zabuza was left speechless. Natsuki Hachiyuki patted Zabuza on the shoulder. "Rest assured and get to work. The land of waves is too small. We shall establish a ninja academy in the land of water, and the popularization of ninja arts shall commence there. Zabuza nodded. When shall we depart? After a few days, once Gaara has concluded his tasks. Very well. Chapter 45. The aftermath of the battle in the land of water. The news of the battle that transpired in the land of water spread throughout the ninja world with the swiftness of the wind. Upon reaching the leaders of the various great nations, their jaws collectively dropped in astonishment. The other four great nations were astonished by the formidable strength of the Summer 8 Snow and their unprecedented combat method, airstrikes. It was revealed that aerial combat possessed such tremendous power, enabling attacks to be launched anytime and anywhere. Merely two individuals, Daidara and Summer 8 Snow, had achieved such staggering results, nearly incapacitating the land of water. Daidara's reputation soared across the ninja realm alongside this act of vengeance. The fourth Raikage, AI, expressed his skepticism, questioning two individuals. Is it truly possible for just two people to defeat a great nation and a ninja village? It is inconceivable. Beside him, she affirmed, Lord Raikage. The intelligence is accurate. Our Ombu has verified it repeatedly. AI rubbed his chin thoughtfully. However, that flying ninjutsu holds great value. Daidara, if I recall correctly, is a disciple of the third Tsuchikage. Expedite the process. Send someone to investigate further. I require the latest and most detailed report. If the opportunity arises, we must acquire that technique. Aerial ninjutsu is inherently suited for our Kumogi cure. Lord Raikage, that is a Doton technique, one aide interjected. Enough of your rambling. Get it done. In the land of Earth, Anoki's aged face radiated with excitement. That rascal Daidara is always tinkering away. That ninjutsu is no match for my Doton. Super lightweight rock technique. Send him a message. He should return to a Wagakure sometime for my guidance. In the land of wind, the fifth Kazekage, Gaara, recalled, I remember Naruto mentioning his friend. Summer 8 Snow. Let us send someone to make contact and see if we can obtain that technique. In the land of fire, Tsunade exclaimed. That young man has indeed accomplished something significant. However, we in Konoha also require aerial ninjutsu. We cannot lag behind. Summon Kakashi and assign this task to his team. Meanwhile, in the base of the land of waves, Daidara laughed triumphantly. Indeed, I am a genius. Haha. Now your clay ninjutsu will be recognized by the ninja world, and your master will surely acknowledge you. Summer 8 Snow remarked, Daidara, you underestimate that old stubborn man. Though he spoke dismissively, he secretly yearned for the praise of his master, Anoki. Zabuza, be prepared. We will soon face many spies sent by other nations. Not a problem. Let them come. I shall capture them all. No, you misunderstand. What I mean is, in the land of waves, where land is scarce and the population small, let's seize this opportunity to attract more people. Zabuza's eyes lit up. The slow economic development of the land of waves made this a splendid idea. And we must include the land of water, Summer 8 Snow said with a smile. When the spies from other nations arrive, we'll intercept them and persuade them to return and inform their superiors about potential trade opportunities. At that point, we can exchange ninjutsu for various resources we require. They all burst into hearty laughter, having long considered the land of waves their home, hoping for its betterment. Simultaneously, within the residence of the daimyo of the land of water, Daimyo Kimizuki Yuki was irate, yelling at his subordinates. What is going on? How could they directly attack my estate? Every year, I allocate such substantial funds, and Watanagashi village cannot even ensure my safety. Send a messenger to inquire about this matter with the Mizukage. Watanagashi village must provide me with an explanation. Yes, my lord, his attendant replied, drenched in sweat as he hurried away. The daimyo's envoy soon reached Watanagashi village, and after a series of inspections, stood before the fourth Mizukage, Gaara. Lord Mizukage, this is the intent of our daimyo. May I inquire if you have any explanation regarding this incident to report back? The envoy raised his chin defiantly, looking down on Gaara, thinking, these ninjas are usually so arrogant. Let us see how they justify this matter. Explain? Gaara chuckled lightly, rising to stretch lazily. Terumi-me, please elucidate this matter to the envoy. I have matters to attend to. With that, he casually departed. Nanny, is this your attitude, fourth Mizukage? The envoy's voice grew shrill with anger. Please, allow me to speak. Terumi-me interjected, attempting to clarify the situation. Enough. I had heard before coming here that the Mizukage seemed to be in poor spirits, and indeed, it appears to be the case. How can such a person lead Watanagashi village? I shall report this matter truthfully to the daimyo. You should prepare yourselves. With a huff, the envoy swept away, ignoring Terumi Mei's calls. Upon returning to the daimyo's residence and reporting the situation to Kamizuki Yuki, the flesh on the daimyo's face quivered in rage. Humph. Is that truly what the Mizukage said? He clearly has no regard for my authority as the daimyo. Summon everyone. From today onward, we shall cease all funding to Wadnagashi. Chapter 46. The Guardians of the Land of Waves achieve great merit in the summer days. Hachiyuki had been enjoying a leisurely existence, sauntering through the streets, savoring a bowl of seafood noodles in the morning, indulging in an afternoon nap, and engaging in pleasant conversations with Zabuza and others in the afternoon. It was a blissfully fulfilling day. While wandering, the seafood noodle vendor, Kuma, conspiratorially pulled him aside. Hachiyuki, is it true that spies from another nation will invade our land of waves? Hachiyuki, taken aback, replied, Kuma, how did you come by such information? Kuma proudly declared, the innkeeper's son was selected for the guard team, and I received the news from her. Hachiyuki slapped his forehead. You truly are well informed. Indeed, there will be spies. But you need not worry. I will handle it. Kuma, with a serious demeanor, insisted, how could I not be concerned? The land of waves is my homeland too. I must contribute. Kuma, I recall you are from the land of water, Hachiyuki remarked. With a dismissive wave, Kuma replied, do not mind such details. The land of waves is my home now, and I cherish it dearly. Lowering his voice, Kuma leaned closer to Hachiyuki. A few of us neighbors have formed a Guardians of Normal Life in the Land of Waves, abbreviated as the Guardians. I am the leader. You can rest assured that if any spies dare to enter, we will expose them. Kuma, please remain calm. They could be ninjas. Do not act rashly, Hachiyuki urged, grabbing his arm. Understood. You're so young yet you sound like an old woman, Kuma replied, exasperated. When we discover the spies, we will report to the guard team S base. We old neighbors have already discussed this, Kuma stated. Do not be reckless, Hachiyuki cautioned. Understood. In my heyday, I was quite renowned. If not for my inability to refine chakra, I would not be here selling snacks, Kuma lamented, lighting a cigarette and gazing out at the sea. After bidding farewell to Kuma, Hachiyuki arrived at the guard team S base. Following a recent expansion, the team now comprised around 500 members, making the base feel somewhat cramped. Zabuza was directing the seasoned members to train the newcomers, while Daidara utilized Earth-release ninjutsu to solidify the ground, which had been worn down by the team's rigorous training. After an exhausting run, Zabuza led them into a spacious room to refine chakra. A devilish instructor. Hachiyuki marveled, astonished. Zabuza, how can you train so intensely? They might get injured. This is what the members requested, Zabuza replied quietly. After the last attack from the mist, they suffered a crushing defeat. So they all wanted extra training. Such practices may harm their bodies, though, Hachiyuki protested. If I don't let them train, they'll form a circle around me during meals, sleep, and even in the restroom, watching my every move in silence. I have no choice, Zabuza lamented. How are their training results? 70% have achieved the rank of Genin, mastering the true body technique and a C-rank ninjutsu, Zabuza stated with a hint of pride. Pleased that his subordinates were willing to train diligently. I see. Since they are so eager to grow stronger, I shall assist them. Hachiyuki resolved as he stepped into the large room. Infusing life force into the members refining their chakra, he rapidly healed their hidden injuries. I've made a breakthrough. I too have advanced. 2 seasoned members celebrated their elevation from Genin to Chunin. Thank you, Lord Hachiyuki. The members expressed their gratitude. Since you are willing to strive, I shall certainly support you. Keep up the good work. Yes, they responded in unison. As Hachiyuki exited the room, he suddenly remembered the matter of the Guardians and approached Zabuza to discuss it. I was aware of it a few days ago, Zabuza replied. Really? I believe it is a good thing. It demonstrates that the people of the Land of Waves trust us, Zabuza remarked. I worry that ordinary civilians mingling could lead to harm, Hachiyuki confessed. If the ninja world were devoid of extraordinary powers, I would have mobilized the masses long ago. However, in our realm, the power of ninjas poses a significant threat to civilians. Do not fret. I have already dispatched team members to notify everyone to avoid contact with those individuals. If anything seems amiss, they will report immediately. I have also stationed team members at several entrances to conduct preliminary screenings, Zabuza assured confidently. At that moment, a large woman strode in, carrying a basket of groceries. Hateda, she called out in a booming voice, approaching the training members. Oh, mother, what brings you here? A young man, drenched in sweat, rushed from the ranks. "Oh dear. Our Hateda has been training hard. Here, eat this," she said, pulling out a bento box and handing it to him. Hateda blushed, muttering shyly, "Mom, please don't bring me food anymore." "How could I not? Hurry and eat," she insisted, pressing the box into his hands. Upon noticing Zabuza and Hachiyuki nearby, she felt a bit embarrassed. "Captain Zabuza, I was just bringing some food for Hateda." Suddenly, she slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh my memory. Hachiyuki, our guardians have discovered spies." "Nanny?" Both Hachiyuki and Zabuza gasped in astonishment. Did they uncover them so swiftly? I did not expect our guardians of normal life in the land of waves to achieve such significant merit right away. Chapter 47. The Shadows of the Land of Waves. The defense of normal life in the land of waves. Summer Yashua exchanged a glance with Zabuza and remarked, "Zabuza, perhaps I should go investigate." In the land of waves, Summer Yashua's reputation had risen to a level akin to that of the first Hokage in Konoha, with the populace viewing him as a hero and a beacon of hope for the future. Upon hearing rumors of foreign spies infiltrating their territory, the citizens of the land of waves spontaneously organized efforts to scrutinize any unfamiliar individuals. The land of waves was small, comprised of merely a single town, making it exceedingly easy for spies to be detected before they could establish themselves. The ninjas from the grass country were the ones discovered, a mere small ninja village, whose purpose was only to gather information, without any thought of employing flying ninjutsu. To their misfortune, they were recognized as soon as they entered the land of waves by Boss Xiong, who discreetly notified the innkeeper, who, brimming with excitement, brought delicacies to visit her son while relaying the news. When Summer Yashua arrived at Boss Xiong's noodle stall, several ninjas from the grass country were happily indulging in their meal. "Senior, this seafood noodle is truly delectable," exclaimed one. "Incredible. This is the largest shrimp I've ever encountered," said another. "Boss, another bowl, please." "2 more bowls." "Certainly. Please wait a moment." Boss Xiong cheerfully accepted their payment and winked at Summer Yashua. "Esteemed guests, this seafood noodle becomes even more delightful with this fish sauce," Summer Yashua suggested, passing the sauce from the table. "Is that so? Let me try it." "Oh, it's exquisite." "Indeed, isn't it? I'm a regular here. You can trust my recommendation." One of the grass ninjas, with a mouthful of noodles, gave a thumbs up to Yashua. "May I inquire, esteemed travelers from the grass country, what brings you here? Do you require assistance?" Summer Yashua asked with a warm smile. "It's nothing, just gathering information." The grass ninja suddenly froze, his neck twisting awkwardly towards Summer Yashua, a look of terror etched on his face. "Who are you? How do you know we hail from the grass country?" "Me? I am Summer Yashua, just an ordinary person living here, and a member of the local defense team," replied Yashua. "Summer Yashua? You are the one who defeated the 4th Mizukage?" "Indeed, that would be me." Summer Yashua continued. "Might I inquire what business you have in the land of waves?" "Lord Summer Yashua, we truly came only to gather information. Our grass village is but a small hamlet, with no ambitions." "You must believe me," the leading grass ninja said, nearly in tears, lamenting their unfortunate luck to encounter a formidable opponent immediately upon entering the land of waves. "Do not be alarmed. Do not be alarmed," Yashua replied, bemused. "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to know if the grass village is interested in collaboration." "Collaboration? Yes. For instance, what do you think about the seafood you just enjoyed being transported to the grass country for sale?" "That sounds splendid. The taste is fantastic. Our people in the grass country would surely love it. However, the distance is considerable, and transporting fresh fish would likely result in dried fish upon arrival." The grass ninja lamented. "Ah, but times are advancing. We in the land of waves have established air transport services capable of delivering within 3 days, along with a freezing service to ensure every fish remains fresh," Summer Yashua assured them confidently. "Such a prospect would be quite profitable." The grass ninja's eyes gleamed. "Indeed," Yashua nodded. "Our land of waves upholds the ideal of peace, where we can all prosper together. Take this scroll with you. Present it to your leaders. If they are interested in collaborating, they may open the scroll. If not, it is of no consequence," Yashua said casually. "With that, my task is complete. Feel free to carry on. Farewell." He waved goodbye and returned home. It appeared that the interest from various nations in the land of waves was considerable, with the grass country being the first to send scouts, followed by spies and envoys from larger nations. Upon returning home, Summer Yashua immersed himself in his research, focusing on developing a civilian version of the clay white bird, recognizing the vast market potential. Subsequent waves of spies from smaller nations were either intercepted by the defense team outside the Land of Waves or were quickly identified by the uncles and aunts of the Defense of Normal Life, who promptly notified the defense team for interception. As they were sent away, each spy received a scroll, indicating Summer Yashue's willingness to engage in friendly relations and trade regarding clay ninjutsu, should their leaders be interested. With the departure of several spies from small nations, legends of the dark forces of the Land of Waves began to circulate within the ninja world. Tales of an omnipresent entity known as the Defense of Normal Life in the Land of Waves, which maintained an unwavering grasp on all matters, leaving no secrets hidden from their watchful eyes. Chapter 48. The civilian version of flight ninjutsu achieves remarkable success after several days of tinkering. Yukisaki Hachiyuki joyfully emerged from her room. The technique Explosive Clay Giant Bird had been successfully modified by her. She eliminated the explosive nodes, enlarged the bird's body, flattened it, and discarded all unnecessary parts, thereby enhancing the giant bird's carrying capacity. The completed creature resembled a colossal manta ray capable of transporting 50 individuals, with a maximum weight limit of 3 tons. Under full load, a mere Genin's chakra could command this manta ray to soar hundreds of kilometers. Perfect. Yukisaki Hachiyuki reveled in her triumph. She decided to name the technique Clay Manta Ray. After admiring her creation for a while, she remembered her purpose and hurried to the port to intercept Daidara, who was about to set sail. She brought Daidara over, found an open space, and executed the ninjutsu Clay Manta Ray. The enormous manta ray immediately captivated the attention of the onlookers. Impressive. Is this the new ninjutsu of Lady Yukisaki? It looks so large. I recognize it. It's a manta ray. Listening to the crowd's excited chatter, Yukisaki Hachiyuki poked Daidara with her finger and proudly inquired, "What do you think? Amazing, isn't it?" Then, she enthusiastically listed the advantages of the clay manta ray. After a lengthy exposition, she realized Daidara had yet to speak. What's wrong? Are you mesmerized?" Daidara remained silent, fixated on the manta ray. After a long pause, he finally uttered, "It's somewhat ugly." "No, it's very ugly, lacking any artistic flair." "Seriously? After staring for so long, that's all you have to say?" Yukisaki Hachiyuki internally grumbled. "This is the civilian version. It doesn't need to be overly artistic. How about you create a high-end version?" she suggested. "Ah, I see. You truly require this genius's guidance." Daidara laughed heartily. Yes, you are absolutely right." Yukisaki Hachiyuki nodded in agreement. "There's also something I need, several PPTs." "What are PPTs?" Daidara inquired. "Well," Yukisaki pointed to the manta ray, "draw it, and we shall showcase it to those spies. Mark the advantages I just mentioned beside it." "Oh, simple enough. Leave it to me." Daidara confidently patted his chest. "Be quick about it. Those dignitaries from the great nations are on their way." "Easy task." Daidara strode off to his room to draw. "Humph. Dare to call my ninjutsu ugly? Let us see if I can't teach you a lesson," Yukisaki Hachiyuki muttered to herself. If Daidara were to learn the true terror of being a client. Turning her head, she noticed a group of excited children circling the manta ray, eagerly touching it while squealing in delight. "Would you like to take a ride?" Yukisaki Hachiyuki asked. "Wow, can we? I want to ride." All right, form a line." "No line, no ride." She clapped her hands to call for order. The children obediently lined up, one by one boarding the manta ray. "It can accommodate 50 people. Come. Those who wish to ride, please queue up," she announced to the onlookers. Hooray! A cheer erupted from the crowd. Once the manta ray was filled to capacity, Yukisaki Hachiyuki lightly jumped aboard, channeling her chakra. The giant manta ray flapped its enormous wings and gradually ascended. "Wow, we're flying." The passengers, both adults and children, gasped in astonishment. "How wonderful! The view from up here is incredible. Look, that's the port. Wow, a fishing boat. Bashiong. Mom." The first-time flyers were overwhelmed with excitement. And after a brief moment of fear, they erupted into joyful shouts. Those seated in the middle squirmed as if they had nails under them, wanting to stand and see, yet fearing a fall. Listening to the cries of those nearby made their hearts itch with anticipation. Yukisaki Hachiyuki glanced back, amused, and formed hand seals. A railing rose around the manta ray. "Go ahead, take a look. You won't fall," she assured them. "Oh yeah." The crowd cheered, rushing to the railing, greedily gazing out. Civilians in the ninja world rarely encountered ninjutsu, let alone the rare flying ninjutsu. Yukisaki Hachiyuki circled the town of the Land of Waves. and the flight was smooth, with passengers expressing their delight in the experience. Lady Yukisaki, let us fly a few more circles. Yes, yes. When we passed my house earlier, I didn't even have time to wave to my mom. Let us go around again. That won't do. Others are waiting. It wouldn't be fair for you to fly twice. Yukisaki Hachiyuki decisively refused. Oh, the crowd contemplated and agreed. At that moment, someone suggested, then later, let us take them for 2 circles as well. The crowd suddenly realized the merit in this idea. Yukisaki Hachiyuki shot a sidelong glance at the speaker, thinking, so you're the clever one, are you? Always talking. Without further words, she gently descended the manta ray, and the passengers disembarked, still yearning for more. The second batch of eager passengers climbed aboard the manta ray without hesitation. With a resigned sigh, Yukisaki Hachiyuki said, all right then, let us take off. Viewing the land of waves from above was truly different. The scenery was breathtaking. The sensation of the wind up here is simply heavenly. Just a breeze? What is so special about that? I get wind on my ship every day, scoffed those who had yet to experience it. It's not the same. The wind in the air is much fresher than that on a ship. Really? Absolutely. I tell you, from up here, you can see. The residents of the land of waves noticed Yukisaki Hachiyuki's manta ray and, hearing the boastful tales of the first group of passengers, were filled with insatiable curiosity. Should we line up as well? Dad, I want to ride the manta ray. A child cried. All right, let us go queue up. Thus, the entire town gathered. People spontaneously formed a long line, eager to ride the manta ray. Even Zabuza and his entourage were drawn in, maintaining order among the crowd. With a blank expression, Yukisaki Hachiyuki controlled the manta ray to circle above the land of waves. They continued this until dusk, as the sun set. All right, it's time for dinner, Yukisaki Hachiyuki announced. However, everyone expressed that they were not hungry and were instead fascinated by the night view of the land of waves. Goodness! Yukisaki Hachiyuki was exasperated. The ninja world is not like my previous life. It's dark everywhere at night. What night view are you talking about? Ultimately, after assuring them that she would continue to take everyone flying the next day until all had experienced it, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Without even a farewell to Zabuza, Yukisaki Hachiyuki teleported home. Chapter 49. The promotion of aerial ninjutsu. The following day, Xia Xia Yaxue stealthily opened the door, intending to seek out Daidara for revisions on several design drafts. To his astonishment, as soon as he swung the door open, he was greeted by a circle of grinning faces, all exclaiming, "You're awake! You're awake! You're awake!" Caught off guard, Xia Xia Yaxue stood in a daze as they pulled him to the open space from the previous day. The crowd instinctively formed a long line, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they gazed at him. I just woke up and haven't had breakfast yet. He inwardly lamented as he received a bowl of seafood noodles from Boss Xiong. What else could he do? Silently resigned, he summoned a clay manta ray, swiftly positioned himself atop its head, and awaited the eager crowd to board. Safety measures in place. Take off. As Xia Xia Yaxue savored his seafood noodles atop the manta ray, he listened to the jubilant shouts from the crowd behind him. A flicker of joy ignited within him. This was the long-awaited peace in the ninja world. The great manta ray soared continuously around the land of waves, circling again and again. Some voices grew hoarse, yet they remained undeterred in their enthusiasm. This continued for 3 days until Xia Xia Yaxue was finally rescued by the guards. Sir, the envoys from the major nations, including the land of fire, have arrived and are waiting for you in the conference room. Upon hearing this, Xia Xia Yaxue felt as if a great burden had been lifted and hurriedly followed the guards to the conference room. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the delegates from various nations. So many familiar faces. The representatives included Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi from the land of fire, Akatsuki from the land of earth, a golden-haired youth from the land of lightning, and Temari and Kankuro from the land of wind. As for the representative from the land of water, a tall, elegant lady with fair skin and long legs stood before him. While Xia Xia Yaxue pondered her identity, she introduced herself. I am Terumi Mei. So, she was the future 5th Mizukage, surviving the Great Purge in Gaara's reign. Terumi Mei was indeed a figure of exceptional cunning and strength. Xia Xia Yaxue nodded in acknowledgement before approaching Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, you've arrived. He slightly bowed, then playfully punched Naruto's shoulder. Hey Naruto, later, I'll take you to taste the ramen in the land of waves. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he returned the playful punch, exclaiming, all right, just watch, I'll eat you out of house and home. Xia Xia then greeted Akatsuki before shaking hands with Temari and the golden-haired youth. Shi. Temari, not recognizing Xia Xia, merely offered a casual greeting. Welcome to the land of waves. Xia Xia clapped his hands together. Since everyone is here for the aerial ninjutsu, let us begin. He produced several slides prepared by Daidara and displayed them on the wall. One must admit, Daidara's artistic sensibility was quite remarkable. The visuals conveyed a magnificent aura, capturing the manta ray's essence akin to a legendary creature. Internally, Xia Xia commended Daidara. We have developed a flight ninjutsu in the land of waves, which I have named Earth Release, Clay Manta Ray. This ninjutsu is classified as C-rank. Expressions of disbelief washed over the crowd. C-rank ninjutsu can enable flight? Did I hear incorrectly? Noticing their astonishment, Xia Xia smiled gently and continued. The summoned manta ray can carry 50 individuals or 3 tons of cargo. It requires only the chakra of a genin to control, and the method is exceptionally simple. It can fly at least 100 kilometers in a single trip. With each statement, gasps of amazement erupted from the audience. When Xia Xia completed his introduction of the ninjutsu, the eyes of the envoys gleamed with envy. Those chosen as representatives by their respective kage typically possessed a strategic mindset, often referred to as the Kage's thinking. They could clearly perceive the strategic significance of this technique. Low level, easy to control, capable of transporting large numbers of personnel and supplies, and it was an aerial ninjutsu. It must be secured. Each envoy's heart echoed with this sentiment. While their vigilant gazes scrutinized the other ninja village's representatives, they were competitors, after all. Xia Xia grinned at the assembly. The introduction of the ninjutsu is complete. Now it is time for you to demonstrate your sincerity. Kakashi interjected, Xia Xia, you truly are a genius. However, from my observations, this technique seems to lack offensive capabilities. Xia Xia nodded, acknowledging Kakashi's sharp insight. Indeed, as expected of you. Teacher Kakashi, this ninjutsu is a modified version that I refer to as a civilian-grade ninjutsu. This aligns with our philosophy in the land of waves. Ninjutsu should primarily serve the people, not be used for violence. Kakashi nodded in approval. That's a commendable philosophy. This technique is greatly needed in Konoha. Please, state your conditions. The other envoys also nodded in agreement. We share the same sentiment. Name your price, Xia Xia. With a chuckle, Xia Xia decided to be forthright. I hope to exchange some medical ninjutsu materials with Konoha, while from the land of sand. I would like to acquire your puppet manipulation techniques. From the land of lightning, I seek some knowledge on lightning release body training techniques. As for the land of water and the land of earth, I would like to exchange methods for enhancing the training of water release and earth release manipulation. Though this aerial ninjutsu was indeed exceptional, such information was confidential to the various ninja villages and likely could not be exchanged. The group frowned. Xia Xia laughed heartily. Basic level information will suffice. I have no need for advanced secret techniques. Such terms are acceptable, the envoys nodded. Xia Xia produced several scrolls and handed them over. Should you wish to deepen our exchange, please allow your higher-ups to peruse these scrolls. If not, there is no obligation. Then, Xia Xia handed the scrolls of the aerial ninjutsu to several individuals. Addressing Akatsuki and Terumi, he said, there are some projects we could collaborate on with the ninjas from the land of earth and the land of water. Please convey my desire for in-depth cooperation to your respective kage. As the envoys departed, Naruto turned to Kakashi and implored, Teacher Kakashi, let me stay in the land of waves for a few more days. After a moment's thought, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Very well, Naruto. I shall return to Konoha to complete my missions. Just be sure not to lose track of time while you're having fun. Naruto raised both hands triumphantly. Oh yeah? Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. Chapter 50. Fishing with Uzumaki. Naruto having concluded their business, the summer's Yatsuki brought Uzumaki Naruto to boss Kamaji's establishment. 2 bowls of luxurious seafood ramen. Please, she ordered. Certainly, came the reply. After a short while, the steaming bowls brimming with an assortment of seafood were presented before them. Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, let's dig in. This is delicious. He exclaimed joyfully as he devoured the meal. Although he had transitioned into a ninja and was no longer subject to the erratic eating habits of his youth, the opportunity to indulge in such a bounty of seafood was indeed a rarity. After this, let's go fishing. The land of waves is rather small, aside from the sea. There isn't much else. Sure, how about we have a friendly competition to see who can catch more? Naruto suggested, while enthusiastically cracking open a large crab. At that moment, Daidara, wearing a fisherman's hat, strolled by. "Hey, Daidara, wait a moment," Yatsuki called out. What do you want, Yatsuki?" "I'm in a hurry to board the ship. This is my friend Uzumaki Naruto. We'd like to join you." "All right, let's go." They quickly finished their ramen and followed Daidara to the grand vessel. "Set sail." Daidara bellowed from the mast, his voice filled with enthusiasm. "I am destined to become the king of fishing. Today, we shall return with a bountiful catch." The sailors responded in unison, raising the sails as they departed from the port. On the surface of the water, schools of small fish frolicked, leaping out of the waves before plunging back in. With the gentle sea breeze and cheerful waves accompanying them, the fishing boat ventured further into the depths of the ocean. Initially, Naruto was exuberant, darting around the ship like a monkey released from its cage. However, within a few minutes, his expression waned. The excitement faded, and he slumped against the side of the boat, silent. Moments later, he was seen leaning over the edge, retching. "Naruto, how disappointing. You're seasick?" Yatsuki chuckled, trying to suppress her laughter. "No, I must fish. I must fulfill my promise. This is my ninja way, whoa." Before he could finish, another wave of nausea hit him, and he was back to retching over the side. Daidara jumped down from the mast, giving a thumbs up. "You've got spirit, Naruto." The surrounding crew members chuckled at the rookie's plight. Fishing trips often lacked excitement, so witnessing a novice's misadventures provided a welcome distraction. After some time, Naruto finally acclimated to the boat's swaying motion. Revitalized, he zipped around the deck, urging Daidara to demonstrate his fishing skills. "I don't need a fishing rod," Daidara proclaimed confidently. "Just wait and see." Upon reaching the fishing spot, Daidara soared into the sky on a white bird, scanning for schools of fish. Once he located them, he rained down clay bombs, which exploded upon contact with the ocean, sending geysers of water into the air and causing countless fish to float to the surface. The crew deftly worked together, casting their nets as the fishing boat followed the path of Daidara's explosions, soon hauling in a full catch. "We can't hold any more," the captain shouted, signaling Daidara. Daidara hovered above, waiting for the boat to draw in the fish. "Wow, that is amazing," Naruto exclaimed in awe. The captain chuckled, "Of course. When fishing with Lord Daidara, we always return with a plentiful haul. Each time he ventures out, we draw lots to see which of us may accompany him." "Yatsuki, is this what you meant by civilian applications of ninjutsu?" Naruto remarked, showcasing his astute observation. "One could say that, but having Daidara blow up fish is a bit of a waste of his talents. The land of waves is simply too small. This is one of the few places where he can both hone his ninjutsu and assist others." "Well done, Yatsuki." "Naturally. But Naruto, you must strive harder. You need to become a chunin soon. Otherwise, your dream of becoming Hokage might remain just that, a dream." "Enough, enough," Naruto retorted impatiently. It was intentional. He had fought tooth and nail during the chunin exams, yet still failed to advance, and becoming a jonin seemed an insurmountable challenge. "Care to give it a try?" Yatsuki suggested, gesturing towards Daidara. "Really?" Naruto's eyes lit up. "I want to try?" With that, Yatsuki summoned a clay manta ray from the ocean, explaining to Naruto how to control it. Naruto leaped onto the creature and called to the captain, "Captain, quickly prepare the fish. I'm about to blow them up." The captain chuckled. "Another ninja is here to assist. Today, we shall certainly be successful. Are we ready yet?" Naruto urged impatiently. "Just a moment, okay. You're good to go. Here we go." Naruto joyfully piloted the manta ray into the sky. Soaring high, he began forming a Rasengan with the manta ray's assistance. The captain, puzzled, remarked, "That spot was just exploded by Lord Daidara. Is there any fish left?" Yatsuki, overhearing the captain, watched Naruto diligently forming the Rasengan and thought, "Naruto is just a novice. There's no way he can catch any fish. I'll be able to mock him once he messes up." Gradually, Yatsuki began to wonder, does it really take this long to create a Rasengan? Suddenly, she noticed the sphere in Naruto's hands growing larger and her expression changed. "That's a big ball Rasengan. Captain, we need to leave now," Yatsuki shouted. "Uzumaki Naruto, you fool," echoed her voice over the waves as Naruto released the enormous sphere into the water. With a thunderous explosion, a towering column of water erupted, creating a massive wave that surged towards the fishing boat, causing the crew to pale in fear. "Captain, steady the helm." Yatsuki leaped into the sea, standing atop the water, channeling her chakra, water release, water barrier. The two colossal waves clashed, diminishing each other's strength, but the residual force still rocked the fishing boat perilously close to capsizing. "We're saved," the captain gasped, collapsing onto the deck, utterly exhausted. Chapter 51. Did Kato dump wastewater into the sea? "What are you doing, you little rascal? The ship is nearly capsizing." The captain erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of words upon Naruto, who lowered his head, too intimidated to utter a sound. After a relentless reprimand lasting over half an hour, the captain finally relented. Naruto scratched his head, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The captain, seeing Naruto's lack of experience, decided to let it go, saying, "All right, you can follow Lord Daidara for now." "Hey, Captain, we've struck gold," Naruto exclaimed, as his massive Rasengan detonated with remarkable depth, surfacing several large deep-sea fish, their bellies flipped skyward. Grinning sailors swiftly retrieved the fish, presenting them to Naruto. "Kid, you're quite fortunate. These fish are rare deep-sea specimens, and look how big they are. Well done." "Really?" Naruto beamed with joy. "My technique is pretty good. Though I caught few, they're all big," he declared with pride. "Naruto, let us have a competition." Daidara leaped onto a large white bird and took flight. "Wait for me." Naruto urgently piloted his Ray to follow. The two were like children with newfound toys, reveling in their playful antics. The fishing vessel soon brimmed with their catch, nearly kissing the ocean's surface, while the crew skillfully navigated towards the port of the Land of Waves. Naruto, enchanted with piloting the Ray, refused to disembark, while Shiryuki hopped on its back, entrusting Naruto as the driver. Upon returning to port, Shiryuki directed Naruto to take the citizens of the Land of Waves on sightseeing flights, while he wandered off to chat with Zabuza. "Zabuza, has anyone learned the clay ray technique?" "3 have. Have the team learn it. I have a plan," he elaborated. "It goes like this." "Oh, great idea. We fully support you," Zabuza praised, giving Shiryuki a thumbs up. Suddenly, a panicked crew member rushed in. "Captain, there's trouble." "Calm down. What happened?" Taking a moment to gather himself, the crew member relayed the news. It turned out that Kato and Appo's whereabouts had been uncovered. During his invasion of the Land of Water, Kato had absconded with funds, retreating to the Land of Tea with a few ninja subordinates. He had acquired a recipe for a chakra-enhancing potion, purportedly capable of temporarily boosting a ninja's power. Using this formula, Kato coaxed the daimyo of the Land of Tea, establishing a potion manufacturing company on a remote island. However, the production of this chakra potion resulted in a high rate of waste and generated copious amounts of toxic wastewater. Kato, the unscrupulous merchant, recklessly dumped this hazardous waste into the sea, causing significant pollution. It was said that the local seafood had become unfit for consumption. Can the surrounding great nations truly stand idly by? Shiryuki slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming in outrage. "The daimyo have protested," the crew member murmured. "Protesting a black-hearted merchant like Kato is futile," another crew member interjected. After the protests, Kato had hired merchant ships under false pretenses to transport goods, when in reality, they were filled with wastewater destined for the waters of neighboring countries. "To deal with this rogue, we must eliminate him decisively." Zabuza seethed. "The Land of Tea is so close to the Land of Waves that one day, that wastewater might drift over here." Having come to regard the Land of Waves as his home, Zabuza harbored a deep-seated disdain for Kato. "Shiryuki, let me take him down." Zabuza's murderous intent radiated from him. "I'll go instead. My flying ninjutsu allows for swift travel." "I too wish to put an end to Kato," Shiryuki suggested. With that, Shiryuki soared into the sky, heading straight for the Land of Tea. His speed was remarkable, and the short distance meant he arrived within mere minutes. Ascending to a high altitude, he quickly identified Kato's hideout. It was evident how much wastewater Kato had dumped, as the waters surrounding a small island in the Land of Tea were tainted a sickly yellow-green, starkly contrasting the surrounding ocean. Science and technology are the primary productive forces, Shiryuki mused. In the ninja world, one could say ninjutsu was the foremost productive power. Had he not possessed the ability to fly, locating Kato's base would have been a laborious task. Previously, he would have had to gather intelligence in the Land of Waves, estimate a general area, and then meticulously search that region, all while being cautious to avoid detection. The back and forth would have taken at least a month. Now, however, Shiryuki pinpointed the target in mere minutes, leaving only the execution of a thunderous strike. With a surge of energy, Shiryuki sped towards the deserted island. Observing the large factory below, alongside the continuous flow of yellow-green waste, his expression darkened. "That damned Kato." He dove down, landing at the entrance of the factory. Two guards rushed forward, questioning, "Who goes there?" Shiryuki, uninterested in idle conversation, activated his Sharingan. The two guards suddenly halted, bewildered, before retreating in confusion. "How strange. We just saw someone," they mumbled, oblivious to Shiryuki, who strode past them. Navigating through the building effortlessly, a particularly sycophantic employee insisted on guiding Shiryuki to Kato's office. "Understanding group?" Shiryuki scoffed at the nameplate. What a grandiose title. Entering, he found Kato glaring at him with rage, thinking to himself, "Who is this audacious individual who barges in without knocking?" Upon recognizing Shiryuki, Kato froze, his voice trembling. "Shiryuki, what do you want?" I must inform you. I have elite J-Nin guarding me." "Oh, so it's the J-Nin who emboldens you? Why not call them out to meet me?" Kato's face twisted in delight as he reached for a button on his desk. Shiryuki observed coldly, offering no resistance. Who dares to be unruly here? Two figures burst through the door, but upon seeing Shiryuki, they froze, their legs trembling. Why is it this person? The sense of pressure is even greater than before. His eyes. Is that the Sharingan? The two J-Nin from the small countries quaked in fear, realizing they had provoked a formidable opponent. "Can we afford to offend the Uchiha clan?" Kato shouted. "What are you doing? Attack him." "Oh," Shiryuki scoffed. "My lord, please don't misunderstand. This has nothing to do with us. We're merely here to collect a paycheck as guards. How could we dare oppose the Uchiha clan?" They frantically explained, disregarding them. Shiryuki maintained his gaze on Kato. "Kato, are there any more people? We could summon them as well." Kato's expression shifted dramatically as he fell to the floor, pleading, "Please spare me, spare me. It seems there are none left." Shiryuki, uninterested in further dialogue, commanded, "Get out. The factory is bankrupt. All workers are dismissed, and their wages must be settled." Kato complied, "And as for the guards, your lives cease now." The Sharingan transformed into the Death Eye, draining the life force from both. Without uttering a word, the two met their demise. In the summer, Bayue sat upon Cardo's chair, her feet resting casually on the table, quietly awaiting Cardo's return. Chapter 52. Summer Baxiu plans to establish a construction company. Leaning languidly in her chair, Summer Baxiu awaited the return of Cardo. After a while, Cardo entered with a sycophantic smile. "My lord, I have accomplished everything you instructed." "Oh, quite swift in your actions," remarked Summer Baxiu with a faint compliment. Cardo, akin to a dog basking in its master and Appo's praise, felt his aged face flush with excitement. "Bring me your prescription," commanded Summer Baxiu. Without hesitation, Cardo opened the safe and presented the prescription with both hands. As Summer Baxiu perused the document, she marveled internally at the overwhelming potency of the chakra potion. No wonder Danzo had reacted so swiftly upon hearing of it. After a thorough review, Summer Baxiu grasped the potion's capabilities. It could elevate a ninja's chakra ceiling and enable civilians to more easily sense chakra, thereby increasing their likelihood of becoming ninjas. It was no surprise that the daimyo of the Land of Water overlooked the pollution in order to allow Cardo to concoct such potions. The profits were immense, essential for both ninjas and ordinary people alike. Putting away the prescription, Summer Baxiu sensed something amiss. Given Cardo's status, he should not have had access to such a potion. Nevertheless, she decided to show it to Tsunade to see if improvements could be made. Scanning the surroundings, she found nothing of value and thus dispatched several shadow clones in various directions throughout the pharmaceutical facility. "Let us begin," she whispered, and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Land of Waves. The clones commenced forming seals, summoning the four-symbol seal. Enormous black spheres emerged, engulfing the pharmaceutical plant, leaving only a deep pit in their wake. Cardo and his Eastern Point group were obliterated. Upon returning to the Land of Waves, Summer Baxiu did not seek out Zabuza. Instead, she headed straight home. Before she could catch her breath, she felt the scroll she had dispatched being opened. The scroll bore the Flying Thunder God seal, and its opening would trigger her perception. Upon sensing it carefully, she discovered the seal originated from the Land of Earth. To her surprise, it was the Tsukikage who had taken the initiative. Without hesitation, Summer Baxiu activated the Flying Thunder God and transported herself to the Tsukikage's office. She observed the third Tsukikage, Inoki, who, despite his age and small stature, possessed piercing eyes and a formidable chakra presence. Inoki scrutinized Summer Baxiu in return. Young was the first impression he formed, followed by powerful. As such a young yet formidable ninja was a rarity in Inoki's lengthy career. Inoki resolved to regard this young individual with greater respect. So, Summer Baxio, what do you mean by deepening cooperation with a Wagakure? Well, it's quite simple, Lord Third Tsuchikage. My aim is merely to improve the living conditions of those within the ninja world. I have observed that a Wagakure's earth release techniques excel in both potency and efficiency compared to other ninjas of similar caliber. Therefore, I wish to establish a construction company and employ some ninjas from a Wagakure for this endeavor. Construction? Employment? Inoki's white brows twitched. Indeed, regardless of the hidden villages, there exists a portion of ninjas who either suffer from injuries or are weary of battle. I plan to recruit these individuals for construction work. Very well, I consent. Inoki declared with a wave of his hand. Summer Baxio was slightly taken aback. Do you think my decision is too abrupt? Inoki inquired, noticing her expression. There are many retired ninjas from a Wagakure due to injuries sustained in past ninja wars, as well as those who are simply weary of conflict. Ah, I see. Summer Baxio thought, realizing this was akin to addressing the issue of retired veterans. If a Wagakure faced this problem, then so too did other ninja villages, further bolstering her confidence in her plan. There's one more matter, Lord Tsuchikage. I intend to establish a somewhat unconventional ninja school and hope to hire a few instructors skilled in earth release techniques from a Wagakure. A somewhat unconventional ninja school? Earth release is foundational to a Wagakure. It cannot be disseminated. With a smile, Summer Baxio replied, Lord Tsuchikage. The school I wish to establish will teach civilian applications of ninja techniques, allowing as many people as possible to learn. If we confine the use of ninja techniques to civilian applications rather than the battlefield, we can achieve peace within the ninja world. Inoki nodded. I understand your philosophy, but whether to send instructors is still a matter I must contemplate. However, he added with a cunning smile, reminiscent of a wily old fox. A Wagakure will require a share of the construction company. That is only fair. 50% of the net profit belongs to a Wagakure. What? Inoki exclaimed, rising abruptly and nearly straining his back. You would offer 50%? It is 50% of the net profit, Summer Baxio reiterated. I understand, but I initially hoped for 30 or even 20%. Since it is a collaboration between the Land of Waves and a Wagakure, profits should be evenly divided. Inoki scrutinized Summer Baxio intently. Now I believe in your philosophy. Rest assured, I will give serious consideration to your proposal regarding the ninja school. Summer Baxio, elated, replied. Let it be settled then. I shall return to the Land of Waves. In a month, I can send over the first batch of 50 ninjas. Inoki nodded, very well. He clapped his hands, and Akatsuki produced a scroll, handing it to Summer Baxio. This is the earth release technique we previously agreed to exchange. With a smile, Summer Baxio accepted the scroll, bidding farewell to Inoki before teleporting back to the Land of Waves. Upon her return, she immediately sought out Zabuza. Zabuza, do you have any team members with Earth Attribute Chakra? I need 100. Chapter 53, Recruiting Dazna. A new member of the Summer 8 Snow. The Summer 8 Snow returned to the Land of Waves, preparing to establish a construction company. However, they encountered a significant dilemma. There was no one to oversee this endeavor. Initially, they approached Bai, who furrowed his brow and said, 8 Snow. I am utterly inexperienced in construction. I am currently managing a maritime and fisheries company, and it has been quite a challenge. I apologize, 8 Snow. Summer 8 Snow felt disheartened, realizing that Daidara was entirely unsuitable for this task, as his mind was consumed with thoughts of explosions. Zabuza was already occupied with the guard team and would soon take over the Mist Village. Frustration mounted. The steps ahead seemed daunting. Where could they find the right person? In the sky, Naruto continued to joyfully pilot the manta ray, spinning around with the villagers. Suddenly, a realization struck. Naruto, Team 7, the Land of Waves. Dazna, how could I have forgotten this drunkard? He is a master bridge builder and would be perfectly suited for the task. With newfound enthusiasm, Summer 8 Snow stood up and made their way to Dazna and Appo's home. Dazna was outside, wearing a straw hat, fishing alongside his grandson, Inari. Inari appeared to have shed his previous gloom, embodying the lively spirit of a child as he playfully ran around Dazna, laughing and teasing him. Suddenly, he bent down, picked up a small stone, and tossed it into Dazna's fishing line, splashing water everywhere. Haha, Grandpa, your fish got away. Dazna pretended to be angry, waving his hand. Hey, you little rascal, if you keep causing trouble, I might just spank you. Haha, you can't catch me. With that, Inari dashed off towards the house. Dazna set down his fishing rod and called out, Inari, slow down. Be careful not to fall. He chuckled at the antics of the little troublemaker. Realizing he hadn't caught a single fish that day, glancing at the empty basket, he sighed. Oh well, time to head back. Just then, a cheerful voice chimed in. Hey, old man Dazna. Dazna turned to see a familiar face and rolled his eyes. Humph, it's you again, brat. You're the reason I have to spend extra money. That yellow-haired fool fell for it. What do you want, esteemed ninja of Konoha? Come on, don't be so stingy, old man Dazna. I'm no longer a ninja. Look, I don't even have a headband. Summer 8 Snow pointed to their forehead. Oh, then what do you need from me? I have a proposition for you. It's a good one, Summer 8 Snow replied with a smile. Humph, lead the way. Dazna bent down to pick up his fishing basket. Hey, let me help. Summer 8 Snow eagerly grabbed the basket and followed Dazna. Flatterer. Dazna shot a sideways glance, but continued towards his home. Upon arriving at Dazna's house, his daughter Tsunami served tea. After taking a sip, Dazna said, cut to the chase. What do you want? I want you to be the boss, Summer 8 Snow declared. Dazna sputtered, spraying tea everywhere. In that instant, Summer 8 Snow deftly used body flicker technique to evade the spray. Calm down. No need to be so excited. Dazna coughed violently, unable to speak. Summer 8 Snow helped pat Dazna's back until he regained his composure. What nonsense is this? I will not become any boss. Don't underestimate yourself. Believe me. You can do it. Go away. I'm just an ordinary bridge builder. Have you even considered what our company entails? I don't transport goods or fish. Dazna responded resolutely. It's neither a maritime company nor a fisheries business. Dazna's interest was piqued. What is it then? A construction company. Interested? Construction? I've built enough bridges in my lifetime. Have you ever constructed high-rises? Or grand thoroughfares? Dazna hesitated, feeling a flicker of intrigue. Most importantly, have you commanded ninjas in construction? What? Dazna exclaimed, standing abruptly and spilling tea on himself. Are you serious? He asked, undeterred. Summer 8 Snow nodded earnestly. Yes, and they have already trained. Next month, the ninjas will arrive. All right, I'm in, Dazna declared decisively. Yes. Summer 8 Snow discreetly made a V sign, triumphant. Childish, Dazna grumbled, recalling how he had previously tricked Naruto into a similar gesture. Dazna, gather the original workers. Our first project will be to build a grand bridge connecting the land of waves and the land of whirlpools. Rest assured, I'll handle it. Dazna replied confidently. Good. You can find the startup funds from Bai. With that, Summer 8 Snow took their leave, having resolved the staffing issue. Summer 8 Snow felt a weight lift from their shoulders. Upon returning to Bai and sharing the news, Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Dazna is a trustworthy individual. I understand and will cooperate with him. Suddenly, a frantic voice rang out from outside. Summer 8 Snow, you've tricked me again. Naruto, muddy and flustered, burst in. Your manta ray will fall apart. Summer 8 Snow smiled slightly, responding gravely. That is only natural. The clay's lifespan has expired. Oh, you scoundrel. Don't speak so carelessly. If you purchase our clay again, you can summon the manta ray anew. How much? For a mere 5,000 Rio. You can reclaim your esteemed manta ray membership and soar freely through the skies. 5,000 Rio. That is not too expensive, Naruto nodded. Suddenly, he realized, wait. When did using ninjutsu cost money? Scoundrel. Naruto. Summer 8 Snow said seriously, times have changed. We must keep up with the trends. We have entered the era of payment. 5,000 Rio is a worthwhile investment. You won't regret it. A detonating tag costs 8,000 Rio for just a single sound, while our clay can be summoned 50 times for only 100 Rio. Isn't that a deal? Naruto's mind became a tangle, feeling as though Summer 8 Snow was making sense, yet something fell off. Chapter 54. The clay of the mana ray is ready for mass production. Bewildered by the persuasive words of Summer Yatsuki, Naruto Uzumaki departed, having spent 50,000 Rio on new clay. Yatsuki had informed him that he had become a distinguished member, and with an initial purchase of 50,000 Rio, he could enjoy a promotional offer of buy 10, get 1 free, which seemed exceedingly advantageous. Naruto, feeling the reassuring heft of his frog wallet, dismissed the confusion and resumed his playful endeavors with the manta ray. After bidding farewell to Naruto, Summer Yatsuki began contemplating the production of clay, initially intending to sell ninjutsu at a low price and then sell materials in bulk. However, he soon realized a pressing concern. How could he keep the crafting process of the clay a secret? Currently, He was the sole possessor of the technique to create the manta ray clay. He certainly could not spend his days idly playing with mud indoors. That would be akin to living a life of espionage rather than merely working hard. Once ninjutsu was taught, it would inevitably be leaked. The ninja world possessed countless methods to uncover secrets, potentially endangering those who learned the techniques. Frustrated, Natsuki raked his fingers through his hair, feeling a surge of irritation. Initially, he had merely wished to lead a tranquil life in the Leaf Village, but the pressures from Danzo had thrust him into this turmoil. Cursing Danzo, who had already departed, Natsuki sighed, recognizing that he still had responsibilities to fulfill. After saying goodbye to Haku, he meandered home, retrieving various ninjutsu scrolls he had gathered from different places, sifting through them for earth-style or sealing techniques, hoping to uncover a breakthrough. In the realm of ninjutsu, imitation was rampant. It was either you imitating me or I imitating you. Furthermore, could the development of ninjutsu be considered mere imitation? It was, after all, a matter of drawing inspiration. For several days, Natsuki sulked in his room, his brow furrowed in frustration, with no clarity in sight. His overly divergent thoughts had led him to regret showcasing the manta ray clay too soon, failing to consider the subsequent ramifications. With the escalating demand for the manta ray clay from various nations, what would he do if they began to rush him for supplies? He would truly be compelled to resort to clandestine means. No, he could not concede defeat. At that moment, Naruto's voice called from outside. Natsuki, Natsuki, come out and play. Natsuki rubbed his forehead, opened the door, and saw Naruto, brimming with excitement, tugging at him. Look, Natsuki, I've thought of something fun. Intrigued, Natsuki asked, what is it? Watch closely. Naruto summoned 3 shadow clones and began to form orbs, while his original self leaped onto the manta ray. Natsuki stared in confusion, wondering what Naruto was up to. Just wait and see. Naruto pressed his hand against the manta ray's body, channeling chakra, causing the tail to morph into a semicircular indentation. At that moment, the shadow clones pressed their Rasengan into the hollow of the manta ray's tail. The Rasengan rapidly expanded, the swirling winds generating immense thrust. In an instant, the manta ray shot off at a speed of 100 kilometers in 3 seconds, trailing a vortex of Rasengan flames, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Natsuki's jaw dropped in astonishment. Could it be played with in such a manner? Naruto's ingenuity was astounding. Moments later, Naruto returned, exhilarated from his flight, and upon landing, he joyfully exclaimed, "How was that? Impressive, right?" Natsuki gave a thumbs up, declaring, "You're a genius, Naruto." Naruto laughed heartily. "Haha. Natsuki, you were right. But there's a small problem." Seeing Naruto and Amp, Appos, elation, Natsuki couldn't and Amp, Appos, resist teasing him. "What problem?" "The destructive power of your Rasengan is too great. I fear that manta ray can only endure 4 or 5 more uses." "What?" Naruto dashed to the manta ray, inspecting it closely, only to discover numerous fine cracks along its body. "My 5000 Rio." He lamented, cradling the manta ray's head in despair. Natsuki patted Naruto's shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right. You still have plenty of materials, right? But that was 5000 Rio. I painstakingly saved that money through missions." Natsuki formed hand seals and conjured a large lump of clay, approximately 5 portions, which he handed to Naruto. "Thank you, Natsuki," Naruto said gratefully, waving as he departed. "I'll go experiment with making the orbs smaller." "Hey, wait a moment," Natsuki called after him, but Naruto was already off. Suddenly, the image of Naruto's clones forming orbs sparked an idea in Natsuki's mind. He rushed back to his small abode to commence his experimentation. He realized he could separate the clay-making process. While Naruto formed the orbs, one clone could supply chakra, while another managed the chakra rotation. Natsuki could also delegate the chakra provision to other ninjas, merely needing to seal the control aspect within an object for mass production. "Thank you, Naruto. You are truly my lucky star," Natsuki mused to himself. With newfound clarity, he began crafting. He etched a sealing array onto a metal plate and sealed the production process within it. Seal. With a flash of white light, chakra began to flow subtly within the plate. It worked. Natsuki leaped and danced in delight, holding the metal plate aloft. He hurried to the training base, seeking a team member with Earth affinity for testing. A fellow named Yamamoto was excitedly chosen by the others and approached Natsuki eagerly. Zabuza, curious about the commotion, joined the gathering. "Now, channel your chakra here." As Yamamoto infused his chakra, the plate illuminated, producing a small lump of clay. Yay! Success! Natsuki cheered, beckoning more people to join in testing. A lower-ranked ninja could create approximately 100 portions of clay, while a middle-ranked ninja could produce 1,000. Haha. Natsuki laughed heartily, his joy radiating. This is going to be a breakthrough. Chapter 55. The Summer 8 Snow reigns supreme. The formidable hand of the fourth Raikage, slammed heavily on the table as he roared at Shi. Blast it. Has that Summer 8 Snow played us for fools? Why can't the flying ninjutsu be utilized? Lord Raikage, we have just received intel. The latest news from the Land of Waves indicates that the flying ninjutsu requires a special clay as a casting material, she reported, stepping forward. Yes, that's the term, casting material, to function properly. Casting material? What an absurd term. 5,000 ryo for a portion of clay, allowing for 50 flights? What? I must pay to use ninjutsu? This is preposterous. I thundered in anger. She, fetch that scroll you brought back last time. I'll summon that brat and give him a good thrashing. Furious, the Raikage was not alone. The leaders of other great nations also unfurled their scrolls to engage in dialogue with Summer 8 Snow. Meanwhile, in the Land of Waves, Summer 8 Snow lounged leisurely in a deck chair, basking in the sun, with a small stingray beside him, laden with snacks and drinks. Occasionally, the stingray would wag its tail and glide over to 8 Snow, who would take a sip from his drink before the creature drifted away again. This is the life. 8 Snow mused, how delightful. Perhaps I should arrange for some grilled meat as well. His mind was awash with coordinates for the flying thunder god technique. Let me see. The Land of Lightning, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Wind have all sent messages. 8 Snow thought to himself, bemused. When I suggested collaboration, not a peep from you. But the moment I mentioned payment, you're all so eager to respond. Truly, what a bunch of miserly leaders. The key to successful negotiations lay with the Tsutsuki. If he were to be the first to pay, the others would surely follow suit. Thus, 8 Snow decided to seek out the Tsutsuki. The Tsutsuki was in a foul mood, vehemently cursing Summer 8 Snow as a swindler. Suddenly, a figure materialized within his office. Who goes there? The Tsutsuki's guards tensed. Upon recognizing the visitor as Summer 8 Snow, the Tsutsuki shoved his guards aside and exclaimed, You wretched brat. Have you no shame? Selling a lump of clay for 5,000 ryo. The clay from the land of Earth must be given to me for free, or our collaboration is off. Lord Tsutsuki, if you insist on such terms, we may have no choice but to terminate our partnership. Summer 8 Snow feigned a sigh. I had hoped to discuss the production of casting clay with you. Well then, I suppose this is goodbye, he concluded, pretending to depart. Wait. The Tsutsuki's eyes glimmered as he called out. You're not leaving until we clarify this. He rushed forward, seizing Summer 8 Snow by the arm. My back no longer aches, nor do my legs. I feel quite sprightly. Speak. I intend to establish a company in the Land of Waves to produce casting clay, and I require a considerable number of Earth-release ninjas. I had hoped to collaborate with you, but it seems you wish to cancel our partnership, Summer 8 Snow explained. Who said we were canceling? I didn't hear that. Did anyone else? The Tsutsuki retorted, glaring. What's the split? Is it still 50-50? That's impossible. At the very least, I demand 40%, or the deal is off. 2%. The Tsutsuki seethed. I'm providing manpower and resources, and you offer me only 2%? Minimum 4%, or we're done here. 2.5%. You will cover the wages of the ninjas from the Land of Waves. This is a lucrative deal. The entire ninja world will be purchasing our clay. Don't be too greedy. 3.5%, and I'll cover the wages, the Tsutsuki countered. 3%, and do your best to send ninjas. If not, it's off, Summer 8 Snow replied. After some consideration, the Tsutsuki nodded. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. You must also make an announcement regarding our collaboration and procure a batch of clay. Of course, you may offset the cost with your share, Summer 8 Snow added. The Tsutsuki chuckled. You sly little fox. Very well, I agree. After further discussions on promotion and unified messaging, Summer 8 Snow took his leave. Next stop, the Land of Lightning. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a thunderous attack, lightning release, lightning plow heat blade. Goodness. Summer 8 Snow quickly activated his defensive technique, only to be sent crashing through the wall like a baseball. In an instant, he used the flying thunder god technique to return to the office, appearing quite disheveled but unscathed. The Raikage was poised to strike again when Summer 8 Snow raised a hand and said, Stop. If you hit me again, I shall take my leave. Humph, what a dull fellow, the Raikage grumbled, retreating to his chair. Lord Rakage, let us discuss collaboration, Summer 8 Snow suggested. Speak. What do you wish to propose? First, regarding the clay partnership, I will provide Kumo with 1,000 portions for free, and subsequent supplies will be offered at a 5% discount. Kumo could assist in promoting our products and place a sizable order. How does that sound? 5. Nonsense. The Rakage waved his hand dismissively. It must be 10, or our partnership is over. Agreed. Summer 8 Snow quickly affirmed. The Rakage was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had spoken too hastily. And what of the lightning release body forging technique? She provided to him. The Rakage ordered with surprising ease. Summer 8 Snow felt a surge of goodwill towards the Rakage, stating, "You are quite agreeable, Rakage. I shall seek you out first for any future collaborations. Kid, I have high hopes for you. Work hard, and do not hesitate to approach me with any proposals. What you shared with she appears to be more than mere empty words. I trust you will deliver." With a deep gaze, Summer 8 Snow acknowledged the Rakage's insight, recognizing that beneath the rough exterior lay a keen understanding of potential. A promise is a promise, Lord Rakage. With that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and set off for the Land of Wind. Employing similar tactics, he secured a deal with the Wind Country, including introductory materials on puppet techniques. What a remarkable achievement. Summer 8 Snow marveled at his efficiency, having successfully engaged 3 great nations in a single day. Now, only Konoha remained. Chapter 56. The Rescue of Gaara in the Summer. Hachiyuki arrived at the Hokage's office with familiarity. "Hello, Tsunade," he greeted warmly. "Impudent brat." Tsunade shot him a glare in response. "Clay is at a 10% discount, but it's difficult to lower the price. However, I have a new project I would like to collaborate on," Hachiyuki stated directly, producing a prescription he had obtained from Kato. "This is a chakra formula." Upon hearing the term formula, Tsunade's interest was piqued as she took the prescription to examine it. With her expertise, she quickly identified its flaws at a glance. "The side effects are considerable, just as expected of you, Lady Tsunade," Hachiyuki flattered her. "Can it be optimized? I believe this medicine will be quite popular." "Let me give it a try," Tsunade responded vaguely. Noticing Tsunade's interest, Hachiyuki took his leave and returned to the Land of Waves. With everything arranged and no ninja from the Land of Earth arriving, he felt at ease, spending his days leisurely chatting with Naruto, Uzumaki, and Zabuza. Naruto was thoroughly enjoying himself, lost in the pleasures of the Land of Waves. Until one day, a member of the Konoha Umbu found him. "Jinin Naruto, Uzumaki. The 5th Hokage commands you to return to Konoha immediately, without delay." Turning to Hachiyuki, he continued, "Hachiyuki, the Hokage requests that you use the Flying Thunder God technique to escort Naruto back to Konoha. She has urgent matters to discuss with you." Hachiyuki was bewildered. What does this have to do with me? Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of bringing Naruto back. Grasping Naruto's arm, he said, "Let's go." They arrived at Tsunade's office. "Tsunade, is there a mission you need me to complete?" Naruto exclaimed. "Ah, Naruto." Tsunade was about to respond when a voice interrupted them. A middle-aged man with white hair and a forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of oil entered, carrying a massive scroll. It was Jiraiya. "Pervy Sage, what brings you here?" Naruto asked excitedly. "Call me Toad Sage." "All right, Pervy Sage." Jiraiya was speechless as Tsunade said, "Naruto, there is a mission that requires your attention." "Yes, Tsunade." Naruto perked up at the mention of a mission. "You will be following Jiraiya to Mount Myaboku for training." Training again? I thought it was a mission." "Naruto, Mount Myaboku is one of the 3 great sacred lands, and only a select few can enter to train," Jiraiya explained. Upon hearing that only a few could enter, Naruto beamed with pride, though he feigned modesty as he replied, "In that case, I shall accompany the Pervy Sage." "All right, Jiraiya. Take Naruto with you. I have matters to discuss with Hachiyuki," Tsunade concluded. Jiraiya waved at Naruto. "Let and Appos. Let's go, Naruto." Once the two had departed, Tsunade turned to Hachiyuki and asked, "Are you aware of the Akatsuki organization?" "Akatsuki? I am familiar with them." "Yes, they have kidnapped the 5th Kazekage. Sunagakure has sent for assistance. I fear they may also target Naruto, which is why I need you to bring him back." "Are we hiding Naruto in Mount Myaboku?" Hachiyuki nodded, indicating his understanding. "I initially intended to send Kakashi and Appos' team for the rescue, but with Naruto absent and the other team still on missions, it poses quite a headache," Tsunade lamented, rubbing her forehead in frustration. "I will go," Hachiyuki offered. Tsunade was taken aback. He had volunteered before she could even finish her thought. This was not typical of him. "There is no need for you to be surprised," Lady Tsunade. On one hand, Naruto is my friend, and I can assist him. On the other hand, Gaara is my client, and aiding him will be beneficial for me in the future, Hachiyuki replied calmly. Internally, he thought to himself that eventually, they would have to confront the terrifying Akatsuki organization, so why not seize this opportunity to see if he could outmaneuver Obito? Tsunade misunderstood his intentions and, feeling somewhat ashamed, said, I have been too stingy. Consider this a favor owed to you by Konoha. Hachiyuki smiled slightly, but remained silent. At that moment, Kakashi entered, accompanied by Sakura and Temari. Temari bowed gratefully to Tsunade and Hachiyuki. I have heard everything. On behalf of Tsunade and Gaara, I thank you both. Hachiyuki replied. Time is of the essence. Let us depart immediately. Grasping each other's hands, he declared, I will use the Flying Thunder God technique. Everyone nodded in unison, extending a hand to hold tightly. Hachiyuki placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, Flying Thunder God. In an instant, they vanished, only to reappear in Gaara's office within Tsunade. As soon as they materialized, several Tsunade ninjas surrounded them. Do not attack. They are reinforcements from Konoha, Temari quickly interjected. Chapter 57, Healing Kankuro. Hidden currents in Tsunade confronted by the advancing Tsunade ninjas. Natsuki Hachiyuki remained unfazed, casting a scornful glance at them as she remarked, what a grand display. Emerging from the ranks was a Tsunade J-nin, his face partially concealed by a white cloth. It was Maki, the J-nin who had previously visited Konoha during the Ch-nin exams. He spoke with irritation, stating, they are merely responding to an unannounced intrusion into the Kazekage's office. A mocking smile graced Natsuki's face as she retorted, how diligent of you. I wonder where the fifth Kazekage is. I would like to offer my apologies. Maki was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to respond. From behind him, an elderly voice interjected, the youth today are indeed sharp-tongued. Maki, do not be rude to our guests, you may withdraw. Yes, Elder Chio, Maki replied, leading the other Tsunade ninjas out of the office. Chio turned to Natsuki, offering a gentle smile. Forgive me. Currently, there is unrest in Tsunade, and it is only natural for some to harbor ulterior motives. Natsuki was taken aback. Although she was aware from the original narrative that Tsunade was in disarray, Chio's candid acknowledgement caught her off guard. Natsuki Hachiyuki, please follow me along with your companions from Konoha. We have long awaited your arrival. After the Kazekage was captured, Kankuro went after the Akatsuki members and was gravely poisoned. We hope you can save him. Sakura, curious, inquired, was only one person injured? Chio sighed deeply, remaining silent as she led the way. Natsuki understood well, at this juncture. Gaara had not yet solidified his position as Kazekage, and it was likely that many in Tsunade did not regard him highly. Only Kankuro and Temari, being his blood relatives, would be concerned for him. After Gaara's abduction, it was solely Kankuro who ventured to rescue him, while Temari sought aid from Konoha. As for the others, they probably viewed Gaara as merely a weapon. His death would not matter as long as Shikaku could be retrieved. Natsuki reflected on Gaara's tragic fate. It was indeed miraculous that he had been swayed by Naruto. Upon entering a medical room, they were met with Kankuro's agonized cries. He was clutching his own neck on the bed, emitting incoherent sounds, his muscles convulsing as he fought for his life. Sakura rushed forward, stating, let me take a look. Her swift and professional technique astonished the nearby Tsunade medical ninjas. Natsuki mused that medical ninjutsu was indeed Tsunade's forte, as even Sakura had been trained to such an impressive level. Although Natsuki could have effortlessly healed Kankuro with his Death Eye technique, he chose not to intervene. This was Sakura's moment to shine, and he did not wish to overshadow her. Additionally, Natsuki had no desire to cultivate a reputation as a miraculous healer. If that were the case, he would be too occupied with treatment to indulge in leisure. With irrelevant personnel asked to leave, Sakura exuded confidence as she orchestrated the treatment with the Tsunade ninjas. Outside the medical room, Natsuki leaned against the wall and addressed Chio, Elder Chio. We are here to rescue the Kazekage. We cannot afford to waste time. Do you have any leads? Chio replied with a wry smile. We can only await Kankuro's awakening to uncover any clues. He alone had contact with the Akatsuki members. Then, do you know who the Akatsuki sent this time, Elder Chio? Daidara and Kakuzu. Chio answered with a hint of bitterness. So it is Kakuzu, Natsuki murmured. In the original story, it was Daidara who abducted Gaara. But now Daidara remained in the land of waves fishing, while Pain had assigned Kakuzu as Scorpion's partner. Contemplating, Natsuki realized that without Daidara's mobility, they would undoubtedly face delays. However, with his own flying thunder god technique saving time, there was a chance he could rescue a living Gaara. Reassured, he waited silently. Inside the medical room, Sakura's rescue efforts were swift and orderly. Chiyo expressed her admiration. Konoha's talents seemed to be ever-flowing. This young lady must be Tsunade's disciple. I see her influence in her. Natsuki replied, Elder Chiyo, your insight is sharp. Sakura is indeed Tsunade's pupil. The ninja world favors Konoha excessively. Chiyo sighed deeply. Would you like to know why? Natsuki inquired. Because Konoha is wealthier than Tsunagakure, investing more resources into the education of the new generation. Chiyo fell silent, fully aware of the financial disparity between the two villages. One need only consider the harsh conditions of the Land of Wind, where even the third and fourth Kazekage had to seek gold to support their households. In truth, Tsunagakure struggled just to secure basic sustenance, let alone to focus on education. When I last visited, discussing collaboration, you all wore expressions that suggested treachery was afoot, Chiyo commented. Tsunagakure is impoverished and has little to trade. That is due to your rigid mindset. If you do not believe it, look at the Tsuchikage. Though he is older, he seizes opportunities for his village's benefit. The construction and clay companies we collaborate on will bring immense benefits to Awagakure in the future. What do you seek from Tsunagakure? Chiyo asked directly. Puppet techniques. I hope to collaborate with Tsunagakure to employ a cadre of ninjas skilled in this art. We will discuss it later. Once you rescue Gaara, you can negotiate with him since he is the Kazekage, Chiyo stated. Your support, Elder Chiyo, would be invaluable. Chiyo smiled gently and nodded in agreement. Natsuki silently celebrated his success with a victorious V sign. Kankuro, you're awake. Tamari and Appo's delighted voice rang out from the medical room. Everyone hurried inside, and Sakura, drenched in sweat, slumped into a chair, visibly exhausted. Kankuro had managed to sit up, his consciousness restored. Chiyo nodded appreciatively at Sakura, saying, Thank you for your hard work. Young lady. She then turned to Kankuro. Do you have any leads? Kankuro gestured with the puppet beside him, revealing a torn piece of fabric in its grasp. This was torn from Scorpion. Kakashi took the fabric, stating, Hand it over. We will surely bring back the Kazekage. No, I want to go with you, Kankuro insisted, struggling to rise. Sakura quickly intervened. No, you cannot. There are still toxins in your body that need to be cleared. Tamari approached, reassuring him. Do not worry, Kankuro. I will go to rescue him. You must rest. You cannot go. A male voice interrupted from outside. Maki entered, flanked by several Tsunagakure ninjas. The higher-ups have unanimously decided. Tamari, you must stay in Tsunagakure. Tomari bristled with anger. Our own Kazekage is in peril, and you expect us to rely on others for his rescue? I will go alone. That will suffice, Chiyo stated calmly. Maki opened his mouth to protest, but Chiyo interjected. I have been in seclusion for many years. Tsunagakure cannot dictate my actions. I must check on my beloved grandson. Elder Chiyo, Tamari expressed her gratitude with a look of appreciation. Natsuki shot a glance at Maki, noting his eagerness for power, though it was not his concern. Turning to Kakashi, he said, It's up to you now, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi nodded, summoning his ninja dog, Pakin, and handed the torn fabric to him, instructing him to seek out Gaara's whereabouts. Pakin nodded coolly, ready to depart. Wait, Natsuki called out, handing Pakin a scroll. Tear this open once you find him. Do not return until you do. Pakin acknowledged Kakashi's nod and tucked the scroll into his vest before darting off. Kakashi expressed his admiration, saying, Not bad, Yuki. I had not considered the flying thunder god technique. This will undoubtedly save us a considerable amount of time. Chapter 58. It turns out to be Itachi. After the departure of the ninja dog Pakin, a sense of stillness enveloped the group, with only Sakura diligently restoring her chakra. As moments slipped by, it became evident that Sakura's chakra was nearly replenished, yet Pakin remained absent, prompting Yatsuki to ponder, that foolish dog. Could he have been captured by Akatsuki? Observing Yatsuki's expression, Kakashi inferred the situation and reassured, Do not worry, Yatsuki. Pakin is a seasoned scout. He will be fine. Yatsuki nodded, relying solely on that foolish dog. Sakura, sharp-eyed, noticed a small black soaring towards them from the sky. The object approached with remarkable speed, revealing itself to be a yellow-feathered hawk. The hawk entered the room and landed before Kakashi, turning to reveal a small scroll strapped to its back. Sakura stepped forward, retrieving the scroll and presenting it to Kakashi. The interplay of glances between Sakura and the hawk elicited an unexpected laugh from Natsuki. The others regarded him with curiosity, prompting Natsuki to wave dismissively. It's nothing, just a humorous thought. Kakashi unfurled the scroll, his face lighting up with joy. The 5th Hokage has dispatched Guy's team for reinforcements. This is splendid. With Guy's formidable strength, our chances of victory have significantly increased, Sakura exclaimed. Chio and the Sand Ninjas nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing Guy's prowess. At that moment, Natsuki felt the spatial mark being activated. Pakken has been located. Kakashi-sensei, let us depart. Kakashi and Sakura nodded, signaling their readiness. As they grasped each other tightly, Natsuki steadied Kakashi's shoulder and invoked the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, they found themselves in a dense forest, facing a steep cliff with a cave sealed by a massive boulder below. Pakken gestured with his mouth, indicating, "We are within the land of rivers." Kakashi affirmed this, summoning a ninja hawk to relay information to Guy. "Let us move forward," Kakashi declared, leading the charge as Natsuki and Sakura followed closely. Suddenly, Kakashi issued a warning. "Be cautious." The group dispersed just as a mechanical scorpion tail struck the ground, creating a deep crater. "This path is blocked," a cold snort echoed from the woods. And 3 figures cloaked in black with red clouds emerged, Sasori of the Red Sand, Daidara, and Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi was taken aback, and Natsuki felt a pang of anxiety. It was unexpected that Akatsuki had stationed 3 members here for defense. Yet, Natsuki's heart raced with anticipation. He was eager to test Itachi's strength, considering the potential to obtain his Sharingan. Chio, with her fiery temperament, was the first to act, with Sakura joining her. "Natsuki, you deal with Daidara while I hold Itachi at bay," Kakashi instructed with gravity. "Kakashi-sensei, I should confront Itachi instead," Natsuki urged, thinking to himself. "Have you forgotten how you were instantaneously defeated by Itachi? I have to face 2 opponents alone. The pressure is daunting. I am aware of the disparity between me and Itachi, but I possess battle experience and can stall him until Guy arrives," Kakashi insisted, moving toward Itachi. "Sigh. It seems I must first handle Daidara," Natsuki resigned, raising his hand. Shadow clone technique. Hundreds of clones surged forward, launching a brutal assault on Daidara. Daidara's typically stoic face trembled with indignation. "How shameless. Have I fallen behind? Are the young ninjas of this era so devoid of martial ethics?" He unleashed his secret techniques: earth release, landmine, and wind release, pressure damage, forcing Natsuki's clones to dissipate. As Natsuki prepared to continue his assault to subdue Daidara and assist Kakashi, a voice boomed from behind. "Kakashi, I am here to help." Elated, Natsuki thought. Guy has arrived swiftly. The advantage is now mine, and I can finally deal with Daidara properly. With a flash of green, Guy charged into the fray, delivering a flying kick toward Itachi. "Guy, stop!" Kakashi shouted urgently. In response, Itachi uttered, "Tsukuyami." Caught mid-kick, Guy's eyes rolled back as he collapsed, his body uncontrollably plummeting toward the ground in a sliding motion against the stone wall. Natsuki and Kakashi exchanged glances, speechless. Their promised reinforcements had been incapacitated in an instant. Itachi's abilities were particularly effective against a pure taijutsu practitioner like Guy. Had he targeted Daidara or Sasori, the outcome might have been different. With the situation reverted to its original state, Natsuki formulated a plan. He would keep Daidara distracted with clones while hastening to assist Kakashi. Otherwise, if Kakashi fell, their rescue mission would be in jeopardy. As the clones engaged Daidara, Natsuki activated his Death Eye and approached Itachi. Itachi still possessed a Kodoame Tsukumi. Spatial fluctuations erupted around Itachi, as Natsuki attempted to ambush him and trap him in the Kimui dimension. However, Itachi reacted swiftly, dispersing into a flock of crows that scattered into the surroundings. "What are your eyes? Why do you possess the ocular techniques of the Sharingan?" Itachi, usually composed, exhibited a hint of agitation as he resumed his human form. Eager to interrogate, "It is of no concern to you," Natsuki retorted, simultaneously launching attacks while intermittently using Kimui to harass Itachi. Under pressure, Itachi evaded by utilizing his crow clones. Natsuki, familiar with the original narrative, recalled that Itachi had concealed Shursui and Appo's eye among the crow clones. Though the exact location remained a mystery, he resolved to maintain the pressure on Itachi, compelling him to exhaust his crow clones in the hope of seizing an opportunity. Thus, Natsuki wielded Kimui with increasing fervor, while Itachi found himself in distress. Since his defection from Konoha, Itachi had noticed his vision deteriorating rapidly with the frequent use of his Ninja.Xia Sharingan. His beloved brother, Sasuke, would someday face a similar fate. Only by transplanting his eyes to Sasuke could he enable him to awaken the eternal Ninja.Xia Sharingan and avoid blindness. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Itachi seldom employed his Ninja.Xia. As Yatsuki relentlessly pursued him with Kamui, Itachi refrained from retaliating with his Ninja.Xia, opting instead to evade using his crows. Yet, confusion clouded his thoughts. How could Yatsuki utilize Kamui so freely without consequence? Once more, he invoked Kamui, and though Itachi employed his crow clones to evade, Yatsuki keenly spotted his target, a crow possessing the Ninja.Xia. At last, I have you, he exclaimed, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. With lightning speed, he extracted the coveted Ninja.Xia, gazing at the familiar windmill design. Konoha Tsukumi acquired. This is truly a windfall. Chapter 59, Gaara's rescue. Itachi stood at a distance, his heart filled with rage as he gazed at Natsuki Hachiyuki. He had not anticipated that this rogue's ambition was to seize Shirsue's Ninja.Xia Sharingan. He felt remiss for having lost the eyes entrusted to him by Shirsue. With his crimson Sharingan blazing, Itachi's glare was as fierce as a blazing inferno, his expression suggesting a fierce hunger for vengeance. You shameless thief, he spat. Natsuki, unfazed by Itachi's vitriol, merely shrugged it off. Your insults won't cost you a thing. Should you choose to part with your eyes, I would gladly tolerate your tirades. Clutching Shirsue's Ninja.Xia in his hand, Natsuki soon absorbed its powers. The combination of two Konoha Tsukumi made him even more formidable, and he felt the awakening of Susanoo echoing in his mind. The prospect of unleashing such power filled him with elation. It's not your eyes to be so incensed about. Those were entrusted to me by Shirsue, Itachi exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. Natsuki chuckled lightly. Oh, don't be so petty. They're not even your own Sharingan. Aren't you still in possession of two others? Itachi felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that this scoundrel was contemplating taking his own eyes? Doubt began to creep into his heart. His Sharingan was meant for his beloved younger brother, Sasuke. Should he suffer any loss in battle, it could spell disaster. Each use of his eyes brought him closer to blindness, and with his body already showing signs of strain, he realized he had to endure and protect his vision for Sasuke's sake. As for Shirsue's eyes, they were now ostensibly entrusted to Natsuki. With a flourish, Natsuki displayed his newly acquired Ninja.Xia. How do you have the other one too? Itachi asked, astonishment evident in his voice as he recognized the familiar windmill pattern. Suddenly, Itachi's expression shifted dramatically, and he executed a rapid series of body flicker techniques to distance himself. Natsuki was left bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. It took him a moment to realize that Itachi feared he would use Konoha Tsukumi to control him. How petty. I wasn't even considering that technique. Natsuki felt a twinge of annoyance. Turning his attention to Kankuro, he noted that Kakuzu had deftly unleashed several wind release techniques to thwart the pursuing clones before making a swift escape. Such agility. No wonder he could evade the first Hokage's grasp, Natsuki thought, watching Kakuzu retreat with a mix of awe and disbelief. His gaze shifted toward Scorpion, where the battle was nearing its conclusion. Scorpion had been pierced through the heart by the puppet controlled by Chio. Both Chio and Sakura appeared utterly exhausted, having expended tremendous energy. Rushing to Scorpion's side, Natsuki quickly channeled a spark of life into him through his death and life-eye technique. Scorpion felt an odd sensation, as if he had just brushed with death before being revived. As the Akatsuki's red sand scorpion, you have already perished, Natsuki informed him. What are you implying? Have you considered a change of identity to work in the land of waves? Scorpion mused, pondering the possibility of a life beyond being a puppet master. Me? What would you have me do? Perhaps engage in mechanical pursuits, but as an ordinary person rather than a ninja, he mused aloud. Scorpion is dead. I am but a common man now. Scorpion is dead. After a moment of reflection, Scorpion raised his head, comprehension dawning upon him. You just need to ensure this heart is intact, right? He inquired. Natsuki nodded. Then this shall be straightforward. He withdrew the blade embedded in Scorpion's heart, healing the wound with his technique before extracting Scorpion's heart and inserting it into a nearby puppet. The puppet struggled momentarily before rising, complaining, that was rather rough. You'll need to find some usable parts and assemble yourself anew. And perhaps choose a more appealing name, Natsuki suggested. I've found Gaara. Sakura's joyful voice echoed from within the cave. Gaara lay motionless on the ground, his chest rising and falling faintly. Thankfully, we arrived in time, Kakashi remarked. Observing Gaara's critical state. He has lost a significant amount of life force after having most of his one-tailed chakra extracted, Sakura explained, noting his precarious condition. Allow me, Chiyo declared, stepping forward. I possess a jutsu that can replenish his life force. Placing her hands upon Gaara's chest, she began the transfer of vitality. After completing the technique, Chiyo's complexion turned pale, and she leaned against the cave wall, gasping for breath. Chiyo-sensei, let me assist you. Natsuki approached her softly. No need. I know you can restore life. I'm grateful for the opportunity you provided, Scorpion. He can now live peacefully in the land of waves. As for his past deeds, I shall bear the burden of atonement. Chiyo's resolve was unwavering. Natsuki did not press further, instead turning to Gaara, who had managed to sit up, indicating he was no longer in grave danger. Natsuki summoned a clay manta ray and presented it to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, please use this to fly back. Noting Chiyo and Gaara's weakened states, he insisted they should return with him. Kakashi nodded in agreement and signaled to the others to assist Guy onto the manta ray, bidding farewell to Chiyo before they soared into the sky, accompanied by the Leaf Village ninjas. Returning to Scorpion, Natsuki saw that he had amassed a considerable collection of materials. Well done, Scorpion, he praised. I now go by Bird. Scorpion is no more. Very well, Bird. From now on, you shall be a free spirit. Natsuki extracted the core from Bird, sealing the materials and shell within a scroll. While utilizing Kimui would have been more convenient, he opted for the scroll to avoid complications. As Obito could also access Kimui. Fifth Kazekage, Elder Chiyo, let us depart. Chiyo nodded in acknowledgement. Grasping Chiyo and Gaara's shoulders, Natsuki activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them back to the Kazekage's office. Fifth Kazekage, you and Elder Chiyo need rest. I shall return shortly to discuss our future collaboration. With that, he activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to the Land of Waves. Chapter 60, The New Subordinates of Dazna in the Summer. Hachiyuki returned to the Land of Waves with Tori, pleasantly surprised to discover that the ninjas from Awagakure had already arrived. This contingent of ninjas, comprising 100 individuals led by 10 ordinary J-nin, were largely inconspicuous characters in the original narrative, mere background figures. However, this presence underscored Inoki's significant investment in the collaborative project with the Land of Waves. Hachiyuki first arranged accommodations for Tori, allowing him to attend to his new form. Subsequently, he approached the ninjas from Awagakure and Mr. Dazna. Mr. Dazna is the owner of our construction company in the Land of Waves. Hachiyuki introduced Dazna's identity to the Awagakure J-nin. The J-nin introduced themselves one by one. Fukuyama Yuya, Maikawa Ruji, Kita now. However, their demeanor was rather brusque. They merely stated their names and offered no further conversation. Hachiyuki frowned. Such attitudes were far from encouraging, indicating numerous potential obstacles in this collaboration. Dazna, however, had long grown accustomed to the aloofness of ninjas, remaining unfazed as he engaged them with a broad smile. After Dazna lavished praise upon them, the J-nin responded with nonchalance, offering only a few curt replies before lapsing into silence. Hachiyuki observed this and remarked, Our current task is to establish a connecting bridge between the Land of Waves and the Land of Whirlpool. Mr. Dazna has already completed the preliminary work. Now we await your commencement. Once the bridge is constructed, we will begin establishing a clay production base in the Land of Whirlpool. He meticulously outlined the construction company's agenda. Dazna pulled out a small notebook and diligently took notes, prompting Hachiyuki's surprise at the old drunkard's earnestness in his work. In contrast, most of the Awagakure ninjas appeared to be daydreaming, with only a handful listening attentively, none bothering to take notes. Days later, while soaking up the sun on a rocking chair in the courtyard, Hachiyuki was startled as the courtyard door was flung open with a loud crash. Who is it? He exclaimed, looking up in irritation to find Dazna storming in, his straw hat clutched tightly in his hands, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Hachiyuki, I can no longer tolerate those ninjas from the Land of Earth. Tell them to leave, Dazna declared, visibly agitated. Mr. Dazna, please remain calm and explain slowly, Hachiyuki urged, offering him a glass of water. Dazna gulped down the water and exhaled deeply. Those ninjas are utterly uncooperative. Their assigned tasks are either haphazardly executed or completely ignored. Asking them to work is akin to commanding a dog. Dazna's frustration subsided as he spoke, no longer as fervent as before. Hachiyuki pondered for a moment before addressing Dazna. The capabilities of ninjas can indeed save us considerable time and accomplish tasks beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Let us grant them another opportunity. I will accompany you to resolve this issue. Thus, Hachiyuki led Dazna to the construction site. Upon arrival, Hachiyuki's brow furrowed as he observed the Iwagakure ninjas idly chatting while Dazna's workers toiled diligently, subjected to their ridicule and scorn. Fukuyama Yuya, come here for a moment. Hachiyuki called to one of the J-nin. Yes, what is it, sir? The J-nin responded courteously. I did not invite you from Iwagakure merely to serve as spectators or mentors, Hachiyuki stated bluntly. Your superior is Mr. Dazna. Why are you not adhering to his directives? Does Iwagakure not train its ninjas to obey their superiors? Fukuyama Yuya's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Hachiyuki's reproach. Iwagakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages. How can we follow the orders of a commoner from a small nation? He retorted defiantly. In the ninja world, it was customary for ninjas to accept commissions from nobles or wealthy merchants. However, the pride of the ninjas made it difficult for them to accept a commoner as their superior. Observing Fukuyama Yuya's expression, Hachiyuki discerned his underlying thoughts and sighed inwardly. Ingrained prejudices were indeed formidable. His aspiration to democratize ninjutsu would be a long and arduous journey, likely beyond the comprehension of this generation of ninjas. Thus, he resolved to communicate with them in a manner they could grasp, the language of strength. Fukuyama Yuya, since you are here, you must embody the demeanor of a ninja. Mr. Dazna is my representative. To question him is to question me. What can you do about it? In the ninja world, strength reigns supreme. Do you agree? Indeed. If that is the case, gather all the J-nin who doubt me. If you can defeat me, then your mission in the land of waves will be considered complete, and Mr. Dazna will heed your commands. It is settled. Fukuyama Yuya proclaimed loudly, and the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas stirred with intrigue. Chapter 61. The debut of the construction company in the land of waves. Summer Yashiro and the elite jonin from Iwagakure approached the seaside. Are all 10 of you ready to participate? Yes, Lord Summer Yashiro. Please guide us, the 10 jonin replied in unison. With a series of poofs, Summer Yashiro created 10 shadow clones, who then engaged the Iwagakure jonin. In a flurry of movement, it became evident that the ordinary taijutsu used by Summer Yashiro effortlessly overwhelmed the opposing jonin. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining Iwagakure ninjas fell silent, astonished by the stark disparity between the two sides. The jonin who had been knocked down by Summer Yashiro's clones grit their teeth and struggled to rise. While Fukuyama Yu addressed Summer Yashiro, saying, "We understand now, Lord Summer Yashiro. We will cooperate with Mr. Dazna from now on." Summer Yashiro glanced at them and proclaimed loudly, "From now on, you 10 will be divided into 10 teams, following Mr. Dazna's lead." He then gestured for Dazna to come closer. "I shall allocate 2 million ryo as a bonus, distributed according to the completion of Mr. Dazna's tasks. The first team to finish will receive 50, the second 20, and the third 10, with the remaining 20 shared among the other teams." The authority to distribute the bonuses was entrusted to Dazna. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the ninjas sparkled with excitement. 2 million ryo was a sum typically earned only through 2 A-rank missions. In the past, A-rank missions required risking life and limb, often without guarantee of success. Now, the prospect of earning money simply through diligent work seemed promising, with no inherent risks. In an instant, everyone began to strategize, calculating how best to form teams. Dazna opened his mouth, seemingly ready to voice an objection, but ultimately refrained. Sensing his unspoken thoughts, Summer Yashiro addressed the ordinary workers, announcing, "Regular individuals will also receive bonuses, 1 million ryo, also divided into teams, to come to Mr. Dazna for tasks." A cheer erupted from the workers, their spirits ignited, their gazes fixed eagerly on Dazna. In his previous life, Summer Yashiro had learned that incentivizing employees to work overtime required merely the provision of sufficient compensation. Yet, in his past experiences, many capitalists merely offered empty promises without delivering, espousing concepts like blessings, a phrase that now seemed utterly absurd to him. Under the dual influence of Summer Yashiro's overwhelming strength and financial incentives, the Iwagakure ninjas became tireless machines of construction, embracing a relentless work ethic. Hunger was quelled with a rice ball, thirst with a sip of water, and depleted chakra with a soldier pill. Sleep? For ninjas, days without rest felt like a fleeting moment. Dazna's tasks were snatched up before he could finish writing them, with those unable to grab a task grumbling in frustration. As the supply of construction materials dwindled and new shipments had yet to arrive, the Iwagakure workers took a brief respite at their camp. Dazna had never encountered such fervor before. He exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of it all. No wonder Summer Yashiro valued the ninjas so highly. Previously, Dazna had spent 2 full months constructing the bridge in the Land of Waves. Now, the bridge, 4 times the width of a typical bridge, referred to by Summer Yashiro as an 8-lane bridge, was nearing completion in just 20 days. It was nothing short of a miracle. Dazna approached Summer Yashiro, his voice brimming with excitement. Yet Summer Yashiro remained composed, the construction enthusiast within him ablaze. What is this? The ninja world is in for a surprise. When the construction materials finally arrived, the site erupted once more with energy. The bridge seemed to come alive, rapidly stretching towards completion. This magnificent structure, spanning over 30 meters in width and soaring above the waves, was hailed as a marvel of the ninja world. The entirety of the ninja realm was astounded, with feudal lords and village leaders clamoring to witness the spectacle. Consequently, Summer Yashiro postponed the inauguration ceremony by a month. Upon seeing the bridge, the feudal lord of the water country expressed the urgent necessity for improved transportation, given the region and Appo's current inadequacies. Summer Yashiro assured him that the construction company from the Land of Waves could not only build bridges, but also undertake the creation of roads known as highways, which would significantly enhance transportation capacity. He then showcased a newly constructed highway extending from the port of the Land of Waves to the border of the Fire Country. The smooth, straight surface allowed carts to traverse without the slightest jolt, accommodating for carts side by side. The lords were effusive in their praise, eager to entrust the construction of roads in their territories to the Land of Waves Construction Company. On the sidelines, Anoki could hardly contain his glee, knowing that Iwagakure would reap half of the profits from this construction endeavor. The recognition garnered by the bridges and highways built by Iwagakure ninjas made Anoki feel as though he could soar without the use of jutsu. A proud grin never left his face. With the establishment of the construction company, the Wagakure's revenue need no longer rely solely on the allocations from the feudal lords. In the presence of the lords, Anoki could stand a little taller. Summer Yashiro, unfazed by Anoki's childlike enthusiasm, proposed a deepening of cooperative efforts to the other village leaders. Drawing from the successful experience of Iwagakure, these discussions proceeded smoothly, and the idea of popularizing ninjutsu began to find acceptance. The notion of being reduced to mere weapons, toiling for meager wages, paled in comparison to the more dignified approach taken by Iwagakure. The feudal lord of the Fire Country approached Summer Yashiro, stating, "Lord Summer Yashiro, since this highway has reached the border of my country, let us prioritize construction here. Rest assured, funding shall not be an issue. I can provide upfront payment." This declaration did not sit well with the other feudal lords, who protested, "What is this? The Fire Country is already affluent. Must they monopolize the road construction as well? Is this not merely widening the gap between us?" Consequently, they began to rally, engaging in heated exchanges. Under Summer Yashiro's calm guidance, they ultimately agreed to convene in a meeting room for a more detailed discussion. Chapter 62. The new venture of Summer ate snow. Upon entering the conference room, everyone took their seats separately. Summer ate snow began, "I am grateful to all the esteemed lords for placing their trust in the capabilities of the Wave Country Construction Company. However, we currently face a pressing issue." The assembled lords exchanged puzzled glances. "We require stone, an abundance of stone. Relying solely on quarrying would be excessively time-consuming and costly." He elaborated. "Do you have any solutions?" inquired the Lord of the Land of Lightning, tapping his fingers on the table. "I possess a method, a ninjutsu known as the Endless Earth Flow Wall. This technique necessitates a collaboration between the sand and rock-hidden villages." Gaara and Inoki nodded in agreement, confirming its existence. The Lord of the Land of Wind's eyes sparkled with realization. "Lord Summer ate snow, please share your thoughts. Our nation is rich in deserts. I propose that we form a materials company in collaboration with the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Waves. The ninjas from the rock and sand-hidden villages could utilize the Endless Earth Flow Wall in the deserts to create stone slabs, which the Wave Country Construction Company would then purchase for the construction of highways." Summer ate snow spoke calmly. "Indeed, this plan seems feasible." Hearing this, the Lord of the Land of Wind stood, exclaiming, "Brilliant! Lord Summer ate snow, the Land of Wind fully supports this initiative. The shifting sands have relentlessly eroded our limited oasis farmlands. This solution not only consumes the desert, but also brings profit. It's a dream come true. The Lord of the Land of Earth concurred, albeit with the condition that the Land of Earth's highway construction be prioritized. The other nations expressed no dissent, and the Lord of the Land of Wind graciously agreed after securing benefits for his own land. Gaara observed quietly. Since his rescue, his demeanor had transformed significantly. The chakra of Shikaku had been largely extracted, and now it mostly remained dormant, awakening only occasionally, and when it did, it was far less disruptive than before. Gaara now enjoyed restful sleep, his temperament greatly improved, gaining increasing recognition from the sand-hidden village. In some respects, he felt a degree of gratitude towards Akatsuki. Upon hearing about the invitation from the Wave Country, Gaara hurried over, anticipating good news. Although the benefits were not as substantial as those from the rock-hidden village, the opportunity to significantly diminish the desert appealed to him. Lord Summer Ate Snow, I have heard you have developed a flying ninjutsu? The Lord of the Land of Lightning inquired with keen interest. Indeed, your discerning eye does not deceive you, Summer Ate Snow replied as he presented a blueprint. This is the luxurious version of the manta ray designed by Daidara. The depiction of the manta ray was exquisite, elegantly crafted, adorned with opulent interiors, resembling a flying miniature palace. The assembly was captivated. Oh, what a splendid design! That golden embellishment appears to reflect our Land of Wind's aesthetics. Truly remarkable. Look at that grand bed. I adore it. It must be incredibly comfortable. Huh, you are of kindred spirit. The Lord of the Land of Lightning eagerly inquired. What is the price? I want one. With a subtle smile, Summer Ate Snow replied. This luxurious manta ray is custom-made for distinguished individuals, showcasing your grace and status. It is named Phantom, with all furnishings handcrafted by masters from the artisan country, adorned with 9,999 gold accents, epitomizing extravagance. The price is merely 1 billion Rio, with maintenance required every 100,000 kilometers, all managed by the Wave Country, inclusive of a professional driver. A collective gasp escaped the lords. I'll take one. The Lord of the Land of Fire, though momentarily hesitant, soon placed his order. Congratulations, esteemed Lord. You have acquired a Phantom and become our esteemed Phantom member. You are designated as number 001, and we include one complimentary major maintenance. Though uncertain of what a major maintenance entailed, the allure of being the number 001 Phantom member was undeniable. When he ultimately purchased, he would only be able to secure number 002 or 003. The other lords, regretting their previous silence, hastily began to place their orders. If number 001 was unavailable, surely numbers 002 and 003 would suffice. Unexpectedly, Summer Ate Snow informed them that only one was available for reservation. The Lord of the Land of Fire chuckled, having purchased the luxurious Phantom while witnessing the other lord's disappointment. What a fortune! The Lord of the Land of Lightning, quick-witted, exclaimed, No problem. I will reserve one too. And I'll pay you now, but my number must be 002. The other lords exclaimed in disbelief, realizing he had cleverly seized the opportunity. They rushed forth with their funds, eager to secure their own numbers, regardless of availability. Gaara and Inoki looked on in admiration at Summer Ate Snow, who, with just a few numbers, had amassed a fortune of tens of billions. Truly, he was the financial genius of the ninja world. Chapter 63. The Rock Ninja no longer wishes to return home after the ceremony concluded. Natsuki Hachiyuki happily bid farewell to the lords of various nations. Almost all the lords placed orders for a shadow, including those from smaller nations. Despite their limited finances, they spent extravagantly to maintain their dignity in the presence of their peers. However, their grim expressions suggested they were contemplating the hardships they would impose on their own subjects upon returning home. Once the guests departed, Natsuki Hachiyuki summoned Zabuza, stating, It seems our plan can be expedited. Once those lords begin to exploit their people, we shall arrange for their subjects to be brought to the Land of Waves. Indeed, I will contact some of the smaller ninja villages, Zabuza replied. The scarcity of population had long been a bottleneck for the development of the Land of Waves, which had been striving to attract citizens from other nations. During previous negotiations with small ninja villages such as Takigakure and Kusagakure, Natsuki Hachiyuki had proposed the idea of relocating people to the Land of Waves. However, in the ninja world, lords viewed their subjects as personal property. and not a single lord would tolerate their citizens fleeing to another nation. Thus, the recruitment plan had seen little progress. Now, with this rare opportunity, Natsuki Hachiyuki intended to seize the moment. As for those small nation lords, could they blame anyone but themselves for the exodus of their people due to their oppressive rule? Lost in thought, he was approached by the third Tsuchikage. The elderly man appeared radiant, clearly in high spirits over the past few days. The purpose of his visit was to inform Natsuki Hachiyuki that the current batch of rock ninjas was due to return home to Awagakure to be replaced by the next group. Ah, very well, Lord Inoki, please accompany me. Natsuki Hachiyuki readily agreed. Make sure to send more elite and mid-level ninjas in the second batch. Our clay company is about to commence production. Just a minor detail. What about the construction company? Inoki inquired, his face beaming with delight. Having just received a substantial profit share from the construction company, 500 million ryo, Inoki was more invested in the forthcoming collaboration with the Land of Waves. Upon arriving at the Awagakure camp, Inoki announced that the ninjas could return to their village. However, contrary to expectations of jubilant cheers, the rock ninjas displayed reluctance and shock. The atmosphere became rather awkward. Tsuchikage-sama, we wish to remain here and work, Fyamayuya hesitantly voiced after a long pause. What? You are ninjas of Awagakure. Inoki's anger flared as he glared at Fyamayuya. The latter, drenched in cold sweat, could not withstand the pressure and retreated submissively. The other rock ninjas, witnessing Fyamayuya's capitulation, expressed their disappointment. They would be returning to a life of toil, with insufficient compensation. Feeling humiliated in front of Natsuki Hachiyuki, Inoki decided not to linger and stormed off with the rock ninjas. Observing Inoki and Appo's demeanor, Natsuki Hachiyuki understood that a seed of discontent had been sown in the Tsuchikage and Appo's heart. It seemed that the collaboration with Awagakure would not last long. Once Inoki deemed his funds sufficient, he would likely terminate their partnership. Leaving the camp, Natsuki Hachiyuki proceeded to the residence of Tori. The small courtyard was meticulously maintained, and Tori had assumed a new form, resembling a vibrant young man. How have you been? Tori? Not bad, but the humidity in the Land of Waves is quite high, causing some mechanisms to rust, Tori replied, casually organizing parts. Did you come to see me for something? Is it not permissible to check on my beloved employee? Natsuki Hachiyuki retorted. Do you truly believe that? Tori scoffed. With a nervous laugh, Natsuki Hachiyuki scratched his head and stated, I would like to request your design for a set of machinery that can be used by ordinary people. He presented a stack of blueprints depicting excavators and cranes, meticulously detailing the functionalities he wished to implement. Is it finally my turn to contribute? This could be interesting. Shall we add some weaponry? Perhaps poison? Tori inquired. Natsuki Hachiyuki, now sweating profusely, pointed to the blueprints and insisted, this is for civilian use. It is civilian. You truly are a violent individual, Tori remarked. Very well, I shall take on this task, Tori said as he began to head indoors. Wait, Natsuki Hachiyuki exclaimed, catching him. The materials must not be overly expensive, and the structure should allow for mass production. I understand, stop nagging me. If you are so reluctant to invest in quality materials, how dare you recruit me while your country is so impoverished? Tori replied, leaving Natsuki Hachiyuki speechless. As Tori retreated to his room, Natsuki Hachiyuki had no choice but to leave. This fellow was akin to a technology fanatic. Once he encountered something intriguing, he would lose track of time. However, given that Tori had already become somewhat of a robot, Natsuki Hachiyuki was not concerned about his health, as long as he periodically replenished the core of his heart with vitality. Chapter 64. Zabuza becomes the fifth Mizukage on the site of the former Land of Whirlpools. An array of splendid buildings has been erected, with a grand school occupying over 100 acres at its heart. Surrounding this central establishment are vibrant commercial streets, residential areas, and a pristine white dome structure reminiscent of a tennis arena on Earth, serving as a clay production base. In the distance lies an open expanse, home to a landing pad for flying manta rays. Unlike the traditional architectural style of the shinobi world, these edifices reflect a design closer to that of Shiki Hashisuke's previous life, characterized by taller structures and an unmistakably modern urban ambience. Suspended in midair, Shiki Hashisuke surveyed the entirety of the Land of Whirlpools, noting that the desolation of this great island had been eradicated. While the greenery still required some enhancement, the rest had been constructed in accordance with contemporary urban standards. Satisfied, Shiki nodded, contemplating the relocation of the focus from the land of waves to this new locale. As she pondered, Hashisuke sensed that the scroll from Yagura of the hidden mist had been activated. It appeared that Yagura had eliminated the opposition and summoned Hashisuke and Zabuza to the hidden mist. Hashisuke swiftly returned to the land of waves and found Zabuza. Yagura has signaled from the hidden mist, Hashisuke announced. Is that so? It seems the hidden mist has suffered significant losses, Zabuza replied quietly. Why do you say that? Hashisuke inquired, intrigued. The hidden mist is isolated by the sea, making it relatively insular. The shinobi there are quite obstinate, unless Yagura employs drastic measures. They will not agree to change, Zabuza explained. Indeed, despite differing ideologies, they were once all villagers, and such bloodshed is hardly a cause for celebration, Hashisuke remarked, placing a reassuring hand on Zabuza's shoulder. Let us proceed. Zabuza nodded in agreement. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Hashisuke transported them to Yagura's presence. Lord Fourth. Zabuza bowed respectfully. I have gathered everyone, Yagura stated. As he spoke, the higher echelons of the hidden mist had already assembled. Observing the noticeably diminished crowd, Zabuza felt a tinge of moisture in his eyes. Now that everyone is present, I have an announcement to make, Yagura declared, gesturing towards Zabuza. I hereby transfer the position of Mizukage to Zabuza Momochi. He shall henceforth be your fifth Mizukage. The assembly exchanged glances, then collectively bowed to Zabuza, intoning, we pay our respects to the fifth Mizukage. Zabuza stepped forward, addressing the crowd. The era of the old shinobi must fade away. The new generation of shinobi exists to serve the people. Remember this, ninjutsu should be employed for construction, not for harm. The senior members of the Hidden Mist exchanged knowing looks before responding in unison. Yes, Lord Fifth. After a moment of hesitation, Terumi Mei approached, saying, Lord Fifth. The Hidden Mist has not received funding from the daimyo for quite some time. We currently rely on sporadic missions to survive. Many Nin and Jinin have gone without income for a considerable duration. If not for the recent purging of reform opponents by Yagura, the Hidden Mist would have already collapsed. At present, our village is gravely weakened, and our shinobi are on the verge of starvation. Please, Lord Fifth, I implore you to devise a solution. Zabuza glanced at Hashisuke, who nodded in affirmation. Do not worry. Leave it to me, he assured her. The shinobi, possessing keen senses, noticed Zabuza's subtle gesture, understanding that the Hidden Mist had now become a vassal of the Land of Waves. Upon exiting the Mizukage's office, Terumi Mei sighed, reflecting on the once mighty Hidden Mist, now diminished under the leadership of the third and fourth Mizukage. She wondered how long it would take for it to regain its former glory. After completing the handover, Hashisuke accompanied Zabuza to the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Water. They were greeted by Yusuji Kageyoshi. Lord Yusuji, I have come to discuss potential cooperation with the Land of Water, Hashisuke stated. Oh, in what area does Lord Hashisuke seek collaboration? Kageyoshi inquired. Many areas. But let us begin with the simplest. Shall we collaborate on aquaculture? Hashisuke proposed. Aquaculture? Kageyoshi echoed. Indeed, the Land of Water is surrounded by the sea, rich in marine resources. However, relying solely on fishing yields limited returns. Thus, I propose to initiate a model of aquaculture, Hashisuke elaborated. It seems the fisheries in the Land of Waves are thriving, the daimyo remarked, his tone hinting at a deeper understanding. Indeed, the demand for seafood across the shinobi world far exceeds what our modest Land of Waves can provide. Therefore, we wish to partner with the Land of Water and the Hidden Mist. Hidden Mist. Kageyoshi scoffed. And who might this be? This is my partner, Zabuza, whom you have met in the Land of Waves. He is now the fifth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist, Hashisuke introduced. Kageyoshi's eyes narrowed, his plump visage breaking into a knowing smile. Ah, I see. Now that the fourth Mizukage has stepped down, the defense of the Land of Water falls to you. Zabuza affirmed loudly, indeed. I wonder if Lord Hashisuke has any other brilliant ideas? Kageyoshi queried. Hashisuke mused to himself, noting the daimyo and oppos, as apparent insatiability. Certainly, I have another project in mind, establishing a seaside resort in the Land of Water, transforming it into a premier tourist destination. Is that feasible? Kageyoshi asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Absolutely. Hashisuke produced several sketches, illustrations crafted by Daidara prior to his visit, showcasing various water-based attractions. He presented them to Kageyoshi while explaining the joys of these aquatic endeavors. The daimyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This one looks splendid. And this one too. It seems I cannot wait to indulge in these attractions. A subtle smile graced Hashisuke's lips, sensing a successful negotiation. After discussing the subsequent profit-sharing arrangements, Hashisuke took his leave politely. As he departed, Kageyoshi appeared reluctant to say goodbye. Observing this, Hashisuke handed him the illustrations, saying, "Perhaps you might have your artists create a few more copies to share with your friends and promote this project." Kageyoshi immediately grasped Hashisuke's intent, chuckling as he replied, "Rest assured, I will ensure that this resort's designs reach other daimyos as well." The two exchanged knowing glances, erupting into hearty laughter. Chapter 65. The village hidden in the mist faces hardship upon their return to the village hidden in the mist. Zabuza shared with the higher-ups the discussions held with the daimyo of the Land of Water. "Is that so? Splendid." A portion of the assembly was overwhelmed with joy, having suffered greatly under the tyrannical rule of Gaara. "Yasuki, shall we proceed to establish that resort now?" Zabuza inquired. "We can select a site. But there is an urgent issue that must be addressed within the village," Yasuki replied. "What issue?" The senior officials of the mist were left puzzled. "The nin and jinin in the village. If I am not mistaken, some of the jinin may soon face starvation." Zabuza nodded in understanding. "Indeed. We must first resolve the food security of the nin and jinin. As for the resort, I shall delegate that to Terumi Mei. You may select a few locations as alternatives." "Yes, Lord 5th Mizukage." Yasuki continued. "Do you have any solutions for the jinin's plight? The Land of Waves and the Land of Water are inherently connected. Our newly established schools require a significant number of ninjutsu instructors, with a minimum requirement of nin rank, offering a starting salary of 20,000 ryo per month. Furthermore, we need to recruit a multitude of transporters. Jinin can apply for those positions, with compensation based on the quantity of materials delivered. Our clay company in the Land of Waves also seeks to employ a considerable number of individuals, requiring Earth-style chakra ninjas, from Jinin to Nin. Yasuki elaborated extensively on the recruitment details, and the eyes of the mist's higher-ups sparkled with interest. If they were to be absorbed by the Land of Waves, so be it. Such favorable conditions, without the need for bloodshed, promised lucrative rewards. Yasuki resembled a human resources representative from a Fortune 500 company, effortlessly dismantling the defenses of the mist's officials with the offered benefits. As the news spread, the entire village hidden in the mist erupted with excitement. Numerous ninjas from the village, clutching provisions, hastily set off towards the Land of Waves. Observing the now desolate village, Zabuza felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. "Yasuki, you are rather ruthless. I have just assumed the role of Mizukage, and you have already emptied the village," he lamented. "Do not worry, Zabuza. We should swiftly announce the recruitment of students for our new ninja academy in the Land of Water, sending the children to the Whirlpool country for training." "Isn't your previous assertion about democratizing ninjutsu still relevant?" Zabuza queried. "Indeed, the number of ninjas in both the Land of Waves and the Land of Water is currently insufficient. We simply cannot allocate resources adequately. We must transform the Land of Water into a fortified stronghold and prioritize agricultural development. Regardless of the location, food production is paramount for growth. In the future, our agriculture will no longer rely on farmers wielding hoes. Instead, we shall employ ninjutsu." Yasuki articulated passionately. "Only through ninjutsu can we enhance our productivity." Zabuza nodded in agreement. However, the geographical constraints of the Land of Water, shrouded in perpetual mist and dampness, hinder agricultural development due to insufficient sunlight. "Leave it to me. I shall endeavor to reverse engineer the mist technique to dispel the fog," Yasuki responded. "Zabuza, you might consider contacting the daimyo of the Land of Water to take charge of this matter. We should first level the land and coordinate with the farmers. I will send you funds from the Land of Waves to purchase farmland around the village hidden in the mist." As Yasuki contemplated, Zabuza smiled. "It is but a minor task. Leave it to me." "Very well. Time is of the essence. I shall return to the Land of Waves," Yasuki concluded. After bidding farewell to Zabuza, Yasuki arrived at the former training base. Summoning the team for a meeting, he declared, "Captain Zabuza has gone to the Mist Village to serve as Mizukage, and we must select a new captain for our guard team in the Land of Waves." With a glance, he noted 3 squad leaders of nin rank, Mitsui, Sakuragi, and Akagi, present. The 3 responded in unison. "You 3 possess the highest abilities. Let us select from among you." The group showed no dissent and began lining up to cast their votes. Ultimately, the amiable Mitsui was appointed as captain, and the 3 maintaining a friendly rapport, congratulated one another with cheerful banter. Yasuki rapped the table to gain attention. We have an urgent task at hand. A large number of ninjas from the mist will soon arrive to apply for work. Ensure proper reception. Do not disturb the residents of the land of waves. Any who act foolishly should be expelled. Understood. The team responded robustly, brimming with energy as they set to work. Yasuki took a seat, retrieving the scroll of mist techniques previously given to him by Zabuza, and began his study. The surrounding team members skillfully divided into groups, with some staying behind to prepare the venue while the majority followed the newly appointed Captain Mitsui to the docks to guide the incoming mist ninjas. Before long, a dark throng appeared on the horizon, rushing towards the docks. As the crowd approached, Mitsui summoned his strength to call out, "Ninjas from the mist, please form an orderly line and follow our team members to the registration point without disrupting the normal lives of the land of waves residents. The registration points are limited. You must proceed in batches. For those not yet called, please be patient." As Mitsui's voice rang out, the rushing mist ninjas fell into a quiet line, following the guiding team members to register at the base. The residents of the land of waves watched in astonishment as these mist ninjas behaved as docile as sheep, completely unrecognizable from the ferocious invaders they had encountered mere months prior. Chapter 66. The birth of the first crane in the ninja world in the summer. Hachiyuki put away the scroll and observed the first batch of incoming mist ninjas. These ninjas appeared gaunt and disheveled, yet their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Each of them turned their gaze towards Hachiyuki, aware that their families in the mist were eagerly anticipating the fruits of their labor. Hachiyuki stood up and addressed them. "First, those with Earth Chakra, please come forward to fill out your information." Among the crowd, some stepped forward joyfully to register, while others sighed in disappointment. Once the registration was complete, the ninjas were instructed to line up outside, where team members would lead them to the clay factory. Those wishing to become teachers were directed to the left table, while those interested in joining the guard team should proceed to the central table, and those willing to transport goods were to register at the right table. Hachiyuki called Sakuragi over and instructed, "Have you taken note? The incoming mist ninjas will be allocated accordingly, prioritizing those with Earth Chakra and the rest based on their preferences." Sakuragi nodded in understanding. Hachiyuki then vanished from sight. With the recruitment duties entrusted to the guard team, Hachiyuki returned home to begin his study of the mist technique. The mist technique serves as the foundation of the mist village, with subsequent assassination techniques building upon it. This technique can be activated in two ways, by exhaling dense fog or by forming hand seals to condense the moisture in the air into fog. Hachiyuki aimed to reverse engineer this technique, transforming it into a dispersal technique. Fortunately, this process proved uncomplicated for him. His previous education enlightened him to the fact that fog is merely tiny water droplets combined with airborne dust. Conversely, by increasing the size of the droplets to a point where they can no longer remain suspended, they would coalesce into rain, thus dissipating the fog. While the mist technique dissipates, the dispersal technique gathers. After 2 days of research, the dispersal technique was successfully developed, prompting Hachiyuki to retrieve a scroll and diligently document his findings. Once secured, he presented it to Zabuza. Upon examining the scroll, Zabuza stood up, slamming his hand on the table. "Hachiyuki, how did you conceive this? You've effectively reversed the mist technique." He paced excitedly with the scroll in hand. If you had lived during the Ninja World War in Konoha, this technique alone would have rendered the mist incapable of holding its head high. Hachiyuki laughed joyfully. Now that we are in an era of peace, utilizing this technique to disperse the mist allows for farming opportunities. Moreover, the mist technique and the dispersal technique can be used in conjunction, Hachiyuki elaborated. Zabuza looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Hachiyuki, somewhat exasperated, urged him. "You need to broaden your thinking. Try it out, and you will see." Hachiyuki refrained from directly providing Zabuza with the answer, wishing for him to explore the possibilities himself. He also encouraged Zabuza to inspire the mist ninjas to contemplate the multifaceted applications of ninjutsu, inviting them to share any new ideas. Afterward, Hachiyuki returned to the land of waves. Noticing that the second batch of ninjas from Awagakure had yet to arrive, it seemed that Noki harbored some reservations. Fortunately, there were also Earth Chakra ninjas from the land of water, albeit a modest number, around 20. Hachiyuki promptly arranged for them to head to the clay factory. "Lord Hachiyuki." The mist ninjas bowed slightly. Hachiyuki smiled gently and waved his hand. "No need for formalities. Allow me to explain what you need to do." It's quite simple. Just channel your earth chakra into this entrance, and the output will yield clay. Hachiyuki demonstrated with a smile, channeling chakra and producing a lump of clay. Once the chakra input reached a certain threshold, the machine would commence operation, producing a lump of clay that could be placed in a designated box. Each lump would earn them a reward of 50 ryo. The eyes of all the mist ninjas brightened. A lower ninja could produce 100 lumps in a day, amounting to 5,000 ryo daily, while a middle ninja could achieve 500,000 ryo. By the gods, I'm in. They silently cheered, determined to work until they bankrupt him. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Hachiyuki felt a sense of satisfaction as they began to bustle about, energized and eager to work. After assigning the mist ninjas their tasks, Hachiyuki found himself with free time once more. Perhaps I should check on Scorpion, he mused, strolling leisurely to Scorpion's courtyard. Now called Bird. Bird, are you home? He shouted from outside the gate. Come in. It's noisy, came Bird's characteristic flat reply. In the courtyard, there was an unusual object. What is this? Hachiyuki gaped, staring in disbelief. It's a weightlifting puppet. It looks like a snail to me, he retorted. Bird shot him a glance, seemingly bemused by the puppet's ability to express such a gesture. Bird then manipulated the puppet, causing the large snail to extend its neck and grasp a boulder weighing approximately half a ton, lifting it effortlessly over the courtyard wall. Hachiyuki was at a loss for words, left only to acknowledge Bird's genius as a puppet master from Sunagakure. So what do you think? Bird asked, pride evident in his tone. Hachiyuki, still grappling for words, finally managed to stammer, very impressive. Chapter 67. Let us delve into mining in the summer. Ba Shui gazed curiously at the great snail and inquired of the bird, what is the maximum weight it can lift? The bird, maintaining a stoic expression, replied coldly. It can lift a maximum of 5 tons. Only 5 tons. Ba Shui exclaimed in astonishment. What use is that? Summer University interjected. Can it not bear more weight? Is it due to your design that it is unsuitable? The bird pursed its lips. Your design is utterly grotesque. Its lifting capacity has no correlation with its appearance. What then is the reason? Ba Shui pressed. Ignorance. To lift 5 tons with such frail materials, what more do you desire? The bird retorted impatiently. Ba Shui, intrigued, continued to inquire, what materials are employed in its construction? Wood and leather, the bird responded. Why not use steel? Ba Shui queried. The bird rolled its eyes dramatically. You impoverished citizen of the land of waves, how much steel do you think I have? Have you ever seen a puppeteer without materials? Your wretched place is poorer than Sunagakure. Ba Shui slapped his forehead. My apologies. I forgot that this is not my past life. Resources are not so abundant here. In the ninja world, steel is still quite scarce. Casting aside his worries, Ba Shui thought, 5 tons is better than none. What about the blueprints? He asked. Is the difficulty of crafting this puppet great? Quite simple. I would say it is of beginner difficulty. Even the ordinary genin of Sunagakure could create it. That's splendid. Ba Shui exclaimed, accepting the blueprints handed over by the bird and happily storing them in a scroll. Do you intend to submit these to Sunagakure for production? The bird inquired. Indeed, Ba Shui affirmed. Can the blueprints be made public to Sunagakure? It matters not. Such a lowly puppet holds little value. The bird replied nonchalantly. Nay, bird, you are mistaken. To my mind, the emergence of this puppet is comparable to the creations of the first puppeteer of Sunagakure, Mizukage. Ba Shui stated earnestly. The bird remained silent, appearing unconvinced. I understand your perspective, bird. Sunagakure, like the entire ninja world, has been entrenched in warfare, and naturally, you perceive that the more powerful the puppet, the quicker it can kill, hence making it superior. Without lethality, it bears no worth. The bird nodded and countered. Is that not the truth? Certainly. Allow me to provide an example for clarity. To lift a 5-ton stone, one would utilize the earth release, weighty rock technique, correct? At the very least, a chunin would be required. The bird nodded in affirmation of Ba Shui's words. Thus, a puppet that can be crafted by a mere genin is equivalent to a chunin proficient in earth release. Moreover, it is not expensive. How long does it take for one to refine chakra to the point of casting earth release, weighty rock technique? Conversely, how long is required to create a puppet? The bird appeared stunned, as though struck by a lightning bolt. Ba Shui's words had ignited a spark of inspiration. Bird, we need to create several mining puppets. Ba Shui suddenly declared. You just requested a lifting puppet, and now you seek a mining puppet? The bird complained. What do you think I am? Ba Shui sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies, I had not considered the scarcity of iron in the land of waves. Crafting a puppet requires wood. It seems the land of waves is merely a small town with no mines. Yet, we have now effectively taken control of the land of water. Let us seek out any mines and extract a bit. A bit? Very well, let us extract all. We will undoubtedly require ample materials in the future. The bird pondered for a moment and suggested, let us assign Daidara to my team. We will venture to the land of water and search. If we find any, we shall proceed. Xia exclaimed excitedly. Bird, you truly are enthusiastic. No problem, we shall seek out Daidara at once. Xia led the bird to the port in search of Daidara, only to learn that he had not been present for quite some time. We might have to check his home, Xia said helplessly. The two arrived at Daidara's residence, where they found him lounging in the yard, dressed in shorts and a tank top, basking in the sun much like Xia. Daidara, why have you not gone to the sea today? Daidara shrugged, visibly bored. I've grown weary of it. Would you care to accompany Scorpion to the mines? He now goes by the name of Bird. Xia pointed to the bird beside him. Scorpion, have you adopted a new appearance? Daidara exclaimed with excitement. Call me Bird. Scorpion is no more, the bird said, wearing an expression of regret for being there. All right, I'll do as you say. Daidara sprang up energetically. Bird, we are off. Wait, Xia exclaimed, grabbing Daidara just in time to prevent him from bolting out like an excited puppy. What is it? Daidara demanded, displeased. First, let us hear what Xia has to say, the bird interjected. Very well, Daidara conceded, suppressing his eagerness. From now on, you will be paired with Bird. Please refine your clay explosion technique and manage its power. Why? The greater the explosion, the better. Daidara protested. Because you will collapse the mining site. The bird interjected calmly from behind. Oh, is that so? Daidara quieted upon hearing the bird's voice. All right, I wish you both a safe journey. Xia waved goodbye. Bird, we are departing. Without waiting for the door to fully open, Daidara summoned a clay giant bird and swiftly took off with the bird, revealing just how bored he had become during this time. Chapter 68. Sunagakure as my workshop in the languid summer. Qixue returned to her quaint courtyard, commencing her routine of leisurely lounging. The sky remained a brilliant blue, and the sound of the waves was melodious, though the streets had grown notably desolate. Since the development of the islands in the land of tides, the people of the land of waves had taken to referring to it as the New Island. While the land of tides gradually faded into history, Qixue had promised the residents of the land of waves that they could exchange their houses for new ones on the new island, free of charge based on the size of their original homes. The inhabitants, filled with exuberance, eagerly transported their belongings to their new high-rise abodes. Now, only the elderly and frail remained in the land of waves, reluctant to relocate from their long-standing residences. The streets, once bustling, had now succumbed to silence, leaving Qixue's courtyard in tranquil solitude. The only downside was that Boss Xiong, the noodle vendor, had also moved to the new island, leaving Qixue without dinner. Contemplating whether to venture to Konoha for takeout, perhaps acquiring some Ichiraku ramen and barbecue from the Akimichi clan, she ultimately succumbed to her laziness. How she longed for the convenience of delivery. Qixue mused with a tinge of melancholy. This wretched ninja world, though she had gradually improved it day by day, lacked the myriad joys of her past life. No computers, no mobile phones, no short videos, and no charming young women. In her previous life, while being relentlessly pursued by Danzo, she never felt boredom. Now, with time on her hands, she felt an unsettling discomfort, even under the sun, which seemed less enjoyable. What a shame it was, she thought, that she could not simply relish the sunlight with joy. Gently slapping her face, she closed her eyes and unknowingly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, Qixue noted that the sun still hung high in the sky. Considering that her school had been in session for several months, she wondered how things were progressing. After all, it seemed far more enticing than remaining idle. The situation in Iwagakure remained unchanged, and the old man Anoki was indeed quite petty. Should Iwagakure refuse to cooperate, the construction company could not endlessly support them. As for the manpower shortage, they could simply wait for the school to cultivate a new generation. Akin to vocational training in the ninja world, the advertising slogan could be directly borrowed. Which excavator company is the best in the ninja world? Look to the land of waves. Arriving at the school, a cacophony of lively sounds drew Qixue's attention. Inside, students of various ages busily engaged in activities. Children aged 4 to 5, under the guidance of some genin, were participating in simple exercises, treating it as a game as they joyfully scampered about. Older students were absorbed in theoretical studies within classrooms, while those above 16 trained rigorously in chakra refining techniques and physical arts under the tutelage of Chunin instructors from Kirigakure. Their training was stringent, resembling professional development, and once they attained the level of Jinin, they would face graduation examinations and job placements. The youths cherished this opportunity. Training with fervor, their exertions echoed in the air. As Qixue approached, the youths paused, turning their gazes toward her. "I see your efforts. You are doing remarkably well." Qixue encouraged them. "You are the ninjas of the new era, and the future of the ninja world lies in your hands. The land of waves has ample work awaiting your capable hands." Inspired by her words, the youths gazed at her with admiration. Qixue thought to herself, "Alas, I have transformed into Sarutobi Hiruzen." She inquired of the leading Chunin, "How much longer until the graduation assessment?" "In approximately 2 months, Lord Qixue," came the reply. "Very well. Please inform me then," she said, bidding farewell to the youths and instructors as she departed the school. The following morning, Qixue hastily consumed breakfast and made her way to Sunagakure, seeking Gaara's assistance. "Gaara, I have come to request your aid," she announced as she entered the Kazakage's office. "What is it?" Gaara inquired. With a cheerful smile, Qixue presented the design blueprint for a weightlifting puppet. "Take a look. I need 1,000 of these puppets." "What?" Gaara exclaimed, nearly dropping the blueprints in surprise. Outside, Chiyo's voice rang out. "My, what a grand order. We at Sunagakure shall accept it." Qixue offered a slight bow. "Elder Chiyo, we need these urgently. Can you manage it in 2 months?" 2 months? Let me examine the blueprints," Chiyo replied, scrutinizing the designs. It is not overly complicated." This design technique is it." She looked up at Qixue, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Indeed, Elder Chiyo. You have guessed correctly, it is." Qixue nodded in affirmation. "Excellent. He has finally emerged," Chiyo remarked, a glimmer of tears forming in the corners of her eyes. "Fifth Kazakage, we can undertake this order. The materials are not too costly, and the craftsmanship is straightforward," she declared. Gaara nodded. "I understand, Elder Chiyo. By the way, how much will Sunagakure charge for these puppets?" Qixue inquired. "About 10,000 ryo each," Chiyo replied. 10,000 ryo? Qixue was taken aback. "That seems quite inexpensive." "Indeed. It is quite reasonable," Chiyo explained. "No, not so cheap that you will be losing money, I hope?" Qixue expressed her concern. "Not at all," Chiyo chuckled softly. "We can earn 2,000 ryo for each puppet. However, let us add 5,000 ryo to your cost, making it 15,000 per unit, provided the components are interchangeable." Qixue pondered for a moment. Chiyo and Gaara exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Very well. We at Sunagakure shall accept the order." Chapter 69. The Materials Company in the Land of Wind. In the Land of Wind, a typically desolate desert teeming with life at this moment. A rotund man, adorned in opulent attire, fervently wiped the sweat from his brow while vociferously instructing his subordinates to labor diligently. This man, known as Kezaburo Yaguchi, was once a humble supplier of construction materials in Konoha village. During a delivery to the Land of Water, he was lured by the charismatic Summer Hachiyuki, and under her grandiose promises, he unwittingly agreed to liquidate his assets in Konoha to pursue opportunities in the Land of Water. Now, under Hachiyuki's command, he had taken on the role of overseeing the establishment of a new materials company in this vast desert. This new enterprise was remarkable, not only representing a collaboration among the three nations, but also boasting a substantial number of ninjas who obeyed Yaguchi's directives. Each day, he moved energetically across the desert as if invigorated, seemingly unperturbed by the harsh conditions of the Land of Wind. This earned him the admiration of ninjas from both the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth for his ability to command respect as an ordinary man. Wiping his brow once more, Yaguchi inquired of his assistant, "Has the transport team bringing fresh water arrived yet?" The assistant replied, "Boss, it will be a little while longer." "Indeed, this heat is unbearable. Without fresh water, enduring this would be nearly impossible." Yaguchi was immensely satisfied with his current employer. Who could resist the allure of a generous benefactor? Summer Hachiyuki not only provided ample funding, but also offered substantial welfare benefits. During this arduous work in the desert, she had allocated a considerable number of manta rays to assist in transportation and arranged for daily deliveries of fresh water from the Land of River for the base's personnel. In this arid expanse, not only did the workers enjoy an abundance of drinking water, but they also had sufficient water for bathing each day. This alone engendered unparalleled loyalty among the workers towards Summer Hachiyuki. In the ninja world, many leaders neglect the humanity of their subordinates, yet few, like Hachiyuki, exhibit such benevolence. "Let us commence," Yaguchi announced to the team leader of the ninjas. "Ready, IWA Shinobi." They replied in unison. "Now unleash the technique." Earth release, mud wall. The ninjas from Sunagakure and Iwagakure simultaneously executed their ninjutsu, summoning a colossal wall of stone that soared into the sky, stretching several kilometers in length. Excellent. Let us begin the inspection. A manta array descended, carrying Yaguchi and the leaders of Sunagakure and Iwagakure to examine the quality of the newly forged stone slabs. Here, and here, Yaguchi pointed out several uneven sections, indicating the areas that did not meet standards. Please communicate with the corresponding ninjas to ensure attention to detail next time. Understood. Boss Yaguchi, the two leaders acknowledged, promptly marking the flawed slabs with ninjutsu. The trio continued their inspection, marking any defective slabs they encountered. On the ground, some ninjas bore expressions of dismay upon seeing the marked locations. At this materials company, the ninjas involved in slab production earned commissions, and defective slabs meant no compensation. Moreover, one person's error could render the efforts of several others futile. After several attempts, the number of failures diminished, yet due to the collaborative ninjutsu, some imperfections were inevitable with each creation. Now, I kindly ask the Sunagakure leader to cut according to the dimensions, while the Iwagakure leader shall catch the slabs and place them on the manta rays, Yaguchi instructed. Turning to his assistant, he queried, "Has the transport team returned? If so, they should come here to move the slabs." "Yes, boss," the assistant responded, hastily summoning the transport team. Moments later, a line of manta rays formed neatly, awaiting the Iwagakure shinobi to load the cargo. Each slab was uniform in size, methodically stacked onto the manta rays by the ninjas using their ninjutsu. Once sufficient quantities were gathered, a ninja clad in the transport team's uniform from the land of water leaped onto a manta ray, setting off for delivery. The highway from the land of sand to the land of earth commenced at the materials company, extending toward the latter. The roadway was constructed from smooth stone, devoid of even the slightest imperfection. In the ninja world, asphalt was nowhere to be found. Thus, Summer Hachiyuki opted for these stone slabs for the highway. However, the natural stone previously utilized had now been replaced with the most economical artificial stone. In the sky, two figures observed the bustling scene below, Summer Hachiyuki and Gaara. They gazed at the orderly movements of the people beneath them, reminiscent of countless industrious ants. Under their diligent efforts, a wide and smooth highway rapidly extended toward the land of earth. "You are truly remarkable, Summer Hachiyuki," Gaara remarked as he watched the throng below. "I have never felt such conviction in the possibility of peace within the ninja world as I do at this moment. Peace. It will come. However, true peace can only be realized once all the daimyo and nobles are eradicated," Summer Hachiyuki stated. "Assassination?" Gaara questioned. "No, assassination merely extinguishes the physical form. It does not eradicate the nobility. The death of one or two daimyo bears little significance." Gaara pondered this, realizing he could not fully grasp Summer Hachiyuki's perspective. Thus, he resolved, "Whatever your intentions may be, I shall support you." "Thank you," she replied. Chapter 70. Chakra Potion Life No. 1. The large manta ray laden with stone slabs swayed as it ascended, heading towards the construction team at the end of the highway. Upon delivery, the construction crew meticulously tucked away the receipt they received, intending to exchange it for currency from Zabor. Observers on the ground were filled with trepidation as they watched the manta ray sway through the air. "Be careful. Don't let the slabs fall and injure anyone." The ninja piloting the ray reassured them, "Rest assured. Despite its height, each layer is secured with clay, preventing it from falling apart." The transport team, while maneuvering the manta ray, engaged in conversation. This ninjutsu invented by Lord Yatsukabayuki is truly remarkable. Just think of the manpower required to transport so many stone slabs before. Now, a single clay manta ray accomplishes the task effortlessly. Indeed, and this highway, it's so smooth and flat. Lord Yatsukabayuki is truly benefiting the ninja world. Absolutely. One might even compare him to the first Hokage, Hashirama. I dare say he surpasses Hashirama, though not in combat prowess. You make a valid point. While he may not rival Hashirama's might, I have heard that Lord Yatsukabayuki possesses formidable strength, even having defeated the fourth Mizukage. Right. One could say he is the new deity of the ninja world. Unbeknownst to Yatsuki, who had not heard the praises from the transport team, he departed the land of wind after conversing with Gaara and made his way to Konoha. He confidently opened the door to his ancestral home, tidied up a bit, and headed to Ichiraku Ramen for a meal. Yatsuki thought to himself with pride, with my ability to wield the Flying Thunder God technique and infinite chakra, the ninja world feels rather small. Initially, he had intended to take some Ichiraku ramen and grilled meat from the Akimichi clan. But with Danzo's demise and the restoration of peace in Konoha, he felt he could come at any time to enjoy a meal. A bowl of deluxe ramen. Yatsuki called out. Coming right up, replied the chef. Shortly, the ramen was ready, and Yatsuki delightedly began to eat. Delicious. Freshly made ramen is simply the best. After just a few bites, a member of the Umbu appeared beside him. Lord Yatsuki, the 5th Hokage requests your presence. You found me so quickly upon my arrival. Well, I shall finish my meal first. Understood. After leisurely finishing his ramen, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to visit Tsunade's office. Tsunade, I have arrived. Here you go. Tsunade tossed a small vial towards him, which Yatsuki caught, containing half a bottle of an unknown liquid. What is this? It's the chakra potion you brought. The effects have diminished, but the side effects of the improved version now pose virtually no harm to the human body. Yatsuki beamed with joy, giving a thumbs up as he praised, impressive. Truly, you are one of the legendary Sannin, the #1 in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade smirked slightly. You presented me with quite a challenge. It took me a long time to succeed, and now you want to mass-produce this potion? Huh, why not mass-produce it? The potion promises substantial profits. However, the enhancement effects have significantly decreased. The impact on ninja consuming this potion can be considered minimal. Oh, my intention was never for ninjas to use it, Yatsuki replied nonchalantly. When I obtained the formula, I envisioned this potion benefiting civilians for prolonged use, enhancing their talents and strengthening their bodies. We could package it as a supplement and let us call it Life #1. What a peculiar name. But as long as you are satisfied, it's fine. Here, take this. It's the formula, Tsunade remarked, handing the recipe to Yatsuki. Upon receiving the formula, Yatsuki smiled and said, Shall Konoha collaborate? Oh, how would we collaborate? Tsunade inquired, intrigued as she pulled out a chair to sit and listen. Ahem. My throat feels a bit dry. Yatsuki deliberately cleared his throat. Shizune, hurry and pour some tea. Tsunade shot him a glare and called out irritably. Once Shizune arrived with 2 cups of tea, she said, Please enjoy. Thank you, Shizune, Yatsuki said, feigning formality as he took a sip. Excellent tea, truly delightful. You rascal. Stop teasing and get to the point, Tsunade urged. Konoha and the Land of Waves will each invest to establish a pharmaceutical company to produce and sell this potion. How will the profits be divided? We shall split them 50-50. Agreed, Tsunade exclaimed, slapping the table, her golden ponytail flying as she spoke. Unbeknownst to her, while Konoha appeared to be the strongest ninja village, its monthly expenditures were substantial, and the village was in dire need of funds. Each time she reviewed the financial reports, Tsunade felt a severe headache coming on. When shall we commence? The sooner, the better. Our goal is for the entire ninja world to enjoy our Life #1 potion. Chapter 71. Tsunade creates gasoline. 92 Summer Yushio gazed at the small vial in her hand, her eyes shimmering with golden light. It was imperative to arrange this immediately. The common students at her school would undoubtedly enhance their chances of successfully refining chakra with this potion. Time was of the essence. She turned to Tsunade and implored, Lady Tsunade, please provide me with a few medical ninjas. The potion is not complex. What kind of medical ninja do you require? Tsunade inquired. They need not be of high rank, but their theoretical knowledge must be solid. I wish to establish a course for medical ninjas in the Land of Waves. Oh, I see, Tsunade mused, tapping her forehead lightly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. I have thought of someone who would be perfect. Who? Sakura Haruno. Summer Yushua pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, Sakura was an exceptional choice. One of the legendary Sannin's disciples, with outstanding medical ninjutsu prowess. And a top student since her academy days, her foundation was solid. She is indeed the right fit, Summer Yushua affirmed decisively. Go summon Sakura to my presence. Yes, Hokage-sama. An Umbu swiftly departed to fetch Sakura. By the way, Lady Tsunade, if Sakura also goes to the Land of Waves, Wooden and Appos, tea that mean Kakashi-sensei and Appos, Team 7 would be disbanded? That is a valid concern. However, Team 7 is currently incomplete. How about sending Kakashi along to teach you? Oh, that would be splendid. Go summon Kakashi as well. Before long, Sakura and Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office, one after the other. After Tsunade explained the situation, both Kakashi and Sakura agreed to the plan. Alright, you two prepare yourselves and meet back here in half an hour. While waiting, Summer Yushue resumed her discussion with Tsunade regarding the potion's development. Lady Tsunade, can the potion be enhanced further? It is quite challenging. Here, take a look at my experimental records. Tsunade handed over a scroll, and Summer Yushue opened it to scrutinize the contents. It was filled with various potion effects marked as failures by Tsunade. Some exhibited almost zero enhancement effects with zero side effects, while others displayed bizarre mutations. Suddenly, Summer Yushue pointed at a potion labeled 92. Lady Tsunade, is the production cost of this potion high? Tsunade reflected for a moment. This was a haphazard concoction of mine. The primary ingredient is a type of stone found abundantly in the land of lightning. I discovered that when this stone is ground into powder and mixed with a certain proportion of water, it can ignite with a small infusion of fire chakra. Potions 92 through 96 represent my attempts at varying proportions. Why do you ask? Is this potion useful? Indeed, Lady Tsunade. You have discovered a new energy source within the ninja world. Oh, if it is useful, then take it. Tsunade casually tore off a few sheets of paper, recorded the necessary ratios, and handed them to Summer Yushue. Summer Yushue was overjoyed. The highway was still under construction, and she had already acquired the formula for gasoline. What incredible fortune! When Sakura and Kakashi arrived at the office, Summer Yushue bid farewell to Tsunade and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return with them to the Land of Waves. She arranged for them at the school, with Sakura taking on the role of medical ninjutsu instructor. Initially, Summer Yushue intended for Kakashi to be the principal, but he declined, preferring to relax. Kakashi opted to be a taijutsu teacher, conducting only one class a day while leisurely lounging and reading novels, which filled Summer Yushue with envy. She too yearned for such a leisurely existence. Yet with projects continually piling up, she found herself faced with one issue after another awaiting resolution. One day, as Summer Yushue returned to her small courtyard from school, consumed by feelings of envy and resentment, a member of the guard team rushed in to inform her that Daidara and Tori had returned, waiting for her at home. Summer Yushue's heart stirred. Could it be that they had found the mine? Without hesitation, she made her way to Tori's home, discovering Daidara was present as well. Hey, Daidara, you're here too. Daidara flashed a smug grin, while Tori bore a look of reluctance. I've moved next to Tori. There are plenty of vacant houses now. Annoying, Tori muttered quietly. Oh, I see. Summer Yushue nodded, then turned to Tori. So how did it go? Tori replied. There are quite a few mines on the islands of the Land of Water. We found over 30 mining sites, both large and small. What shall we do? What else can we do? We'll start digging. We should also acquire the mines owned by the daimyo of the Land of Water and begin with the existing sites. Summer Yushue recalled something. By the way, have you designed the puppets for mining? Tori displayed a peculiar smile and pointed to the corner of the room. Look. Summer Yushue pulled back the covering cloth and exclaimed. What on earth is this? Tori, did you design a maggot? Tori frowned in displeasure. Ignorant. This is a type of insect from the desert of the Land of Wind, called a sandworm. Chapter 72. The new reforms of the Land of Water. The sandworm is a unique creature native to the Land of Wind, possessing an enormous maw capable of effortlessly crushing rocks. The puppet designed by the bird emulates the form and function of the sandworm, featuring a massive mouth lined with iron teeth, adept at swiftly pulverizing and consuming ordinary soil and stone. This puppet is aptly named Sandworm. Once or is unearthed, it can easily be crushed and ingested. Multiple sandworms can excavate simultaneously from various directions, significantly accelerating the mining process. However, when confronted with particularly resilient rock walls, explosive methods must be employed to shatter them. Daidara and the bird are currently exploring the incorporation of explosive clay into its functions. How long can the sandworm operate at a time? Asked Summer 8 Snow. Any type of chakra can recharge it, but a single charge requires chakra of at least J-nin level. Once fully charged, it can operate for an entire day. If we add the explosive function, the chakra consumption will increase substantially, replied the bird meticulously. Summer 8 Snow, undeterred, exclaimed, that poses no problem. We can deploy the sandworms in schools, providing students with practical tools for chakra refinement. Although each student has limited chakra, their numbers are substantial, and they can recharge several in a single day. We could even issue tasks in the Land of Mist to exchange money for chakra. Let us find an undiscovered mine to begin our excavation, and expand as we acquire more sandworms. The bird nodded, about to continue collaborating with Daidara on the puppet-s functions when Summer 8 Snow halted him, saying, "Wait, there's one more thing." She handed the bird a small vial containing the number 92 reagent and briefed him on its relevant applications. The bird's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he listened. Observing his reaction, Summer 8 Snow nodded repeatedly, recognizing the brilliance of the Sand Village's genius puppeteer. Before she could speak, the bird remarked contentedly, "This can be utilized as a fire agent." "Goodness," Summer 8 Snow nearly flinched at his words. "I overestimated you. You were fanatic." She shot him an incredulous glare. Producing her own design sketches, she added, "I want to create a vehicle powered by the number 92 reagent. You need to improve it so that ordinary people can operate it without chakra. Is that so?" "What a peculiar design," the bird muttered, seemingly vexed at not being able to create a flamethrower. Summer 8 Snow sighed. Fine. Once you finish, you can create a war puppet." Only then did the bird smile in satisfaction. The obsession of an engineer is formidable. Perhaps it is the influence of his Sand Village lineage at play. With the bird's latest creation in tow, Summer 8 Snow hurriedly journeyed to the Land of Wind to place an order with Gaara for an additional 1,000 mining sandworm puppets. Previously, she had left half of the weightlifting puppets commissioned in the Sand Village at a construction company in the Land of Waves, bringing the remainder back to the Land of Water alongside the sandworm puppets. Following their established plan, they commenced extensive mining and smelting operations in the Land of Water. With the assistance of the puppets, the steel production in the Land of Water surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing 1.6 million tons within just a year, while the combined output of other nations barely scraped 40,000 tons. With this substantial steel advantage, Scorpion's war puppets adopted an entirely metallic design, and a puppet factory was developed, enabling even swifter production. Under Summer 8 Snow's leadership, the Lands of Waves and Water underwent a transformation, with countless puppets replacing outdated manual labor, propelling their economic growth far beyond that of several major nations. The effective control of the Land of Mist began to strengthen, as the territorial influence of the Land of Water's daimyo was gradually eroded by Zabuza. The daimyo's economic resources rapidly dwindled under the pressure from the Land of Mist, with former shops and mining lands falling under its dominion. Ultimately, when the daimyo of the Land of Water found himself in significant debt to the Village of Mist and unable to repay, he willingly petitioned for bankruptcy and requested the dissolution of his position. Summer 8 Snow and Zabuza exchanged triumphant high fives, their shared aspirations realized at last. Summer 8 Snow, we have succeeded in fundamentally dismantling the power of the Land of Water's daimyo, Zabuza declared with excitement. Indeed, this marks the first step towards realizing our ideals. Summer 8 Snow replied with a subtle smile. Zabuza asserted confidently, "We shall undoubtedly succeed." Yet, in her heart, Summer 8 Snow harbored concerns regarding the threats posed by the Akatsuki and Obito. Unless they thwarted their Moon Eye plan, the ninja world would inevitably plunge into a fourth Great War, rendering their efforts in the Lands of Waves and Water futile. Chapter 73, the final chapter in the midst of bustling activities between several countries. Xia Xia Yaxue was oblivious to the rapid dissemination of conversations held among the transport teams throughout the ninja world. To her astonishment, she found herself elevated to the status of a deity. Following the emergence of the moniker the new god of ninja world, some discontented ninjas began to circulate rumors about her, while others set their sights on the Land of Waves, preparing to challenge her for the true title of ninja god. The undercurrents within the ninja realm left Xia Xia Yaxue feeling increasingly vulnerable. Business in the Land of Waves began to face interruptions, and shortly after the construction of the road to the Land of Earth was completed, she received a message from the Third Tsuchikage, announcing the termination of their collaboration. The Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain also caught wind of this news. Pain smirked slightly, remarking on the audacity of being called a ninja god. When others inquired about his thoughts, Pain simply stated, "I shall pay him a visit." Conan, who was nearby, hesitated, having surmised Pain's intentions. As the environment of the ninja world improved, the plans of the Akatsuki were increasingly thwarted by Xia Xia Yaxue. Daidara had defected, and the attempts to capture the One Tail by Itachi and Kakuzu had failed. Aside from Obito, none were willing to provoke Xia Xia Yaxue. Pain and Conan harbored a vague admiration for her ideals and were reluctant to incite conflict. Obito, however, seethed with anger. Xia Yaxue's actions were jeopardizing his Moon Eye plan, rendering it impossible to instigate the Fourth Great Ninja War. He lodged countless protests with Pain, all of which were ignored. Consequently, he developed a deep-seated animosity towards the Land of Waves and Xia Yaxue, vowing retribution. Upon arriving in the Land of Waves, Obito and Zetsu sought out Xia Yaxue, only to discover that her Sharingan also possessed Kamui. As a result, Obito's intangibility was effortlessly countered, and she seized his Sharingan. Forming a pair with her own Kamui, blinded and utterly despondent, Obito realized that he had been irrevocably consumed by darkness. With no intention of amending his ways in Xia Yaxue's eyes, she decided to present him as a gift to Kakashi, sending him back to Konoha to face judgment. Meanwhile, Zetsu was captured and confined within the Kamui dimension, unable to escape. With the removal of Zetsu and Obito, the Akatsuki posed little threat, prompting Xia Yaxue to seek a conclusive dialogue with Nagato to dissuade him from his plans to inflict suffering upon the world. Upon her arrival in the Land of Rain, she was met with hostility from Pain. After a brief exchange, both parties engaged in a fierce battle, during which Xia Yaxue utilized the power of her Life and Death Eye to absorb Nagato's life force. Weakened, Nagato succumbed to the relentless assault from Pain and his allies. Addressing Conan, Xia Yaxue remarked, "I have heard that your ultimate goal is peace within the ninja world. However, your previous actions starkly contradict your intentions. Would it not be prudent to amend your course now?" Conan pondered this, questioning whether she had been influenced by Obito. Xia Yaxue, astonished, exclaimed, "Are you unaware of his true identity? He is not the genuine Uchiha Madara. His real name is Uchiha Obito." She then revealed Obito's true ambitions. Both Conan and Nagato were taken aback, inquiring how she possessed such knowledge. Xia Yaxue attributed it to her eyes, claiming they had precognitive capabilities. She also informed Nagato that his eyes had been orchestrated by Obito. Overwhelmed by despair, Nagato lamented that his life had been manipulated, even his Moon Eye plan being a deception. He promptly offered to extract his Rinnegan and present it to Xia Yaxue, who assured him that she would guide them to Tsunade for replacements. With her integration of the Rinnegan complete, Xia Yaxue felt a profound sense of relief. The Fourth Great Ninja War would no longer commence, and Madara could not be resurrected. As for Kaguya Otsutsuki, she would remain confined upon her moon. The Rinnegan's formidable powers significantly enhanced Xia Yaxue's Susanoo, bolstering its defenses and enabling all her attacks to inflict true damage, alongside the capacity to execute mental assaults. Xia Yaxue sensed a concealed realm between the Pure Land and the human world. Utilizing her Life and Death Eye, she tore through the fabric of space to locate the hiding place of the Sage of Six Paths, and with a swift strike of her Susanoo, she obliterated his lingering soul. All members of the Otsutsuki clan deserved annihilation, and Xia Yaxue harbored no reservations about the impending arrival of future Otsutsuki. "Come forth. I shall become the true god of the ninja world." The end.